Hello? Hello?
Welcome back to the Yatabe Arena here in Tsukuba City, Japan for the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships. And now we get into the four-wheel drive portion. I'm Aaron Waldron here with Tony Truman. And Tony, we've got the practice groups today sorted by how the drivers finished in two-wheel drive. So a little bit like qualifying, we're going to get to see the faster drivers all running together all at the end of the round.
Yeah, there's a couple of drivers that weren't here for two-wheel drive, which is going to be interesting because they're going to be down in the early heats. So it's going to be interesting to see how they can get around the track because they're going to be out early doors. But yeah, it's going to be good to see the fast guys going around together. I mean, it's definitely going to give us something to talk about early on in the week. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And one of the drivers that we did miss in the two-wheel drive class is young Japanese Yokomo driver Masatsugu Ito, who made the main event at the 12-scale World Championships last fall in Florida. And he's been very fast here at the Japanese Nationals. Incredible performance here at the warm-up race as well. His mother had an accident last week, and so he stayed at home with her. Wasn't able to attend the two-wheel drive portion of this race. Got here yesterday, saw him at the hotel last night, and he's fired up for four-wheel.
Yeah, definitely. Like as you said, all the guys have been speaking about how fast he was at the warm-up, and everyone, when we were here for the first day of practice in two-wheel, were really confused why he wasn't here. But yeah, after hearing that story, I hope his mother gets well soon. But yes, in four-wheel drive, it's going to be interesting to see how he can cope and catch up, because obviously everybody else has been racing for the last 3 days.
Well, it will be interesting, not only Ito, but the rest of the Japanese team getting locked out of the A-main completely in two-wheel drive. Imagine the entire, every driver here from the home country here in Japan is going to be extra motivated here for this segment.
Definitely, and I think with, as we spoke through the two-wheel drive portion, that the four-drive Kyosho is very good. We saw that at the warm-up, them locking out the podium, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I definitely think the one to watch is going to be Naoto.
Yeah, Kyosho, absolutely. Jared Tebow is going to be extra motivated after losing out on two-wheel. He's a former four-wheel drive world championship here, champion actually here in Japan back in 2005.
Yep.
Naoto is going to be incredibly quick. Yokomo has a new four-wheel drive. We're going to get a chance to check that out later today. And then the Schumacher drivers have a new buggy as well.
Yeah, they have a new buggy. They're coming here with a European champion in young Michael. It's going to be anyone's. Going into this, I mean, we've still got the can the TLR keep up on this sort of surface. We've never seen it out on this sort of surface. They used to come to the EOS. They haven't so much this year. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that one can stand up against the likes of the Yokomo and the Kyosho and the Associated boys.
Yeah, especially the Team Associated. Defending world champions coming in here with Stephen Hartson. They have a couple of new parts for the B44.3. Not quite as radical of a change as they made to the B5M for the two-wheel drive portion of this race, which we saw how successful that was.
That
it was
worked.
By far the best car on the track. They had 4 in the main. No other manufacturer had more than 1. They
2 on the podium.
Yeah, win the race. I mean, they were incredible in two-wheel drive. They were not maybe quite as excited, or at least a little bit more subtle about what they brought here for the four-wheel drive portion. So a whole lot of stuff here to watch coming into this week, as we're going to get into our first practice round here of four-wheel drive racing action here at the Yatabe Arena. Our coverage brought to you this week by Proline Racing, Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies, Expert RC, and PR Racing. We're going to head down to the track right now for a little bit of, the first of like 90 heats of practice today. Picking up here with practice group number 1 here with the four-wheel drive class. And as we see Masatsugu Ito here in this heat with just 6 cars actually making the start of this practice run, including Nick Sava from the United States, a local racer who decided to resume in for an open roar spot. Opted not to run the two-wheel drive portion so he could do a little bit of sightseeing around Japan for the last couple of days. He was here for opening ceremonies, and then he left and he went all around the country and checked some stuff out. As we did a little bit yesterday, the Live RC crew went down to Tokyo and walked around like 10.5 miles, which is like 512 kilometers. I don't really understand how that whole conversion works. But that'll give Tony and I some stuff to talk about today as we watch. Well, let's see. It's what, 6 times 13, which is a lot. 78 practice heats. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of practice today.
So I was as you, right, it's still early and I need to get my words out. Matsusuka Ido, out on track as we just spoke about, coming here. Coming here for the four-wheel drive portion. And let's see if we can pick up on board with him coming through onto the start straight and around the end of the straight now onto the center tabletop. There you go. You can see him come into shot. So a slight track change. In a little bit, we're going to go into our live RC track walkabout and give you a rundown of what's going on with the four-wheel drive track here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships.
Can't help but wonder if Ito not remembering what the chimps were like in two-wheel drive because he wasn't here for it isn't necessarily that bad of a disadvantage. I mean, he's not coming out of a corner thinking like, oh, this jump was here. Oh, wait, it's totally different. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, everyone's going to figure it out after this first practice round or so. Yeah. But like, it's not like he's, so far behind everyone else.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you could see on that opening lap the way he was going through the Japanese 5-spice, as we were calling it. It's moved from a little short chute between the double single on the left-hand side of the track. You can see there right in front of us, just in front of Martin Bayer, sat on his Marshall .7, to the bottom left-hand corner right before the chicane onto the straight. So they've moved that to the corner. As you saw him come through that, he came at it with some pace, and it didn't seem to be affecting the cars, I think, as much as we were expecting. His Yokomo machine went through there actually quite quick and quite well. I was expecting it to get a lot more out of shape. Talking to Yokomo teammates, you can see Lee Martin. So Ito, there he is. You can see in the middle of your shot. Just about to sit down and turn marshal.
Speaking of turn marshals, so Tony, I know that you were explaining to me yesterday that this is a little bit more normal in Europe than the absolutely ridiculously irresponsible way we do it in the United States, where in the U.S. we just sort of hope that the racers will go out to their cones and do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Here at the World Championships, you have to stay at your cone until the next person that's supposed to come to that cone comes to relieve you. And if they never do come relieve you, then you have to turn marshal the following race and then go tell somebody, hey, by the way, the person that was supposed to come relieve me didn't relieve me.
Correct.
That way there's always a turn marshal there,
yep.
And you know who's responsible for it. And if there is no turn marshal at the cone, the person that's supposed to be there, as well as the person that was supposed to wait until they were relieved, are both disqualified from their runs. So there shouldn't be any problem with turn marshaling, and frankly, I think that needs to be a change made at every track in the U.S. right now for eternity.
Yeah, we can as we're talking about a perfect example, you can see out on track from our booth, is that just out of your shot, Cody Numenor, as these cars, you can see him walking across your shot now, he was actually still marshalling, waiting to be relieved by the next turn marshal to actually come to the track. So he stayed out on track and had to actually marshal 2 cars. But if he wasn't there, they would have been sat upside down, missed out their practice. And if it was a qualifying race, they would have maybe missed out on some vital time.
Yeah, it really brilliant. I mean,
it's so simple.
Yeah, and it's not like, I mean, it really, spending another 5 minutes at your turn marshal cone is not a horrible proposition. I mean, you're helping your fellow racers. It's not like, they don't have to go back to the pits and clean tires or anything.
Correct.
I mean,
yeah.
it makes so much sense.
But yeah. I mean, when you said to me that it doesn't happen sort of over there and in the States, I was quite taken back.
No,
like
it's
silly.
silly.
It's always happened over where I've been racing.
No, it's silly. All it ends up happening is that the announcer has to beg and guilt people into coming out to turn marshal, and inevitably, you're asking for people to volunteer their time, and okay,
and it's an easy way to get off schedule.
Right.
That's the thing.
Oh, it slows down the program so bad. Like coming from, having announced club racing in the U.S. for years and years and years and years because I'm a glutton for punishment. it takes something that frankly could get done in an hour and turns it into an hour and 45-minute proposition, and it just leaves the announcer frustrated, and the racers don't like being chided into doing it. I mean, it puts the responsibility back on each individual racer, and not only that, it makes it way easier to find out who didn't go turn marshal.
Yep.
Because you've always got someone like they're supposed to be at cone number 6, but they did go to cone number 8, so technically they were turn marshaling even though they didn't go to the right cone, and it's just awful.
So, as we move into our second of 13 races in practice 1, we're back into practice here at the 2015 for the 4-wheel drive part of this World Championships. You can see, interestingly in shot, Mount Fuji has moved.
It has. And that was not an earthquake that did it. It was actually just a little bit of track work. The jumps have been bolted and fastened in place. You can see that they're covered in carpet that's a little bit more forgiving than the AstroTurf. So you land off the dining room table here, and then a small roller straight into Mount Fuji. And then there's a double without Mount Fuji now in front of the driver's stand. This double single is still the same. And then where the Japanese 5 Spice was before is just a single roller. Because those 5 bumps have now been put into a corner.
Yeah.
Which it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Obviously, the 4-wheel drive cars are going to just inherently handle those bumps differently because of differences in suspension design. But also, it may not be quite as dramatic because rather than trying to punch it through a straight section of the track, now you're slowing down for that previous sharp 90-degree right-hander, and then rolling through the bumps as you go through a corner.
Yeah, and try instead of being able to gain an advantage by maybe jumping a couple of them, I don't think obviously you're going to be able to do that.
Well, I imagine just looking the way that on the inside of the corner the bumps get closer together as they're fanned out like a geisha fan across that corner, that there's still going to be people trying to double on the inside of the turn, and especially when it's the last lap and you're trying to make up a little bit of time, or you crashed in the corner before. And imagine as we see the faster drivers are going to be carrying a lot more speed into that single jump and braking harder, and really it's going to be interesting to see how this changes the lap times. I know Ito did a 19.4 was his fastest lap. We saw drivers in the 16s in two-wheel. So, of course, Ito perhaps not the best example of what a four-wheel drive is going to be, considering that was his first run on the track all week. But just perhaps moving the jumps around like this could have slowed the track down quite considerably.
Yeah, I mean, into Mount Fuji, where that is now, that was more of a quicker section. I mean, where you were hitting Mount Fuji in front of the rostrum, you can see here on that little short shoot as you go into the double single. They were still carrying a lot of speed.
And using Mount Fuji to slow the car
Yeah, to
down so
scrub
that
the
they could
speed
make the
off.
corner. Now you can be jumping this step down jump and fly out into the flatland, and that's actually something that I've heard a lot of the mechanics and drivers talk about, is how fast they expect they'll be flying into that section and then flat landing. And because it is coming out of a little bit of a corner there, and it's not exactly straight, you're probably not going to be landing on all four wheels perfectly straight every time. So the car is going to be unsettled, and really the chassis that can flat land and not get out of shape are going to be a huge advantage there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think more and more with this high traction AstroTurf surface, carpet, that sort of thing, and I mean with the spiked tires, more and more companies are looking for that stiffer chassis and moving away from the standard carbon and plastic chassis, trying to get that weight down low as well.
Yep, and of course, change the flex characteristics of the car.
Yeah.
Make it a little bit easier to drive. I did talk to a lot of drivers here that have a lot of AstroTurf racing experience, and whereas in dirt, a four-wheel drive car is always easier to drive.
Yeah.
Many of them say that the two-wheel drive cars are a bit more forgiving on AstroTurf because they're not quite so grippy. You don't have the front tires all of a sudden yanking the car in one direction and making it a little bit tippy. And many say that they actually feel like two-wheel drive is a little bit more fun on turf.
Yeah, I mean the four-wheel drive, is super aggressive. You're carrying more speed. You're trying to go faster, and where you've got the high traction, it's just going to be it's always going to be that you're going to try and throw it into a corner a bit faster and try and come out faster, and you're going to get traction roll happening. It's just going to make it harder to drive.
And it will make it interesting to see once we get into heads-up racing in 500 rounds from now. That, for example, at the end of the back straightaway here, under braking, the four-wheel drive cars can obviously brake much harder. To the point where I think on AstroTurf we're going to see some drivers nosing over forward, as that gentleman just did over the roller, driving into some of these corners down at the end of the back straightaway, landing off of the dining room table, down there into the new section where Mount Fuji used to be, now jumping down into the flat, hard under braking into a 90-degree right-hand corner. So many spots on the track where it looks like in two-wheel drive was a very one-lined course. In four-wheel drive, I think there's going to be a lot of dive up the inside, stomp on the brakes, try to get it woed down in time to be able to, get around the next section without blasting someone off the track.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to see... I actually can't decide yet. I mean, I literally just thought that maybe we're going to see a lot less mistakes in the four-wheel drive, but I'm not sure. I mean, this is the first race. This is the first round of practice, and people are obviously getting used to driving again. I mean, they've had a day off. They've got a completely different platform to get used to, slightly different track, but I don't know. It's still going to be a tricky track to drive, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, especially even here in this first round of the faster heats, to see what the lap times have been. Shinya Chimera in this heat's got us down to an 18.2, so perhaps the track's not way too much slower, but so many questions.
Yeah.
So many questions that we aren't going to get answered for about another hour or so.
Definitely. Haven't actually got a schedule with us at the moment, but we'll try and get that, and we can update on what's going on.
Well, we do have the broadcast schedule that they had given us at the beginning of the week. The first round of four-wheel drive practice is scheduled to... The second round is scheduled to start at 10:10 here local time. So they've got each round taking a little bit less than 2 hours.
Yeah, and we've got 6 rounds today.
Yep.
6 rounds of practice. First 4 rounds are going to be open practice. So just basically drivers turning laps, trying to set their cars up, and then the last 2 rounds are going to be for seeding. And I believe it's going to be the 3 fastest laps that will count towards their seeding.
3 fastest consecutive.
Consecutive laps.
Yep.
That will count towards seeding and what heat they will be in for qualification.
I do like what they've done here for the 4-wheel drive class, setting up these practice heats in accordance to how they finished up in the 2-wheel drive class. So as we saw in 2-wheel drive, there were a lot of heats where there were drivers that were just horribly mismatched.
Yeah.
And while I don't like the idea of the same group of 10 drivers potentially racing against each other all week long, I think there's going to be enough of a variance here in 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive that at least they'll be going into those seeding practice rounds with similar drivers, maybe not the perfect qualifying group, which is nice.
Yeah.
But just to switch it up a little bit, and it's better for everybody, I think. You have the faster drivers who feel like they can't get 3 clean laps in if they're dodging slower cars the whole time. And you don't want the privateers that made the trip out here spending their entire 5-minute practice run just pulling out of the way.
Yeah, offline and just having to stop, and yeah, it's not fun for anyone.
Yep. So a little bit of give and take. Whoa, this race not starting off very cleanly at all. Straight away. Oh dear. Saw something like that happen in the 2-wheel drive portion. Unfortunately, we didn't get it on camera, but we heard it from up here in the Live RC broadcast booth. Someone flipped over on the back straightaway, and someone came down full tilt boogie and just smashed him. Yeah. It was quite awful.
Out on track, we've got race number 4 of 13. One less race than we had in 2-wheel drive. We had 14 races in 2-wheel drive practice. And quite a few Japanese drivers out in this one. Practice runs are your pretty standard 5 minutes.
Do you like how they've done as well, having the drivers all collect the cars right in front of the timing tower, and then they just all funnel out on the track at the same point, and then they all return to the same point. Again, another one of these.
It's all very organized.
Yeah, one of these small little organizational tips that they've done here at this race in Japan that we don't have in the United States. I just feel guilty for it.
Poor Aaron's going to be kicking himself all day. Yeah, but if it was like this at home, you wouldn't be able to appreciate it when you came away.
I think I would appreciate it knowing where it came from.
Okay.
But then again, maybe, if you're just not bitter about how races are run in your home country as it is, I think you still appreciate that.
Yeah. Some good racing going on track.
Yeah, right up there until you turn into the lake on the inside of that corner. Oh, yeah, the corner dots there. There are a couple of places here where they've added corner dots, especially right there, you see along the little front short chute. They're not very tall, but they
effective.
Are effective. That's what we'll call them. Yeah, they definitely deter you from trying to go full punch over them. What you called them, pot dots the other day.
Pot dots, yeah, that's what we call them back home.
Chi-Chi-Chu leading the way unofficially, of course.
Choo-choo.
And Yutaka Takazawa running in the second spot overall in this heat. Does have the faster lap at a 19.679.
So if you're just watching or you've just tuned in, this is the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. This is the 4-wheel drive part of the event. We have just got underway this morning. for practice. As we said, we've got quite a few rounds of practice today. 6 rounds to get through. And we'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC. Our crystal clear HD broadcast is brought to you this week by Motive RC. You can see that big old fence they've put in place just after Mount Fuji. Keep the cattle in.
We saw a couple of those fences get destroyed in two-wheel drive.
Cars hanging out of them.
Yeah, especially as Mount Fuji was there on the front straightaway. Saw a couple of people jump into the fence, and the cars were just hanging there suspended.
Interestingly, they've only just put a fence in. You can see in the top of your camera shot there, between the double single and the straight. Now, that wasn't there for two-wheel drive.
Yeah. Maybe perhaps imagining that the four-wheel drive cars will be carrying a little extra speed through there and not wanting them to enter the straightaway prematurely.
There's Cheeky Bob having a swim in the infield lake, taking some pictures.
Has his hair tied up so he doesn't get it wet. Should have brought Bob a shower cap.
Wow. Didn't see any of those in Tokyo.
Shower caps?
Yeah, but then again, I wasn't looking.
I was going to say, and it's not like we really went into any hotels while we were there. Just every arcade we could find.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not bitter.
Just like walking into a wall of smoke.
And just massive sensory overload. Corey and I went up to the...
So many beeping.
Yeah. Corey and I went up to the top of one of the slot machine casino buildings just out of sheer curiosity. And they had this big, gigantic spinning something in the middle of the room that combined with, 4 different songs that are playing all over the top room and all of the slot machine noises. It just had this whirring noise that you couldn't talk to the person sitting a foot away from you.
Brain went into shutdown.
Yeah, like Corey and I are screaming at each other and trying to communicate, and we're standing 10 feet away from this, and there are just banks of slot machines of people camped out playing.
Yeah.
I don't know how they would have done it without earplugs in. Just blows me away. And of course the non-smoking in public areas laws that we have in the United States don't apply here.
Yeah.
So, some floors, you're just kind of walking into a...
Fog.
Yeah, a fog. That's what we'll call it. Race number 5 on the track right now. It's like Miko Helistola leading the way, but Kiyotaka Ichikawa. Oh, now Ichikawa jumps to the top. Now Bolger. Now Yokokawa with a 20.6. I believe that's the fastest lap we've actually seen so far, other than what Ito did.
I think we're having a couple of issues with drivers and their transponders getting assigned.
Yep.
As this is the first time we've hit the track. So if at any time you don't see anyone counting, that's probably why. They haven't sorted their transponder out properly or something. This is the first round of practice. First time people hitting the track with their four-wheel drive cars. And for some of them, first time they're hitting the track. Fastest lap on track is by Kobayashi with a 19.3. We have seen an 18 second lap out on track back in race number 2, I believe. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of speeds the four drives in the hands of the top guys can post.
Bob's still out there going for a swim.
Maybe it's the hot tub.
Oh, I'll have to take a picture of it. I forgot what it said. The sign for the pool in our hotel.
You've got a pool at your hotel?
Well, they call it a public tub or something. Yeah. Like large public tub, I think is what the placard in the elevator says.
Wow.
So if that's the case, yeah, I'm not really sure I'm going to be jumping in there. I also broke my cardinal rule of... Well, actually, I broke two of my biggest travel rules on this trip. Always wear sandals when flying because it makes going through security so much easier.
Well, you
Broke that.
don't have to take them off.
Right. And then always bring a pair of swim trunks. And I broke that too because I figured it wasn't going to be spectacularly warm here, and we rarely have the time to go swimming.
Yeah.
So, yep.
And you almost broke a third one.
What's that?
Not eating American food.
No.
In another country.
Traveling with the wonderful crew that we have here, that's a really difficult proposition to hold on to for an entire week. I did have...
A few different tastes.
Yeah. Not much taste is what I'll say. Last night I ended up ordering a burger, but I saved grace by ordering what Hard Rock called the local favorite because it was cooked in something I couldn't pronounce, and it was
covered in soy sauce.
Well, yeah, and it had a patty of tempura fried something, vegetables on it, and then they gave me some sort of like this translucent golden jelly to put on top, and it didn't really taste like any burger I'd ever had, so saving grace, I suppose.
Yeah, I did say almost.
Oh, yeah. Our producer, Eric Jensen, reminding me in my headphones. So we had some, what do they call that thing? The shaken sun. I might have to look this up on Google. Yeah, some kind of
shake and bake?
Adult milkshake that had
adult milkshake.
Rum and Guinness and bacon in it.
Bacon?
In it, yeah.
Oh.
Like bits of bacon. You were sitting right next to me.
Yeah,
and
but I wasn't
watched me
paying
drink
attention.
it.
I was still very tired from this
That's
night
what-
before's antics.
Right, that's what we'll call it. Oh, even Jensen pointed out, he's like, oh man, I just got a chunk of bacon through my straw. It was pretty spectacular. And then, of course, we decided that we needed to all stop for small vials of sake, which sounded like a much better idea beforehand.
Yeah, sipping them out of shot glasses.
Right. Your choice of an assorted basket of mismatched shot glasses. Naturally, I picked, the pink flowery one.
Do you know how I know you're gay?
It was really funny when, of course, our camera guy, Mike, couldn't finish his. So, the rest of us being team players. Well, the rest of us except you.
I was still hangover from the night before sake. And I don't drink.
Yeah, we had Corey and Jensen and I had to pick up the slack. That sure made standing on the train on the way home a little bit more entertaining. Actually, I think my favorite part of last night was
the train race.
The train race, the amazing train race from Tsukuba to Akihabara when we all got on the train and realized that we had gotten on the train that stopped at every single stop, going on our way to the destination. And so before we got to the second stop, Brandon decides to come up with this random idea of like, well, if we get off on the next stop and we go back to the original starting point, we might be able to get on an express train that'll take us all the way there. And everyone smartly realized that this was a stupid idea, except Brandon. And at this point, I was already in the mood of like, screw it. What's the worst that can happen? Those guys have to wait for us. So as the door is closing and Brandon's walking to the other train, I decided to jump out onto the platform, and we run over to a semi-express train. And had we gotten on the right train, we would have smoked you guys. It wouldn't have been anywhere close. but we get on a train that stops at 4 fewer stops before you guys had to switch trains.
Yep.
That was the other thing, too. The first train only went like
So far.
3/4 of the distance, so then you had to stop at that. Yeah. And so we are sitting on this thing, texting back and forth with Corey, trying to, I'm like stepping out the door on each platform and paddling like a skateboard to try to get the, subway to go faster. And then it's going to hit us. It hits us like, well, if this semi-express train stops at every stop after they've had to switch trains, this is probably going to happen. And sure enough, we get to that stop, and the rest of the group gets into the train car ahead of us, and we're making funny faces at them through the window. So the great, amazing train race ended in a complete tie.
Yeah, because you weren't allowed to go to the front car because it was for women only.
Well, and that was silly, too. Like, Brandon starts wanting to, he's like, oh, we should make our way to the front car so that technically we'll win the race. I'm like, technically, that's stupid. If we wanted to win the race, we're going to have to bust out of the train and run to the top of the stairs like Rocky.
And soon as you mentioned running, Brandon thought it was a bad idea.
Right, yeah. And I said running, and then Brandon's ears shut down. So at that point, it's like, well, we might as well just accept defeat until we saw you guys get into the train car ahead of us, and that was a good time.
Quick, we better go join them.
Well, at first I was thinking we should hide from you guys. And then the concept of making funny faces at you through the window was even funnier than the thought of hiding. So,
can't turn down the chance to pull funny faces.
Well, I'm already funny looking as it is,
yeah.
So I just try to look normal. It does the job. You should have gotten a way far away car, and then the second the train stops, sprint out, just sitting there like. Brandon just said to me off radio here that we should have gone into a different car and then sprinted out off of the platform and told the rest of the team, oh, we've been here for a while. But what I think he forgot when he said that is that sprinting is actually a form of running.
Yeah, and actually is classed as exercise.
Well, gosh, we tried jaywalking across the street to get to the mall the other night, which meant jogging across, 4 lanes, and remembering that here, well, not necessarily for you, Tony, because they're on the same side of the road here as they are in England.
Yeah.
But for us, we're taught from the age of like 6 months old, when you cross the street, you look left, right, left, and then go. Well, if you do that here, you're likely to get run over twice. So it's still been kind of weird to me. I go to walk out in the street, I'm like looking to the left, and then I see headlights coming at me from the right-hand side.
Did you ever used to have, in England, there was always, to learn your highway code, there was always a little video, and it had a hedgehog in it.
No hedgehog.
No hedgehog?
No, but we do have to watch some awful video in driver's ed to get our licenses.
Yeah, see, we don't have driver's ed.
No.
No.
Huh. No, we have to, it's called like red asphalt or something, and it's like one of those horrifying car crash videos.
Okay.
Like, this is what will happen if you do stupid things. And then, we have this massive, horrible national problem of people texting while they're driving, because that makes sense.
We're actually getting through this round quite quickly.
That's because we're distracted.
Yeah, you wait until we run out of things to say. You can actually see us in the background up there.
Yeah. But, don't focus up here because that'll ruin the magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, race number 7 on the track. Notable drivers in here. Mathieu Chaffardon from RC Concept. John Jayhawk Watkins.
We actually bumped into those in Tokyo.
Yeah, that was interesting. We were walking around Tokyo, and we run into the French team twice.
Yeah. We actually saw Dallas.
Yep.
Who else did we bump into? We bumped into a couple of Brits.
Yep.
Nathan Rolls. and
Yeah.
his company
This huge city with millions of people.
kept randomly bumping into RC drivers.
Yeah. Like, oh, hey, I think I've seen you.
You say that, but Japan is a really, really small place.
But with millions and millions of people.
Yeah.
Chef Ardon, one of the French drivers that we ran into yesterday, John J. Hawk Watkins. Literally, I think the only thing I know about Watkins, or the two things I know, he's Australian, and his nickname because someone said it in the chat room yesterday. Mike Walker from PR Racing America. Carson and Jonathan Young, the only, I believe they're Korean? You probably have that listed somewhere.
Once upon a time.
I know that they're the only two drivers here from their country. I just don't know that flag. I'm uncultured.
We've got
Like bad yogurt.
got Pettit out on track from Australia. Actually lives in Singapore, I think. Sat down having a chat with him, myself and Lee Martin having a drink with him the other night, as we were the last ones left of a very wild night after two-wheel drive mains.
Which was really funny about that, because we heard you guys at the bar from like 3 blocks away, and we saw O'Sheen and Owen from Red RC walking down the street and then getting chided and having to steer their way in and, go sit down and pretend to be interested in what you guys were doing for like 5 minutes.
Drinking games.
So we waited until there was something exciting that must have happened in the bar, and there was all this commotion for us to like slink by in the shadows on the opposite sidewalk just to try to not get roped in anything.
Yeah. If you want some entertaining viewing, just slightly off
Go to a
topic.
World's race
Yeah.
with some Australians.
Yeah, look up Kyle McBride's Facebook page.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
We will just leave it at that.
Yeah. Two minutes left to go in race number 7, round number 1 of open practice. 4 rounds of open practice today.
Oh, from Hong Kong. I believe it's father and son.
Oh, okay.
The only 2 drivers from Hong Kong here this week.
And they end up in the same race.
Yeah. Which means that they were in the same final for two-wheel drive.
Yeah. Huh. Funny. I've got a 17.9 from John Watkins out on track.
Oh.
Doesn't.
Has he had anything close? That might be a cut lap of some kind. Considering his previous laps, 25, 36, 28.
20.
Yeah. We'll see.
We didn't see it, so we can't call it.
Right.
Who are we on board with? Yu Kikuchi, our leader.
Oh, tipping over after the dining room table.
No.
Kikuchi driving the new Yokomo YZ4. Really interesting setup on that car. As I said, we'll get a chance to check that out a little bit later today. Has front and rear gearboxes, but also has belt drive.
Yeah.
And the motor sits right in the center of the car. And
It's nearly as... Everything is almost as central as you can possibly get it.
yep, a square pack or a saddle pack that sits below the rear belt,
Yep.
right in the middle. Race number 8, just finishing up there.
Moving into race number 8. A very underachieving David Ronifolk out in this one from two-wheel drive.
Ronald Falk racing for HB. The D216 prototype car. I was talking to Ty and Gord Tessman about this morning. They really spent quite a lot of time getting the D413 and the D216 built to be as great on dirt as possible. And the two-wheel drive car hasn't had a whole lot of experience, but the couple of times they've run into dirt races in the United States has done well. Obviously, Ty won the 2013 and 2014 Nationals with the four-wheel drive buggy, so we know that car is good. But they've done all the development in the United States where turf and carpet racing isn't really huge. And Gord was talking about it this morning that he understands now for sure if they are going to really want to be competitive on these surfaces, they might have to come out with significantly different parts for both. And I think it presents a really interesting reality for the changing face of electric off-road. And this coming from someone, as a staunch put my fist down, Americans are the best, and we're silly about it, and thinking that AstroTurf, at least originally, wasn't really sold on it. But especially after being here this weekend, this being the first turf race I've actually attended, I think this is pretty cool. It's a little bit, maybe a little bit closer to 3D touring car than traditional off-road, but we haven't run traditional off-road in years.
Yeah.
The Worlds 2 years ago in the United States
Sugared.
on sugared asphalt, basically. The Nationals this past year was on clay with slick tires, which the tires here have more tread than what we run on clay tracks at home. The color is the biggest difference here. Frankly, I think the track surface here, especially after talking to Mikhail Orlowski's dad a couple of days ago, talking about how the specific AstroTurf that they've built the track out of this weekend and the way that they laid out the panels that make up the track surface, it has the fibers of the AstroTurf going in a bunch of different directions, and that's way more inconsistent than clay. Yeah. So I really don't see. Of course, people are afraid of change, and they like the way things are in their own little bubble. It's really no big deal.
I'll tell you the interesting thing as well is obviously we're indoor at this event, but the most interesting thing to race on when the Astro is laid like that, so you've got it all going different directions, is when it's wet.
Oh my goodness, I imagine.
Yeah, like back home, we've got tracks that do it the same way because not necessarily like they have here, they don't get it laid professionally and there's like no seams in it, so when the joins, they've got bumps in it. When it's laid outside, it's unlike this, it's not necessarily laid on a flat surface, so you get a lot more bumps. And when you're going through wet Astro sideways and then all of a sudden you hit a piece of Astro going a different way, traction roll.
I think that's interesting. It adds a little bit of that.
Having to adapt.
Right. It puts the driver back in.
Yeah.
It's not so much all about the car. Mm-hmm. So that I think is an interesting aspect. But going back to my original point before we completely went off on this wonderful tangent, back when obviously X Factory had a mid-motor two-wheel drive for years before any of the major manufacturers really tried it. Mm-hmm. But when, TLR came out with a convertible mid-motor and rear-motor two-wheel drive car, Kyosho did the same. Team Associated decided to do separate platforms in order to get the best performance out of each. And at that point, at least when all of the manufacturers had still come out with one of each car, there was still this thought of like, well, you might have to have both.
Yeah.
There's going to be some point somewhere where the rear motor car is going to be better. And that's completely false. We've seen that now for 2 years. The mid-motor cars are pretty much better on every single condition
Yeah.
on dirt. But when it comes to having a dirt car and having an Astro car, they're not even close.
Yeah.
You know, it's a completely different tranny. In many cases, a completely different transmission. You know, Hot Body, or the HB team, I keep calling them Hot Bodies. They haven't been called that for years. The HB team tried taking their dirt-built D216 and changing a few different items on the car. Proline made a bunch of stuff for Ty's buggy for this week that they don't necessarily want us to show, but we can talk about it.
Yeah, they're there.
They tried changing some things, and they said they ran it at home and thought the car was really, really good on the carpet and turf tracks that they've practiced on. And then they came here and they fought the car all week. So I think that goes to show that whereas you could have one mid-motor car and be pretty darn good on almost any dirt surface, if there are going to be drivers that are racing on turf and dirt, they're going to have two different buggies. There's no way around it.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it's going more and more that way, and it's not gonna be a. I suppose for a club racer, it's not too bad if they're just going to go and race at their local club because they'll know what their local surface is. It's when you want to start going outside your comfort zone, outside of your local, and doing other races, you're going to have to take two cars with you. It's just going to be simple as that. Which is unfortunate, but if you want to race and you want to be competitive, it's like any sport. I mean, to do it at the highest level, you've got to have the most high-performance parts.
Yep. And, I'm sure still at the local level for many places, it's still going to come down to driving. There's not always a stacked 10-car field of A-main drivers at every club track. So, you might be able to get away with not having the perfect setup for everything. But, for the traveling regional drivers and obviously for the big race teams, like they're going to have two cars, or they're going to have to resort to being okay with the fact that they're going to be better on one than the other.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So we're moving into into our top half of races for round number 1 of practice here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Race number 9 is on track. Tatsuki Sakamoto in the 5-car has the fastest lap of an 18.9. We've seen a couple of drivers go 18-second laps. And as we said earlier, or if you've been watching from earlier on in the week, some of the two-wheel drivers, especially Jared Tebow, actually I think only Jared Tebow dropped it down into a 16.9. All the other top drivers, especially in the A-main, doing 17-second laps. So it'll be interesting to see when they hit the track if they can match or go faster, as we have had some slight changes to the track. As we see, working their way through the 5-spice and down through the line, Tatsuki Sakamoto in the 5, the Japanese driver, working his way up over Mount Fuji. Oh, nice little stoppy, couldn't land it, ends up in the wall. Sylvain Galli-Selva from France, out there 18.4. Kai Kikuchi in the 4-car from Japan, drops it down to an 18.3. So that's going to be our fastest race. Drivers getting slowly faster. We've got an 18.4 from Sylvain. Billy Easton out on track with an 18.6.
Billy Easton out there in the third spot, the Serpent off-road engineer, running his SRX4 that he first raced with at the Reedy race back in January. I've had a chance to talk with him about the challenges of designing a car that's going to be good on so many different surfaces, and he said as well it's difficult to there's Billy right here up over Mount Fuji. I mean, it's difficult to pick up or to introduce design traits that are going to make the car adaptable to all different situations. It's just wow, catching the corner dots there, flipping over at the end of the back straightaway. It's because of the demands of racing on both types of tracks, and because of how specialized some cars can be, and it's difficult to have that adjustability in both. So what he said his goal was, especially for this SRX4, was build a car that had great left to right and front to rear balance, and just a lot of adjustment options, and hope that you get it right. So it'll be interesting to see how the Serpent drivers do here this week.
Yeah, definitely a lot of controversy surrounding the Serpent drivers in the two-wheel drive part of this event. Jorn Newman, I'd say one of their top drivers, especially in the 10th scale class, running a very different two-wheel drive platform to what we're used to from the Serpent guys.
We're going to send it down to a commercial before we get into our D regroup.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Okay, so welcome back to us here at 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. We are in Japan at the world famous Yatabe Arena on this purpose-built AstroTurf track inside their facility on what's normally a touring car track. We are out with race number 10, and on track we've got the likes of Travis Ametska from Durango, Ty Tesman from HB, world famous Ben Jemison with an interesting 15.3 outlap.
That's pretty spectacular, actually.
Yeah, something fishy about that one.
Only slightly.
Yeah. Zacarias Villalba from Spain, only Spanish driver here, I believe. Ray Monday from Australia.
Driving on a Thursday.
Oh, yeah. Crowd favourite, Malin Carlsen, out on track, the young 10-year-old from Norway.
Malin had some unfortunate issues in the two-wheel drive portion. Apparently I don't know if they ever actually got it resolved. Something about the steering kept going out.
Okay.
They tried changing a servo. They tried updating the software of the transmitter. Unfortunately, should just be driving along, and all of a sudden the car would stop steering in either direction. And
That's
without
helpful.
that, yeah, that's kind of difficult to go around the track at that point. Unfortunately, Malin does actually prefer two-wheel drive on turf, so the youngster in her first Worlds is simply just looking to have a fun rest of the week here.
That's not fun.
Yeah, tumbling at the end of the back straightaway is typically not enjoyable.
We've actually got Shinadachi out on track, the designer of the new Yokomo machine.
Along with former two-wheel drive Roar National Champion Travis Mezcua in a new Durango
Yeah.
four-wheel drive platform that we'll get a chance to look at later today as well.
Be worth trying to pick. There he is as he comes up behind Malin, working right in front of the rostrum now. Boom, boom. Jumps out shot. Travis is in the one car. I believe working his way round to the straightaway and through the line. He's going to come up over the tabletop.
There
Boom.
he is.
Drops into shot.
In that beautifully painted
Wow.
shot. Whoa, jumping all the way to the corner. That's what
Sends it.
we've been talking about, jumping out into the flat with these four-wheel drive cars. It'd be really quite treacherous if someone lands up on the pot dots on the right side of the lane there.
Forgot you saying it, pot dots.
I'm going to say it just for you, Tony.
You're such a romantic.
Well, that got a little weird. Travis's car looking pretty good through the Japanese 5-Spice as well, the relocated 5-Spice.
Yep.
It's interesting that the four-wheel drive cars seem not to get quite as upset yet, but of course they're not quite driving through them in anger yet.
Wow, Travis, 17.4.
Yep. So now we're getting down into...
The closest to him in this race is Ty Tesman with an 18.0.
Goodness.
Almost a second on hero laps. Faster.
About a half a second.
Yeah, okay.
Tony can't word or math this morning.
Yeah. Or ever. I've come to terms with my slight I'm slightly dyslexic.
Speech impediment?
Yeah. Slightly dyslexic.
Yeah, I believe the word you were looking for is dyslexia. Travis' car tipping up a little bit there at the end of the back straightaway, but able to get it back on four wheels and get it punched for the dining room table. Not quite jumping as far into the corner there at the front as he has been. Here's Ty Tessman in the D413, taking it even more gracefully, jumping down into the front there. Oh, Ty's car not looking good through the 5-Spice.
Yeah, nothing graceful about that one.
Nope, unfortunately, and that's perhaps what has contributed to being about a half second short on Peanut on hot lap there in that heat. So luckily for the Tessman family, they've got like 3.5 hours of practice left to go today each here at the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships presented by Proline and Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC.
Race number 11. Hupo Honegol. Dustin Evans, Hayato from Japan, one of the Yokomo in this one. Keito Kadira, also from Japan. Coming out in this heat number 11. So we should see some hot laps I should expect from this. Fastest we've seen is from Travis Ametskor with the Durango in the last heat. Dropping down to a 17.5. Styling it out from Ryan Mayfield. His white shorts, walking down in front of the rostrum there. Couple of drivers, looks like either they haven't got their personal transponder plugged in or they've given the wrong number to timing. So we'll see if...
Looks like they've got it fixed now.
Yeah, Scory's on it.
I hope that's as funny to everybody else as it is for us.
Corey doing the scoring.
Yep. So his name is Scory.
Simples.
Bruno Coelho, no surprise. Fast already here in four-wheel drive with the first 17 we've seen.
Running the X-ray.
17.994.
It's not quite as fast as Travis's 17.5, but...
Sorry.
So we're moving around with Bruno from Portugal. Hot off his good performance at the EOS, throwing it off the track, left, right and centre. That seemed to be his downfall in two-wheel drive, very fast, unfortunately between crashes. So maybe he can get it a little bit better in four-wheel, keep it on its wheels, struggling at the moment, maybe just with the high speed and the traction. But still has the fastest lap of a 17.9. Yet to see anyone do a 17.5 like we saw from Travis in the last race. Second best in this one, an 18.0 from Mark Reinhardt from Germany. Mark Reinhardt in the 7. We're back on board, looks like with Bruno, as our shot tries to pick up maybe Mark. Mark should be coming into shot. There he is, going right. That looks like Tom Cockrell we're on board with. So we're going to stay on board with Tom Cockrell as he works his way down through the line. Let's see what Tom can do. Last lap 19.9, fastest of an 18.4. We saw Ty Tesman in the last one do an 18.0. 1 minute and 20 left to go in this race number 11. Round number 1 of practice. Again, we've got 4 rounds of open practice here today at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Bruno with the 8 car manages to drop down to a 17.7 now, so getting closer to the fastest lap we've seen, 17.5. Here he is, back on board with a white car. So that's a wrap on race number 11. As we wake up here in Japan for practice. See Dustin Evans doing an interesting waddle towards his marshal point there. Top. A little bit of a video freestyle there, but we're back and we are on track with race number 12. On track, Elliott Boots. Elliott just missing out on the main show here in two-wheel drive, qualifying second and winning the B main. Dakota Fenn with the TLR in 2. Joona Hatanen from Finland in car number 3. Carl McBride in 4. Steve Hartson, current four-wheel drive world champion from 2 years ago in Chico. Patrick Hoffer, the associated driver from, I'm told, Germany, but actually races in Switzerland. He is a multiple Swiss champion. Carsten Wernemont from America, also in this one. And Kota Akimoto in the 8 car. Naomi Tomita in 9. Okay, so race number 12. Yatsuki Segura out front, 17.6. We're still yet to see a faster lap than the 17.5 we saw from Travis and Metzger with the Durango. A couple of heats ago. Kota Akimoto with an 18.4. Patrick Hoffer, 18.7. 17.8 from Naoto Matsukura. Everyone getting a bit distracted there. Car on the back straight. See Tom Cockrell working his way back to his marshal point. So let's try and pick up with the other car. There he is. Naoto Matsukura barrel rolling onto the straight as he comes down through the line with his Kyosho car. Working his way down the inside. Not sure who that was. I think it was Patrick Hoffer. Getting stuck on a pot dot. As that looks like Kota Akimoto going by his teammate. So Naoto not making the main final in two-wheel drive. Very surprising for quite a few people. Japanese driver. Looks like got some serious grip on that car. So he works his way into the 5-spice and up to the gearbox of a couple of drivers. Nicely up over the dining room table. Naoto Matsukura upside down again. So in practice round 1, Naoto still trying to find his feet. Throwing it around the track. And flirting a bit too much with a couple of the pipes. Trying to blend in with the old yellow.
Driving by braille in some sections of the track. Going by touch, not by sight.
Still fastest lap on track is from Yatsuki Segura with a 17.6.
Doesn't look like the track is too much slower than it was in two-wheel drive.
No, we've still not seen anyone go faster than Travis and Metzger with a 17.5 from a couple of heats ago. As we move into our practice heat.
There's European champion Mikhail Orlovsky right there from Poland.
Be interesting to see what he can do with his Schumacher car here this weekend.
No kidding. He's pretty good at two-wheel drive, but he is very, very fast in four-wheel. That's certainly his specialty.
How amazing would that be? Schumacher car, Schumacher tires, taking home a world championship.
Schumacher tires being the handout, but it wouldn't be Schumacher's first world championship, but it would be the first in a very long time. The only other world championship Schumacher's won was actually Masami Hirosaka back in 1987.
Wow.
And this is likely the best chance that they've had at a world championship in quite a long time.
Oh, definitely, for sure. There's no reason why he couldn't do it. Proved only a month ago or so that he has got the ability, winning the European Championship from the likes of Lee Martin and Neil Cragg. One being an ex-world champion, the other one being a regular podium finisher and a main finalist at World Championships. So, lap number 1 on the board, first out of the block. Wow, 18.3 from Ryan Mayfield. So Ryan Mayfield with his TLR car posts the fastest lap on lap 1 that we've seen. Practice round 1, remember? So, got to take everything we see here with a little bit of a pinch of salt. Be interesting to see what our two-wheel drive world champion can do, Spencer Rivkin. 18.8, his fastest so far.
Interesting to see Ryan and Ryan up top of the charts as we pick up here with 3-time four-wheel drive world champion Ryan Cavallari.
Only 3?
Only 3. Only one of 2 drivers ever, along with Hirosaka, to win 3 world championships in the same off-road class. There are a handful of drivers with 2. Matt Francis and Brian Kinwald, both with 2 two-wheel drive titles. Cavallari, of course, coming up a little bit short on his second two-wheel drive title last weekend. They're going for a tumble in the front right corner of the track. Another spot where there's a difficult bump right in the braking zone, so especially difficult in the four-wheel drive class where you're hard on the brakes because you can brake harder. It just means that you have to time it a little bit differently. Tipping up on 2 wheels there again, so that's definitely going to be a section of the track where Cavallari is going to have to work on it.
We've got 4 drivers in this one posting 17-second lap times. Martin Bayer is the fastest of them with a 17.6. Not the fastest lap we've seen so far.
Interesting. Yeah.
17.8 from Cavallari, 17.9 from Mayfield, and a 17.9 from Lee Martin. Lee Martin very unhappy with his two-wheel drive. Still making the main. I mean, I'm sure there's 120 drivers here that would have been happy with that.
Very envious of the position Lee was in.
Yeah.
To just be in the show, let alone disappointed that he didn't make the podium.
But yeah, with his hopes and his ability, he was expecting a little bit more.
Well, you have to imagine Lee probably felt that the other day was perhaps his best shot yet for a world championship after coming up so close back in 2013. And unfortunately not having the best runs here at Yatabe. Following along here with Mayfield. The 17.830, his fastest lap last time by. Closing within 2/10 of Martin Bayer for hero lap. Strange to see just actually now a 5th driver, Jared Tebow, jumping into the 17s with his personal best. As here's Martin Bayer, the X-Ray driver from the Czech Republic.
Crag down in 9th with a 17.8.
Yep, so 6 drivers here in this heat with 17s, but no one yet going faster than Travis Mezcua and the brand new prototype Team Durango buggy.
Yeah, the fastest over 3 laps going into this last race is Bruno with the X-Ray from Portugal. And he, as we said, is very fast, but unfortunately in two-wheel drive he was very fast between crashes. So in four-wheel drive he's managed to string 3 laps together, because at the moment in practice round 1 he's going to be the quickest guy over 3 laps. Not that it means much, but he's going to get his name on a couple of media sites probably.
Yeah, quite a surprise there. I'm sure boss man Uriah Hoodie, with just a handful of drivers here this week, going to be rather excited with the result here of free practice number 1.
Yeah, his car's going 1 and 3, I believe.
Yeah. Wow. Very interesting. You're watching the 2015 Electric Off-Road World Championships here from the Yatabe Arena in Tsukuba, Japan. Our sponsors this week, Proline and Team Associated, bring our coverage to you live for free, along with Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC. We don't yet have an official timetable from race control here in terms of how long the break will be from practice round number 1 to practice round number 2. So our bashful Brit, Tony Truman, on his way downstairs to try to find more information on how long until we begin with race number 1 again. Here's a nice overhead shot of the pit area here at Yatabe Arena. What is typically the drift track covered in pit tables. So just now got an official timetable. We will start practice round number 2 in 10 minutes. The second round of free practice of four-wheel drive for the IFMAR 2015 Electric Off-Road World Championships live from Yatabe Arena. The pit area not looking nearly as busy as it will during racing action. The driver's still rather relaxed.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
All expert servos feature brushless motors and advanced firmware for better power, speed, and control.
Maximum performance, maximum reliability.
Expert RC servos are the choice of champions. We use expert RC servos.
Okay, so welcome back to the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. We're on board with our Phantom Racing pit cam. And we are getting underway very, very shortly. Just going to be a couple of minutes until the start of free practice round 2. We move down trackside to our Phantom Racing track cam, just in front of our timing platform. Aaron giving me stick for calling it a timing tower earlier on in the week. Fastest man over 3 laps in round number 1 of free practice was Bruno Coelho from X-Ray. Not turning the fastest lap though. Fastest lap of the round went to Durango's Travis Amuetsqua as round 2 gets underway. Fully expecting Matsusugo Ido to be the fastest guy in this one. Opens up with a 19.5. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it here for the two-wheel drive part of this event due to his mother not being very well. We're about 1 minute and 30 into practice round 2. And car number 7 is fastest man on track. Should be the black, there he is. You can tell the difference in speed compared to the rest of the drivers on track. Oh, having a bit of trouble. It's going to be a frustrating morning, I think, for this young gentleman from Japan. A lot faster than the rest of the heat. Here he comes down through into the double single. Fastest lap from him, even with his traffic issues and being upside down issues. An 18.2. Going up over Mount... Oh, big wheelie coming down Mount Fuji. Obviously coming over and getting on the gas a bit too early. Again, as he has to work his way through back markers. Into the left-hand corner. Safely through the 5-spice. It seems to be that the 5-spice not causing as much of an issue as it was in two-wheel drive. And it seems to be the most effective is the last of the 5 fingers. So as they work their way through, it's when they try and get on the gas a bit too early, still turning and rolling over. Matsusugu last time by 17.9, so one of only probably top 10 drivers only getting down into those 17-second laps. Take that back, it was 8 drivers in round number 1 of practice making it down into the 17s. So Matsusugu out on track with the Yokomo car. For the 17.9, closest other driver in this one is Alexandre Pravat from France with a 19.7. Everyone else with a 20 or slower. 4 rounds of practice today. Free practice with 2 control practice rounds shortly after. And what will be taken from those 2 control practice rounds will be the 3 fastest consecutive laps from your 5-minute time on track. You can see Ryan Mayfield making his way out on track to marshal a car. Our fast guys have been out. (17.6) now. Oh, again. So that rounds out our first race of free practice, round 2. Fastest lap we saw was 17.5 from Travis Ametsqua, Durango, in round number 4. Round number 4. Free practice, round 1. We're on day number 4 at the World Championships. Officially day 5, or unofficially day 5, but there is a day off in between where we have registration for 4-wheel drive. That was yesterday. Nothing happened on track apart from some slight modifications from 2-wheel drive to 4-wheel drive. They've changed the layout slightly. If you missed all the action from 2-wheel drive, you can go over to Live RC's YouTube page and re-watch some of that. Well worth watching definitely watching the action from A1, 2 and 3. Some very exciting stuff went on there. We've got race number 2 on track. We're going to try and get our Live RC track walkabout. Get you down trackside and show you what the change is and what's new about this track for 4-wheel drive here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Running the temp scale cars here this week. And we are in with 4-wheel drive for the next 3 days. Today is just practice. Tomorrow will be a control practice in the morning, followed by 4 rounds of official qualifying. Saturday will be our last round of qualifying. We have free practice in the morning, and we move into finals in the afternoon. We will know by 4 o'clock on 4-wheel drive Saturday whether we will have a new world champion or whether Steve Hartson can do exactly what he did in Chico 2 years ago and take a second consecutive world championship. Tsuyushi from Japan in this one, leading them round in the 2. Fastest man on track, 19.2. Susumi Tamura in the 8 car, 19.2. Local time is 10 past 10. As we move through the heats, our A, B and C practice round 2 will be on in just under an hour. So 50 minutes. Stay tuned. Marshall struggling to get the car back on its wheels and nicely taking a car to the boot as it came round. So we're on board with the yellow and orange machine of Tsuyushi. I'm really going to get these names locked in for four-wheel drive. Struggled with the pronunciations of some of them in two-wheel. And that's a wrap for race number 2. Round number 2 of free practice. I see Dave Church from the UK working his way down off the rostrum, or the driver's stand, as it's more commonly known in the United States. Cars are placed down in the waiting area, just in front of the driver's stand and to the left of the timing platform here at the world famous Yatabe Arena. Today is Thursday and we are off and away with race number 3, round number 2 of free practice. Jingming Chow gonna lead us out. Rene Lavezzo in the 2 car. Alexander Bequia from France, he's going to be in car 3. Shiina Kimura opening up an 18.5 from race number 3. That's a quick lap. Scott Yang. Gatsuki Kato in the 6. Yutaka Furuyama from Japan in the 7. Ping Hong Su in the 8. Ashley Peeler in the 9. And Motoyoshi Siki in the 10. Round number 1. Fastest 3 consecutive laps with our X-ray driver from Portugal, Bruno Coelho. Second was Yutsuki Seguera. Yutsuki was our unfortunate B pole position qualifier in the 2-wheel drive. So he's going to be looking to stick his Japanese self into the main. Our coverage this week here in Japan from the world famous Yatabe Arena is brought to you by Proline Racing, team associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC, and we have this crystal clear HD broadcast for you thanks to the guys at Motive RC. There is definitely lots of traction rolling going on track. These fast and furious four-wheel drive cars. Laying down some hot laps. 18.4 from Shinya Kimura out on track. 18.4, 18.7. Had a 24.1. So it could have been a very, very fast time in round number 1 from the Japanese driver in the 4 car. So we're on board, I believe, with the white, pink and blue machine. White wheels, pink wing. Shinya Kimura. Last time by a 20.6. Has done 3 consecutive 18-second laps. His 3 consecutive laps would have been fast enough to go 6th in round number 1 of open practice. These first 4 rounds don't actually count for anything. They are literally just open practice. It's the last 2 here today of 6 practice rounds that count towards their seeding for heats for qualifying. Oh, stuck in a fence. Look at that. Flapping his wheels. Marshall, I don't know if the Marshall's seen him. Trying to work his way down. Dave Church stuck on the wrong side of the fence. That was an interesting one. So, our fast guy, Shinya, out of the fence and onto the track. So that concludes race number 3. Of practice. 16th race so far of practice, with quite a few left to go. The drivers up on the podium. Nice little air conditioning units behind the drivers on the podium here at the Yatabe Arena. You can see the pits in the background through the windows. The pitting area and the track area divided. So 5-minute timer has started. Our drivers off and away. To start their practice round 2. Wow, Marshall number 5 with a lot to do on lap 1. Up over the dining room table in the middle of the park. I'm still undecided whether I prefer the 2-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive track. The 2-wheel drive layout was good. just the only thing that maybe I would have changed was the Japanese 5-spice. I think a smart idea would have been if they could have laid the rubber strips underneath the Astro, or at least laid some wood over the top, making it sort of like a wooden rumble strip of some sort. I think the biggest issue was that there was no upslope to them. They were very almost flat and vertical. But yeah, not too much of an issue by the looks of it here in four-wheel drive. Haven't seen too many drivers to see what their feedback is, but I get the impression that they're not as negative about them as they were in two-wheel. We're still trying to work on getting you that detailed track walk with Aaron from Live RC. Aaron Waldron went out with our cameraman and did a detailed track walk of this new slightly adjusted four-wheel drive layout here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Whoa, car going big off Mount Fuji. Don't know if that's going to be the best of lines, but it was pretty spectacular how high he got. Might see a couple of frustrated drivers doing that maybe later on in the week.
Jensen, can you get a replay of it? Alright, maybe that was a bad idea.
Fastest man on track in the 2 car. We've got on board now through the double single, through the roller into the left hand side, Gesundheit. Hide mine Uno, the car that was trying to glide his way down off Mount Fuji earlier. Shi Chi Chow in the 5 car, 19.4. Hot lap from him. Whoa, 2 wheels. Getting also oh so nervous coming through that S section. Going up over Mount Fuji, down into the right hand side in front of the timing podium. Oh, traction flip. Don't think that's going to be an uncommon sight. And that catch wrench between the double single and the straight doing some work. So that was a smart idea, putting that one in. And it's already been used to good effect. Yutaka Takizawa is the fastest man over 1 lap with a 19.2. 59.2 for our leader Shi Chi Chow. On top 3 laps. Oh. Nice skip from the marshal there, trying to get out of the way of the car. So that's a wrap on race number 4 here at Yatabe Arena in free practice round 2. DD Sun going to lead us out in this one. Mikko Helistola from Finland in the 2. Suki Kobayashi from Japan in the 3. Tadashi Hattori in the 4. Kiyotaka Ichikawa in the 5. Kuzu Yokokawa in the 6, then Ruddick in the 7, Michael Bolger in the 8, Shi Chang-su in the 9. And Mashiro Otsuka in the 10. They're your 10-car drivers for this one. Trisha Takanawa. Get her out doing some reporting for you. Fastest lap out the box. Tadashi Hattori in the 4 with a 19.0. Wow, Daidy-san 37.4. Yikes. Struggling to get round on lap number 1. Itsuki Kobayashi, 18.8 hot lap now. The Japanese driver, fastest man on track. Brop, bonk. Wah, wah, wah. Stacking it in the pipe. Comes through 24.3. That's just no good. Going up and over Mount Fuji, getting a little bit of air. Oh, rolling over again. Cheeky traction roll. Into the left-hand corner, safely through the 5 Spice. Sporty Spice, Scary Spice, Baby Spice. What's the other one?
Scary, sporty, baby, ginger.
Was there 4 or was there 5?
There are 5.
There's definitely 5. Scary, Sporty, Baby, Ginger. Oh wow.
Dopey, bashful, sleepy, sneezy.
Happy, sad.
Not emotions. I was at least going off the 7 dwarves.
Sorry, I've been watching In and Out. Is it In and Out? The new film? With the emotions in the girl's head?
Oh.
Inside Out.
Inside Out, I think.
That's a good film. Have you seen it?
I watched it because someone in front of me on an airplane had it playing, and I
Okay.
just read along with the subtitles.
Yeah, that old chestnut.
Yeah.
Just admit it.
What?
Just admit it. You watched it and you loved
Posh.
it.
Ah.
Posh. How do we forget Posh?
Right?
Oh my god. She
Probably-
lives in your country. In fact, don't they all live in your country?
I think they probably all live in the U.S. now. And apparently I need to brush up on my 90s pop culture.
No. One minute left to go in race number 5. Free practice round number 2 here at the 2015 Off-Road IFMAR World Championships. 4-wheel drive is what we're playing with this week, or the second part of this week. Big thank you to our sponsors, Proline Racing, for all your accessories, tires, bodies, clothing. Sexy new fuel gun, as used by Ty Tesman to win his World Championships. I say Ty, maybe Mum and Dad, more than Ty. Team Associated, your 2-wheel drive World Champions. We've got Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC, and the beautiful HD quality coverage here this week is thanks to the guys at Motive RC. Next up is race number 6. Uri Hoodie, Mr. X-Ray, out on track. Interestingly, Yuri obviously following all his drivers to all of the events, but one of the engineers slash owners slash managers, I guess, that races at pretty much every race he comes to, never just sits back and helps out, always gets involved with the on-track action. Whoa, we got a car upside down. Bonk. That was ready for a Aaron Waldron special donkey noise, I think, sound effects. Yep, big time donkey kick. Cue sound effects. Got my soundboard here this weekend. Or week. I keep saying that. Not used to covering week events, normally just do weekends.
Right? Announcing finals on a Tuesday?
Announcing finals on a Tuesday. So I really need to stop singing.
Yeah, really.
All week. I pick a song, I don't know, it's like one song or 2 songs a day, and they're just stuck in my head on repeat.
And then, but you only sing like
Like
a line
3
or
words,
2?
yeah.
Right. Which then means that line gets stuck in my head.
And everybody else's head. And everybody else starts whistling and can't work out why they're whistling it.
No, we know exactly why, and we're all staring at you with anger.
Oh, anger. That's what that look was.
You don't exactly pick the best tunes to hum throughout the day.
Hey. Don't be mean. Hater.
Can't be any worse than the playlist at the Hard Rock Cafe last night.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was,
We had Japanese pop on at one point. Or maybe Japanese techno, one or the other.
oh, it frankly wasn't quite as bad as some of the other stuff they played.
What I found quite funny was you were most upset by Oasis.
Absolutely, I was most upset by Oasis. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
So, fastest man on track is Mr. X-Ray, Yuri Hoodie. He's got his name all over his tools and his bags and his parts, and probably some of yours as well. And he is turning hot laps out there, an 18.7.
What?
Okay, and we're going to go to a quick commercial break, so stay with us. We'll be right back.
False alarm. No commercial break yet.
Premature commercial break.
Premature commercialization.
Yeah. Oh, just in shot. Car jumped into one of the track markings and saw off the front right. The wheel shot part. The car stopped and the wheel just kept going.
Return to kit form. Got our producer over there fiddling away with the switchboard to potentially get us a Team Tekin instant replay.
Giggity giggity.
Joined in the live RC booth by Quagmire, apparently. Here we go with our Team Tekin Racing instant replay. Team Tekin Practice instant replay. Little
Boing.
offline. Oh, into the corner dot. And yeah,
three wheels on my wagon.
The best part of that was that he considered turning right there.
Keep going, keep going.
Wait a minute. This isn't the tricycle world.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I can make this double. Oh, wait.
But I've already had 2 good laps.
This is my third.
That was interesting. That was like front arm and both ball cups popped off all in one smooth shot.
Hmm.
Must have caught one of the hooks on the pipe, perhaps.
Oh, for sure. Ba-doink, ba-doink, ba-doink. So we're done with race number 6. That wasn't a question, I'm telling. Race number 6. And we're off and away very shortly with race number 7, free practice round 2. And we're just about ready for a commercial, so again, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
And we're back with your Phantom Racing track cam. Brought to you just in front of the timing platform. As we move back to on-track action here for round number 2 of free practice at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships, 4-wheel drive. It's the Devil. We definitely need we need a sound effects for a traction roll. Yeah, we definitely need a sound effects board. That would be that could be especially for practice. That could add some entertainment. Okay. So I've spoken to my team, and we've got a soundboard in the in the shape and form of Aaron from Live RC, and he's going to be your performer for the rest of the week. Yeah. So next time we see a traction flip, I'm going to cue Aaron. Oh, traction flip!
Yeah.
Oh, traction flip! Oh wow, this could get repetitive.
Yeah.
This could get old very quickly. Wow. We just heard that noise played back in our headphones, and it was the scariest thing I've heard in my life.
My favorite part of that, Tony, was that I introduced that as being like a sound effect from Looney Tunes, and then you shut your microphone off and tell me I sound like a dying sheep.
Ah, interesting. Very interesting. Back to on-track action quickly, before something else is, or some other sound effects is thought of. No more dying sheep. No sheep were harmed in the making of this soundboard. Ah, had to take it. We've broken Aaron. So, we're having way too much fun for a practice day. Back to the serious stuff. On track, race number 7, free practice round 2. And Kevin Sayson from France leads us round. He's got the best 3 fastest consecutive laps. Not the fastest lap, that goes to PR Racing's Mike Walker with an 18.4. This one's almost done, so we're past halfway in free practice round 2. Next up will be race 8 of 13. See our drivers making their way onto the driver's stand as we come down to our Phantom Racing track cam. Oh, cheeky calf. We've got legs. Yummy. Excuse me. Excuse me, please. Okay, as we pan back through to our second angle, you can see the view of the driver's stand there from the opposite side of the track. So marshals making their way out. And we're going to get this one underway very, very shortly. Bartek Zabransky from Poland. He's in the one car. HB Racing's David Ronnefolk is in this one. Fabian Widmer, Oliver de Montfort. Guanshan Chen in the 5. Ju Wong Kyo in the 6. Frederick Hofgaard, Brett Birch, Frederick Payne and Kev Lee. Going to be your 10 drivers for practice race 8 in free practice round 2. So David Ronnefolk, known for his 1/8 European Championship wins. Oh wow, so someone tumbling off of Mount Fuji and actually ripping up a chunk of the AstroTurf. Maybe a shock tower or something. Wow. That's an interesting one. I don't know how they're going to repair, or if they're going to repair. They'll probably chuck a wood screw in it. That seems to be the answer to track repairs here this week. Chuck a wood screw at it. You'll quite often see some of the Yatabe Arena crew pop out on track with their Makitas, drilling the track back together. As we're on board with HB's David Ronnefolk, looking to up for his very disappointing two-wheel drive efforts. So David Ronnefolk almost down into those 17-second laps, posting an 18 flat as he works his way around the end of the straight. A little bit wide, maybe just playing it. Whoa! Sending it off the dining room table. coming up big off Mount Fuji as well. So getting a little bit keen on this lap. As he comes into the left-hand side, he's going to go over the 5 Spice. Posh Spice. Remember, don't forget Posh Spice. Coming up short on the dining room table again. A little bit too much air up over Mount Fuji as he comes down in front of the driver's stand into the left-hand corner, over the 5 Spice again, through the S. And across the line, 22.8, followed by okay, so we've been telling you Porky Pies. There's two cars that look like David Ronnefalk out on track. So he comes down through the line now. We're on board with, that was his fastest lap, 17.8. Working his way up to traffic. So there was a couple of things going on there that was a little bit uncharacteristic of David. And it turned out we were on board with a car that almost looked exactly the same. And we are definitely now on board with David Ronnefalk working his way in front of the driver's stand, up over the double, through the double single, going 180 into the left-hand corner, and through the S section, down through the line. 18.3, still fastest lap over 17.8, just 2 laps to go. As he comes down through the line. No one jumping right to the corner. The only driver we've seen really do that, it was Travis Metzger. Had a fast lap of 17.5. I believe that's the fastest lap we've seen. As he goes up over the Mount Fuji.
The track camera down here to the turn with the bumps in it. Or is that a super pain in the ass?
I got power. I don't know what I can find. I mean, I have power. I got.
So, talking of Travis Metzger, you sit and he shall appear. On the middle of your shot, you can see Peanut on the end of the rostrum.
Lovely.
Not out in this one, but he will. He's going to be up on there to watch.
Let me type something. We'll go down and look at it, maybe. See if I'll go down there with you and look.
World famous Josh Payne out on track. It's showtime. The blue machine working his way around, second on track. Here we go. As he comes in through the left-hand side. Up. Getting up on 2 wheels. And throwing it off the end of the straight. Bonk. Coming up short on the dining room table. And down in front of the driver's stand. Through the short chute. Let's see what this lap is as he comes down through the line. Josh Payne from Australia, 21.1. Went out with the Australian guys the other night. We ended up in a little bar where Josh got behind the bar and started playing bartender. In most places you'd go, you'd get a swift kick up the backside and told to get out from behind the bar, but they were quite friendly and allowed him to do it and help out. They actually taught him how to pull a pint because the first one he did had the biggest froth on top I've ever seen. So as he comes down through the line, an 18.7. So he's got an 18.7, an 18.6. So if this is a good one from Josh, this could be his best 3. And he comes down through the line. 18.4. So he gets 3 18s on the board. 18.6, 18.7, 18.4. So not too... Oh, and then throws it. off the short chute in front of the driver's stand. Kai Kikuchi, fastest man on track, 17.9, 3 laps of an 18.2, an 18.4 and a 17.9. We've got the young 10-year-old lady out on track from Japan, Nana Kiao. Fastest lap from her, 19.7. Ouch, 36.5 second lap before. Billy Easton from Serpent, he's out on track, 17.9. Kai Kikuchi with a 17.9, so 2 drivers in this one going 17 second laps. Josh Payne with an 18.4. So he's got an 18.6, 18.7, 18.4. So his fast lap is in his counting 3. So that's a good run for Josh. Again, these free practice rounds don't actually mean anything. They are just for the drivers to get used to the track, get their cars set up. The only ones that really matter here today are the 2 at the end of the day. We've got 6 rounds of practice. The 4 are just free practice. The last 2 will be control practice. And that will determine where they will be seeded for the last round of practice and qualifying tomorrow. What will be taken will be their 3 fastest laps. 3 consecutive fastest laps. Count towards their seeding. You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. We're driving 4-wheel drive for the next 3 days here at the world famous Yatabe Arena in Japan. And we've got Kai Kikuchi with a 17.9, Billy Easton 17.9. Josh Payne, 18.1. So 8, Josh Payne up in his game, dropping down to an 18.1. Sylvain from France, he's got a 18.6. Andrew Smolnick, one of PR Racing guys here from America, running an 18.9. And we've got Peter Foster, Carl Moon, Nathan Rawls, those 2 from the UK. Followed by Dasuki Sakamoto and Nana Kio, the young Japanese lady. Whoa! That was close. Car diving under the foot of a marshal or a mechanic making their way off the track. Okay, so we're going to go to a Phantom Track Cam Tekken Instant Replay. Wow. Very impressive dodge. And we're going to go to a quick commercial before we have a couple of our fast guys out on track. Okay, so you're back here trackside with us at Live RC. Free practice round 2, race number 10. Driver who produced the fastest lap in free practice round 1, Travis Ametskua, 17.5 for the Durango driver, is out on track. And he opens up his free practice 2 campaign with an 18-3. Travis launch. Wow. Richard Lowe sending it into the wood on the in front of the driver's stand. So we're waiting for drivers to come through to post 3 on the board. Fastest man so far is Ty Tesman, 17.9, the young Canadian. Ty Tesman with a 17.9 and a 17.8. Unfortunately, he's got a 19.6 in between. 18.0 from Travis, so Travis almost dropping back down into those 17 seconds. Fastest man over 1 single lap in free practice round 1 was Travis. We're on board with him, working his way through a bit of traffic. That new Durango car. Looks like he's working his way up to the gearbox of someone. Oh, good save. Travis getting all sorts of out of shape. Yuria Kajiwawa is the car just up front. As Travis comes down through the double single into the left hand side. Diving down the inside as he goes through the 5-spice of another car. 17.79 from Travis now, so drops it down into the 17s. He's doing 3 consecutive laps of 53.6. Again, at the moment, this doesn't really count for anything. This is just what will count in the last 2 rounds. I think it's all about just car setup at the moment. I'm sure drivers always want to be the top of the timing sheets. Doesn't matter what they're doing. They're all racers. They're all here to show what they can do. And wow, 17.4 from Travis. So Travis, again, fastest lap of the round so far. As he comes into the left-hand side. That Durango car looking very good. Backs it up, an 18.3 in a little bit of traffic. So Peanut from America coming down in front of the driver's stand. Throwing down some hot laps out there at the moment. Oh, 2 wheels. 17.7. So coming up on young Malin Carlson there. As he goes through the 180, over the roller. Clipping that corner almost every time as he comes through the S section, 18.3. His 3 consecutive laps are good enough for 4th in our time table. (18.2). Consistent low 18s from Travis. In and out of the 17-second laps. He's got a 17.4, an 18.3 and a 17.7 to count. 17.8 last time through. Travis goes up over Mount Fuji. Down in front of the timing. Sorry, in front of the driver's stand. Getting my podiums mixed up. 17.6. Travis's Durango car looking very good here in practice. So, new fastest lap. 17.4 from Travis and Metzgerth with the Durango car. Okay, so we're off and away with practice heat number 11, round number 2 of our 4 free practice here today. 2 control practice runs at the end with 3 consecutive fastest laps to count. And wow, Bruno, just sorting out our timing here in the booth. That's it. Just sorting out the timing, and Bruno, if we can pick up on board with the 8 car, this guy is absolutely flying. Opens up 3 laps, 17.6, 17.3, 17.5, 17.7. So the X-Ray driver from Portugal Bruno Coelho. I apologise. Bruno Coelho. Consistent 17-second laps. He's done the fastest lap of the race so far. Oh, sorry, of the event so far with the 4-wheel drive class. 17.39 going up over Mount Fuji. Going to come down in front of the driver's stand. He goes through the 5-spice and down through the line. 17.35, another fastest lap of the event so far. Wow, Bruno is throwing it down in free practice 2. Showing some serious pace. The white X-ray machine going round the end of the straight. Another 17.5. This guy is averaging faster than most people's fastest lap. Last time through, another 17.7. So 1 minute and 30 left to go. We're still on board with Bruno turning hot lap after hot lap.
Coelho is killing it.
Big time.
Be interesting to see if he can keep this going into today's seating practice as well as qualifying. But, man, if there was ever an early favorite after a round and 3/4 of practice, my goodness. Coelho, oh, my gosh. Driving right into the side of a tipsy Dustin Evans. Tippy, I guess, would be the better adjective there. But Coelho's car just looking like it's on a different track than everybody else.
Yeah, Dustin not even in shot anymore. Gone.
Just left him for dead. And my goodness, his average lap is a 17.8. Only one driver in this heat has gone faster than that for a single lap. And that was a former world champion, Hayato Matsuzaki.
Yeah, and that's a 17.7.
Right.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible.
We saw fastest lap in round 1 was a 17.5 from Travis. Travis just came out on track and did a 17.4, but couldn't consistently do 17s. I mean, he was doing 1 or 2, and then regular low 18s, but no one has shown the sort of pace we're seeing from Bruno at the moment.
My goodness.
This is ridiculous.
What an amazing story this will be if we go into qualifying with Bruno Coelho and Travis Amezcua being the 2 fastest drivers.
That would be amazing. That would just blow everything that we were considering or talking about.
Did we name either of those drivers in our
Nope.
opening? Nope.
Nope.
Were they even on your radar?
Nope.
Nope. Not even close. We're going to take it to a commercial break and get back with the next heat, the B heat of practice. Picking up here with our B heat of the second round of open untimed practice. Does anyone have anything for Bruno Coelho? His current seed time is nearly a full second faster than the second fastest. That was Yusuke Segura here in this heat. The top Japanese driver in two-wheel drive, 11th. So we'll see if Segura or anyone else can improve. But my goodness. The top 10 right now is a complete mess. So the top 10 right now, as we come up on the close here of two-wheel drive, has Coelho, who was not in the A or B. We have Segura, who was not in the A in two-wheel. Bayer, who was not in the A in two-wheel. Oh, I'm sorry, Bayer was in the A in two-wheel. Amezco was not. Ito wasn't even here. Camiro was not. Mayfield and Tebow, Cavalieri, Numedal. So the last four drivers, 7th through 10th, were in the A. But what is going on here so far in four-wheel? It'll be, we got to give the A heat another shot.
Well, coming out swinging in the B heat is Naoto Matsukura with a 17.6, but looking at the rest of his laps, he's posted a 21, which is a crash lap, and then he did a 17.6, but then it's backed up with an 18.9, 20.0, 18.2, just nowhere near the sort of consistent hot laps that Bruno was throwing at the track in the last one. We're on board with Naoto and Elliott Boots, two Kyosho men. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Goodness, that was violent. Naoto, you know that you can let off when the car's tumbling, right?
You're kidding, right?
Oh, that's a
Maximum.
Maximum tumble, as we saw McBride there. Or Boots, I'm sorry, crash at the end of the back straightaway as well.
These Kyoshos that we were talking about seem to be generating quite a bit of grip.
Which I think seems to be kind of a bad thing right now.
Yeah, whoa. Naoto again in front of the driver's stand. Where it looks like.
Got a Team Tegan Racing instant replay with Matsukura here on the front straightaway. All out of sorts already. Punch it, tumble. The best part of that was that it wasn't so much tumbling as it was flat spinning. Like spinning completely not on the axis that you would imagine it would, considering it's got four, basically flywheels on each corner, keeping the car going straight.
Yeah.
As we saw Matsukura there with another mistake coming onto the back straightaway, coming up on the...
Just in front of him, we've got Yasuki.
Segura.
Yeah. With the orange wheels. Not a fan of the orange wheels, I must say.
No.
No.
Oh, Segura's car with a violent traction roll. Ay.
See ya. Dying sheep about. Yeah.
These cars just have no slide.
Oh no, there's no room. No room for that here.
Thought perhaps after 3 days of two-wheel that the turf would start breaking in a little bit and be slightly more forgiving. Oh no. These guys are going to have to trim pins off completely, I think, to get the cars to slide at all. It's just...
But then you do that, you've got no four-wheel drive.
Right. Yeah. So, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
You got it.
Segura having a pretty stellar run. Is now within 0.4 of a second of Coelho.
Still struggling to do those consistent 17s. He has, he can get like maybe a 3 or 4 of them, and then it's just a lot of like a 19. And then he'll do a couple more 17s, a 19. So struggling to keep the consistency that we've just seen from Bruno. I mean, what we've got to remember is this is second time they've been on the track, and
Sure.
It's just Bruno has obviously got himself dialed into the track a lot quicker than a couple of other drivers. maybe. So that rounds out our B heat from B drivers from two-wheel drive here in four-wheel drive. You can see Naoto making his way off of the driver stand. Funny story about Naoto. We were out the other day. We were trying to get into a bar, and unfortunately they wouldn't let us in because they weren't accepting the fact that a lot of us didn't speak Japanese. They're obviously a local bar. They didn't want us in. And Naoto stood there talking to the guy in English, obviously totally forgot he's Japanese and could speak to the guy in Japanese. So Ben Jemison pipes up and shouts at Naoto, speak to the guy in Japanese. To which Naoto then realized, light bulb, I can speak in Japanese.
And the best part of that, and guys, everyone watching at home, like, yeah, Tony kind of glossed over a couple of details, but Naoto's English, while, I mean, pretty good. Like, for, his second language, and, I speak bad English and worse English.
Yeah.
So I don't really have a whole lot of room to talk, but, like, Naoto's English is not really communicative.
Maximum.
Yeah, not maximum, for sure. So for him to be speaking to a fellow Japanese person in Japan in English doesn't really make much sense.
No. He was having a moment. So on track we've got our two-wheel drive A main drivers circling with their four-wheel drive cars here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. And only one driver opening up with the 17.
Someone losing the front wheel.
Looks like the Cragmobile.
Yep.
Don't.
Yep, and his father and mechanic Mick there didn't seem in too much of a hurry to go grab another wheel nut, so I'm guessing it wasn't just...
it was critical.
Yeah.
Fastest man on track, Cody Numenal. 17.6. Fastest lap, backs it up with an 18.2.
The Cinderella story of sorts from two-wheel drive, making it in the final round by the skin of his fingernails.
Oh, I could see Cody as a Cinderella or Snow White, maybe.
Are you commenting on his lack of pigment?
No, he's a queen.
He does have a bit of a doll face. Oh, rolling it over, slow turtle.
Showing us his backside.
A roll and a half, heading into the Japanese Five Spice. See Numedal's car, like many, just really tippy, especially on corner exit as he's trying to get on the throttle. The B44.3, one of many four-wheel drive platforms that can be fitted with a center differential, which is not optimal for turf racing. It does help slow down the extreme front-to-rear weight transfer of a four-wheel drive car, but you just lose too much drive here on turf. So the Team Associated car has been fitted with a slipper center assembly, and of course gear differentials front and rear. That's a given on such a high bite track.
It's a gibbon.
Or an orangutan, if you would prefer. It's actually Lee Martin out front right now with Ryan Mayfield in the second spot, dropping Numedal to third. Martin, however, only sixth quick by seat time. So again, the drivers here in the A heat struggling a bit just in terms of overall speed.
Listen to this. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th is current two-wheel drive world champion Spencer Rivkin. Then we've got Ryan Cavalieri, Jared Tebow, and Neil Cragg.
Yeah, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th in this heat.
Yeah.
Where does this come from ever?
Lee's starting to get a little bit more consistent, working his way fast enough to go third with his 3 consecutive laps.
Still trailing Coelho and Segura.
We're on board with the Yokomo car of Lee Martin.
The brand new YZ4 platform making its big race debut. Actually, no, I take it back. They ran an EOS race, and I believe somewhere else. But really being put to the test here at the World Championships. Certainly here at Yokomo's home track of Yatabe Arena.
Looks like that Orlowski, Lee Martin hitting with a Mario Kart red shell. Get him out of the way. Wee, 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 wee.
Get the Lakido to put him back on the track. Tebow now starting to show some pace. Had a 17.468 a couple of laps ago. His seat time improving to 4th fastest overall.
Pushing Bayer down to 5th. Interestingly, looking at 5-minute pace, Bayer was actually on a 17, as was Tebow. Everybody else looking at 16s. So I don't think we can look too deep into the 3 consecutive fastest laps. But interestingly enough, out of nowhere, Bruno is going to be surprisingly a lot faster than anyone else.
Yeah, it's still pretty amazing here after 2 full rounds of practice. I mean, quick from the first lap out of the gate. And no one's close right now.
No, I mean, fastest lap from Martin and Tebow, and that one was a 17.4 from both of those guys. 17.3 from Bruno, but he could consistently lap in those sort of laps as we move to a Phantom Racing pit cam. And we're going to show you Aaron's detailed track walk from this morning. So stay tuned. We're going to come up with that now.
Down the track here for our Phantom Racing track map with defending 4-wheel drive world champion Stephen Hartson. This track's quite a little bit different than what we saw in 2-wheel drive. Do you think it's going to provide a similar challenge?
Yeah, I mean, I think they changed around a few things. It's going to be difficult for sure since we're going to be going faster with 4-wheel drive. So we'll just have to wait and see.
The back straightaway we saw is a little bit longer than the warm-up, so now that you're going to be driving faster in the end of the straightaway down here, and in 4-wheel drive you can get on the brakes a little bit harder to set up for this decreasing radius right-hand corner.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be going super fast down straightaway. You're going to see a lot more flipping, I think, into this first corner, and then into this next single on the tabletop.
And you're going to hop over that single, and then the 2-wheel drive cars were already able to jump over this tabletop, which does have a blind takeoff from the driver stand perspective, so a little bit hard to get lined up, and then a lot of passing opportunities here, hard on the brakes into this tight left-hand 180.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of, a few takeouts here in this corner after the tabletop. It's really hard to see before the tabletop, so you're kind of just going for it. So that's going to be tough, even more tough in 4-wheel drive.
And then this next section is actually the first of the spots that they've changed on the track after this tight 180, whereas before it was a straight shot to a step-down jump. Now there's a small roller into what we were calling Mount Fuji. They've moved that over here to this section. And imagine the 4-wheel drive cars are going to be jumping into the face of it, trying to scrub speed, and then it's hard back on the gas once again.
Yeah, it looks like they changed this section. It's not going to be too difficult, I don't think. You're just going to have to slow down a lot and, roll Mount Fuji.
And then down over there is the single right before a 180, so it's important to make sure that you get the car settled after that jump. You're not too hard on the brakes and nose over the top. And then this section's actually the same, an opening 180 coming across the announcer's platform into the step-down jump. But now that Mount Fuji's gone, you're really going to be able to flat land down here and carry a lot of speed. Imagine we're going to see a lot of cars over-jumping into this, getting unsettled and rolling it over.
Yeah, I mean, I broke quite a few times in this section. You're going to be going even faster now that the big jump isn't there. You're basically just going to be going, full throttle into this section.
So it's going to be tough then to get the car slowed down on the brakes. You see corner dots that are lined up all the way along the pipe over here into the double single, and then another big passing opportunity in two-wheel drive in a very difficult corner as you're trying to make sure the car is on all four wheels before you get it turned so you don't traction roll.
Yeah, I mean, I did it quite a few times where I overjumped this double into the next single, and you try to turn, the car just flips. In four-wheel drive, it's going to be even more important, and so this is definitely one of the tougher sections.
And then another change that they made to the track here after that 180, whereas the Japanese five-spice bumps, as we called them, were lined up straight along the straightaway. Now it's a straight shot, hard on the brakes before this roller, and make a right-hand turn. And now those rubber weather strips are around the radius of the next right-hand corner heading into the S's.
Yeah, it looks like they changed this section a little bit. I don't know if it's going to be easier or harder with the bumps being kind of in a slower section. It's going to definitely make you slow down a lot more into the chicane, and hopefully it won't be too bad.
You think that the four-wheel drive cars will have an easier time or a more difficult time getting over those short but very abrupt bumps?
I don't know. I mean, the cars are lower than two-wheel drive, and so I think it's probably going to be a little tougher.
And then after through that, the S-turn section over the last roller onto the back straightaway is about the same thing. And then it's a really long back straightaway. It's going to be quite a difficult and very busy lap here at the Yatabe Arena for the four-wheel drive portion of the IFMAR World Championships. And Stephen Hartson from Team Associated looking for his second straight four-wheel drive World Championship. Good luck the next couple of days there, Stephen.
Thank you.
That is our Phantom Racing track map.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
yo wouldn't expect it. All I see these beats way above hectic. I've been elected, so yo best sit on your ass real fast because I'm shocking like electric. Oh, yo, saying quick, hit the exit. Keep it up, get beaten up, or get your head split. I'm coming through with more flavors than this. We ain't desperate, making fresh hits, now check the next bit. I set trends on stage when you doing your PAs. You copy my page, I heard it from my best friend. Well, I'm a veteran in this game, perfected with the aim. Corrected when I'm saying from the West End. Rock stand, bang like a rock band. You hammer it hard, get to take over your block, man. Stop, man, I'm so hot, I bring the human. You need to get the bed up, so shut the head up, stupid.
All expert servos feature brushless motors and advanced firmware for better power, speed and control.
Maximum performance, maximum reliability.
Expert RC servos are the choice of champions. We use expert RC servos.
Okay, so we're back after our little commercial break there. Thank you for joining us here at Live RC for your coverage of the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC, and the crystal clear coverage this week is brought to you by the guys at Motive RC. We're almost getting underway with free practice round 3. 4 rounds of free practice here today and then 2 rounds of control practice. In the control practice, the fastest 3 consecutive laps will count towards seeding for tomorrow's qualifying. In the first race, we have one of our fast guys. Unfortunately, couldn't make it here for 2-wheel drive, but he is here for 4-wheel drive. Matsasugu Ido. He's in the 7 car. You can see him in the middle of your shot there. Third in from the right. So we're almost ready to get underway. Scotty's calling them out from the timing platform. And we're back on board with our moving camera. So the fast guy, Ido, working his way in front of the driver's stand now. Oh, must have had a roll as he took a moment to come back into shot. So into the left-hand side, through the 5 spice, onto the back straight. Opens up with a 21.8. Oh, rolling it over. Jumping big into the double single as he comes down through the line. Backs up his first lap with an 18.7. So that's a bit better. We're expecting to see 17s from this guy. Working his way through the 5 spice with his Yokomo machine. 17.9, there we go. That's what we were expecting to see from him. Whoa. Struggling with the traction out there. So he comes down in front of the driver's stand through the double single, negotiates some traffic around the 5 spice. 5 spice causing a lot less issues here today in 4-wheel drive practice than it did with the 2-wheel drive class. Ido. Last time through, 19.4. See that car getting up on 2 wheels very often. As I say, that happens again. 3 minutes left to go in this first race of free practice round 3. 18.3 as he came through the line. Ido struggling to go clean in round number 3. Maybe some changes he's made to his car. Not suiting him in this round. Currently sat 9th. On our timing table on 3 consecutive laps. 3 fastest consecutive laps. Second fastest in this one, Alexandra Privat in the 9. He's done an 18.6. And we've got Nick Sava from America. Didn't do 2-wheel drive, so he's in heat number 1. Went off and did a bit of sightseeing instead of running his 2-wheel drive. Came back to us to do the 4-wheel drive portion of this event. So Ido working his way through the double single, going 180 over the roller, down through the 5 spice, and crossing the line. He's done a 17.8 fastest, 18.2 last time by, jumping wide on the dining room table. Nice and tight around the 180, gets hooked up on one of the other cars. You can see as the cars come down over the double in front of the driver's stand, due to it being at a slight angle, the cars are really kicking sideways as they come to a landing. There you go, you can see it kicking out again, having to adjust and wiggle the wheels in the air to get it to come back down. Cheeky bit of air control as our fast man comes up on some more traffic. See how he negotiates his way through. So he comes down through the S, whoop, zips it down the inside, crosses the line for an 18.2. And playtime for race number 1 is over here in free practice round number 3. So as the cars roll out for race number 2. First to show, Tsukuba Ito in the 2 car, 19.8 opener from him. No one else in this race even close to that. I say that again. Yeah, take that back. Mark Lim, 20.1 in the 5 car. Three car abreast coming over Mount Fuji last time through. Looks like race number 2 taking this practice opportunity to practice racing. These guys all on the same piece of track. Big cartwheel coming down in front of the driver's stand. Looks like we may be on board with David Church working his way up over Mount Fuji. Nope, that's changed. Oh, upside down. Another car upside down. Getting a good workout. The marshal is there. Another one upside down. It's like deja vu. Still that 19.8, the fastest lap we've seen in this heat from Tsukuba Ito. Mark Lim is the fastest. Over 3. And we're on board with Mark Lim now, working his way up over the dining room table, middle of the park, into Mount Fuji. The 5 car showing us the way round from Turkey. Race number 2, free practice. Round number 3, we're still on board with Mark Lim, working his way round the 180. Up over the roller, into the 5 slice, left-hand corner. Just under 40 seconds left to go in this one. Tsukuba Ito goes to top of the pile. He's got second fastest lap. Lee Bak Hee, the 19.80, now has the fastest lap out on track. "20 seconds now left to go." You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships here in Japan. We're at the world famous Yatabe Arena. I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors: Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing and Expert RC. The crystal clear HD coverage this week is brought to you by Motive RC. Race number 3. See the drivers? Nice afro. Never seen a Japanese afro on track. Look at that. Cheeky. Okay, so we're off and away with race number 3. Free practice round 3. Jingming Chen in the 1. Rene Lavezzo in the 2. Alexander Bakuya in the 3. Shinya Kimura in the 4. Scott Yang in the 5. Daisuke Kato in the 6. Yutaka Furuyama in the 7. They're chopping and chasing as they come round. Fastest man out the blocks is Shinya from Japan, 18.3 opener. So Shinya in the 4. We're on board with Alexandra Bacure from France. As he moves out a shot. There he is. White wheels, white wing. And upside down. Showing us his nice chassis tape. So Alexandra from France, last time through, 25.8. Doesn't want to be doing too many of those. So Shinya in the 4 car coming out of race number 3. If he can keep this sort of pace up, it's going to be good enough to be top 20. So the 4 car out front, consistent 18-second laps. There he is. So, down through in front of the rostrum, we're on board with Shinya, the Yokomo driver from Japan. White wheels, pink wing ends. So he goes up over Mount Fuji. Fastest lap of 18.1 from him. 50-50 down on the pot dots. I bet his driver felt that in his butt. Through the S section, down through the line. So we can do this time through a 17.8, his first 17. He's out on lap number 12. So he comes in front of the driver's stand through the double single, doing a 180. Bump, 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 through the 5-spice. Oh, rolling it over as he comes down through the line. 18.7, so still doing an 18-second lap, even with that little rollover. Whoa, a little bit out of shape in front of the driver's stand. Showing us some high bite. 18.3. Jumping into the face of Mount Fuji. 30 seconds left to go in this one. Race number 3, free practice round 3. 18.0 last time through from our leader, so it looks like it's only going to be the 117. Oh, nice move, dropping it down the inside. of the red and white car. Back marker pulling out in front of him. So it is going to be the only 17 with 8 seconds left to go. Might come round for one more, but he's got quite a bit of traffic in front of him. Yeah. Game over for probably practice. Race number 3. Round number 3. Track is open for race number 4. These guys rolling them out. Yutaka Takizawa in the 1. First of 6 Japanese, more than that. 7 Japanese in this one. Hidemine Ono, Toru Iwata, Satoshi Okuyama, Chi Chao, Yui Kano, Tzu Chen Wang, Kazutoka Sera, Yuki Zhang, Akihiko Takazaki is in the 10. Who's going to open up? 17-7 from Shin-Chi Chao in the 5. So if we can jump on board with a 5. Already 1 minute and 20 into this race number 4. Looks like maybe Chi Chao has broken it. Opens up with a 17.7, then a 30.6. So next fastest is Yutaka Takizawa in the 1 car from Japan. So the 1 car is our leader. Over 3 estimated fastest laps. Oh, rollover in front of the driver's stand. That looks like that could have been our fast guy, the 1 car. And it was indeed, as he comes down through the line, the attacker with a 24.3. That's one to forget for him. As he goes through the 5 spice, nice and steady, maybe struggling to carry a little bit corner speed. Whoa, nice and tight around the end of the straight. So he goes up over Mount Fuji into the right hand side. In front of our timing platform, going double, single, 180, over the roller, and bump, 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 bump through the 5 spice. Giving the car in front of him a little love tap. Last time through was a 20.1. His fastest lap is an 18.6, struggling with that traction roll in front of the driver's stand again. Ugh. Whammy. So three corners, 3 rollovers. Gets himself going again. Drops down in the timing. Yuki Zhang. Estimated the fastest guy in this race. over 3 consecutive fast laps. Sunny weather here in Japan today. You can see when cars go down the straight in the background, the sun shining in through the windows. Wind is up though, really gusting outside. You can see the flags out front of the Yatabe Arena really blowing away. Yuki Zheng in the 9 car, still leading us around. A hot lap from him in 19.5. Here he is on board with him. Up over Mount Fuji, gives the corner a little bit of a love tap. Not sure what happened there, decided to just turn left off the side of the track. With 10 seconds to go. That's going to be a wrap on race number 4. Next up we have race number 5. Loop is live, track is hot with, well, track is still the same temperature it was probably about all week. We're indoors here for the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships in Japan at the Yatabe Arena on this purpose-built track for the week. AstroTurf here has only ever been used once before, and that was at the warm-up event held here just a couple of months ago. Fastest man we've seen on track, and I suppose looking like early favourite. Very, very early to tell, but Bruno from Portugal running the X-Ray car. Coelho. Very, very impressive. Coming out of, I think it's the D practice heat. So he might even be out shortly. But, yeah. Really laying it down early on here at the World Championships. So I'm informed Bruno is in the C practice heat. Seeding done by two-wheel drive finishing positions here for four-wheel drive. So what they've done is they've taken where the drivers finished in two-wheel drive at this event held a couple of days ago and used that to see the drivers for four-wheel drive free practice. So Bruno only making the C-Final. He was fast. He was able to turn the lap times in the two-wheel drive class, but unfortunately he just couldn't keep it together and keep it on all four wheels for that 5-minute important qualifying runs. One minute and 40 left to go in this one. This is race number 5 of 13. We're in free practice round 3. We've got 4 free practice rounds today, followed by 2 control practice, in which we will take the 3 consecutive fastest laps. And that will count towards seeding for heats for qualification tomorrow. Local time here is 11:57. Oh, it's coming up to lunchtime. That means more rice, more soy sauce, more some form of meat, and green tea. Seems to be the standard delivery we get here at the Live RC broadcasting studio. Tadashi Hattori in the 4 car is our leader in this one, 18.7. A couple of drivers in this one going 18-second laps. Tadashi and Yusuke. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Scotty's running. He's off. Someone must have upset him, because he is out of here. Oh, no, he's coming back. See him shooting the corner of the screen. As we join back on board with the yellow wheels, white wing of Yosuke from Japan. Yosuke Kobayashi coming in second in that one on 3 fastest laps. Fastest lap from him was an 18.8. Ah, okay, we've got some track repairs going on just in front of the driver's stand. So as you saw there, just down in front of the driver's stand, we've got maybe some traction rolls and shock towers digging into the track surface and starting to tear it up. In this one, race number 6, Arnie Pedder from Norway. Hi, Heather. Sorry, that was a little outburst I just had there. Yoshiaki from Japan comes out 24/7. Crikey. Couple of slow laps from drivers on lap number 1. Uri Hoodie, the X-Ray man, an 18.9. In the 8 car. So the 8 car is our fastest man out of the blocks. Backs it up with a 19.7. Yabas. One of the guys I've been hanging out with here in Japan. Puts in a 19.7, goes to the top of the timing sheets. And right on cue, lunch has arrived. Cha-ching. Yuichi Aoyagi from Japan. 19.8, fast lap from him. Still Uri Hoodie out front. X-ray cars looking really good here so far. 19.2. Consistent 19-second laps from Uri, but managing to drop down to an 18.9 a couple of laps ago. Race number 6 is on track. Free practice round 3. We're getting towards the second half of our heats. Local time is 12 o'clock. And we are going to get underway with our D two-wheel drive finalists qualifier, or practice, I guess we can call it. So our D final two-wheel drive drivers practice. Yeah, that's what it is. And that's coming up in about just under half an hour. So if you need to go and grab yourself some food or something, quick snack, get her done and get back so you can see the top guys back out on track again. Uri Hoodie still circling out front, 19.5. Backs it up with a 19.4. We're on board with the white machine, white wheels, white shell, clear wing. X-ray car looking really good, going through the 180. Oh. Using the shock tower of the car in front of him as a little jump and landing upside down. Whoa, good save. 2 wheels coming off Mount Fuji. Nicely down the inside of an upside down car in front of the driver's stand. Let's see what he can do this time through. 19.6. So consistent 19s from Uri, with every now dropping down into the 18s. We've got 40 seconds left to go in this one. You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships here from Japan at Yatabe Arena. Quick thank you, massive thank you to Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC, and this week we are able to bring you this crystal clear HD quality broadcast thanks to the guys and girls at Motive RC. Rocking and rolling. Race number 7 out on track now. Kevin Sayson from France in the 8 car leading us round. Yu Kikuchi in the 7 from Japan, Carson Young. We've got Yori from Finland, Mikkonen. Mike Walker from the United States, one of our PR racing drivers. Mathieu Chaffron from France. He's in 2 car. Scott Pettit from Australia, lives in Singapore. John Watkins from Australia, and Tomaki Kato. He's in the 4 car. Just under 3 minutes left to go in this one. Fastest lap on track is 18.6 from Yu Kikuchi from Japan. In the 7, Kevin Sayson we're on board with. He's leading us round. He's got the most consistent and fastest 3 laps. As he works his way through the double single, going 180 and into the left-hand side. There he comes down through the line to see what this one is. 19.1. Not far off his fastest, an 18.9. John Watkins from Australia jumps up to second. Yu Kikuchi comes through. He goes second with an 18.8. 18.8 from Kevin Sayson. Our onboard driver, rolling over, gets away with it. Back on his wheels. These guys going around about 40th on the top 3 laps. Consecutive fast laps. Oh, eating some wood. Giggity. Kevin Sayson, last time through 19.8. Even that with that, gets it up on 2 wheels around this corner. Tried to save it, getting on the gas. And there's no wheel spin, so it just straight in. And luckily, car's still in one piece as he goes over Mount Fuji into the right hand corner. We've got just under 1 minute left to go. This is race number 7 of 13. Free practice round number 3. Kevin Sayson. Oh, looking up the inside, nowhere to go. Driver in front shuts the door. And our Frenchman ends up on his lid. That concludes race number 8. So sorry, we move on to race number 8. See Brett Birch in your shot coming to the rostrum. UK Schumacher driver. Bartek Zabransky going to lead us out. In the 1 car we've got HB's David Ronnefolk. Very fast guy. Two or 3-time European champion with 8 scale car. cheeky bit of Marshall texting. Naughty. Okay, so David Ronifont opens up 18.8. The HB driver running the 2 car. There he is, down through the line. Backs it up, 18.1, 2 laps on the board. Fastest man on track, here he comes. Nice little wheel wiggle as he comes through the double in front of the rostrum. Onto the back straight, 17.5. David Ronifont showing some better pace in this one. As he works his way down the inside of a back marker. Along the little short chute, into the roller. Over to 5 Spice. See what he can do again. 17.5, backs it up with a 17.9. One more 17 from David. And then he'll have his 3 17s in the bag. Oh, rolling it over, getting too keen coming out of the 5 Spice. Post 19.4. Oh no, one mistake. It's obviously led to another. Needs to get himself back into the rhythm. As he comes through the 5 Spice. Fresh lap, fresh start. 23.2. As he comes down off Mount Fuji, zipping down off Mount Fuji. Oh, coming up short, having to check up due to the car in front. So through the 5 Spice, making his way through the S and down through the line. An 18.6. Just over a second off of his fastest. It may have been due to the back marker just in front of him. As he goes through the double single, round the 180. Maximum punch, you can see that front right trying to lift off the floor as he comes down onto the straight. Last time through an 18.2. Oh. Landing down off the tabletop. Flipping it over. So Ronifont struggling to find his early pace that he showed in this one. We've got Frederick Hobgard in second, Ju Won Kyo in third. No other driver in this race has managed to drop into the 17-second laps.
Whoa.
This is race number 8 of 13. We're getting into the fast guys on track. Next up, world famous Josh Payne. We've got Nana Kyo, 10-year-old Japanese lady. They're coming up in race number 9 on track. Race number 8. This is free practice round 3 of 4. On a fault last time through, 17.7, so manages to get himself back into the 17-second laps. Struggling for consistency out there. Getting a bit unlucky there with the back marker. See what he can do as he comes down through the line again, 18.2. Oh, 2 wheels going up onto the dining room table. Frederick Hofgaard, 18.2 hot lap, 18.8 last time through. Fast enough on the 3 consecutive laps to go 29th, Kevley 38th, Ju Won Kyo 43rd. David Ronifont's going to go top 10 with his. So So as we move into race number 9. Race number 9 of 13, Nana Kyo, young Japanese lady, 10-year-old, leading us out. 18.8 last time through. Paney jumps to the top of the pile now as he comes through. We're on board with the young 10-year-old. Oh, rolling it over, coming down off the tabletop in the middle. Kai Kikuchi in the 4 has the fastest lap. Change there as Billy Easton comes through. Billy Easton in the 7 has an 18.2. So we're going to pick on board with the blue car, Josh Payne. As we come on to the back straight, Payne pulls over and lets our leader, Kai Kikuchi, through. So Kai and Payne going big off Mount Fuji. Two minutes and 40 left to go in this one. Our leader comes down through the line, an 18.0. So his fastest lap of the race and the fastest lap of this heat. Fastest lap we've seen is a 17.3 from Bruno Coelho. He's the fastest man in practice so far. Josh Payne in this one is in second. Nana Kyo is third. Andrew Smolnik moves up to fourth. Nathan rolls fifth. Tatsuki Sakamoto is sixth. Sylvain, who I've just been informed, the Frenchman, it is his birthday today, so happy birthday till Sylvain. Billy Easton running in the 8th spot. Carl Moon is 9 and Peter Foster is 10. 1 minute and 50, or just under, left to go. Still Kai Kikuchi coming through the line from Japan. 18.4 last time through. Doing a time fast enough for 17th. This is free practice. We've got 4 rounds of free practice here today. Not counting for anything. Then after that 4 rounds, it will move on to 2 rounds of controlled practice where they will take the 3 fastest consecutive laps. And that will count towards seeding for heats for qualification tomorrow. So currently at the moment, we are running timing We're running the new lifetime software here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. But it does not count for anything until the last 2 rounds of control practice this afternoon. We've got a dead car in the middle of the track. 30 seconds remaining in race number 9. I think race number 10 has Yokomo Shinadachi, designer of the new Yokomo 4-wheel drive. Ty Tesman, current 8th scale world champion and HB driver. I believe Travis Mwetskwa as well. He's been very fast in these first 2 rounds. And there you can see in the middle of your shot, Travis on the end from Team Durango. Ben Jemison, Ty Tesman, Richard Lowe, young Malin, you can see just leaning forward. You could, until Ben stuck his head and radio in the way. So we're about ready to get this one underway. This is race number 10 of 13 in free practice, round number 3. Off and away with race number 10. 3 laps on the board for most drivers. First driver to drop into the 17s is Ty Tesman with a 17.9. We're on board with the HB driver from Canada. Coming through an 18.2. So, after 4, Ty Tesman with an 18.2. 17.9, 18.4, 18.5. Consistent, but not the fastest we've seen. You can see getting a little bit out of shape as he comes over Mount Fuji. Needing the help from the marshal to get him going again. Uria from Japan is in second. Travis Mwetskwa 5 laps in, yet to do a 17-second lap, so if he's made any changes to that Durango, he needs to change it back, because he has been one of the fastest guys we've seen in practice so far. Ty comes through, another 18.4, very consistent laps from Ty, an 18.4, an 18.2, an 18.2, 17.9, 18.4, 18.5. He's just a little bit off the pace. So he comes down through the line, 18.0.
Yeah, I just can't put it on the website.
So he's got his consistency down, has Ty. So he comes up to the gearbox of Ben Jemison. Travis and Metzger, there he is, 17.5 last lap. So, don't know what he's found, but he's just got a 17.8 and a 17.5 back to back. Ty Tesman. Ty Tesman. Yeah. Down through the line. Down to the 2 spot. 17.6 as his fastest lap last time through. Travis at the top of the pile in this one. Not on overall time over the 5 minutes, but for the fastest 3 consecutive laps, he's done a 17.8, a 17.5 and a 17.5 to count. That's going to put him 4th on the current consecutive 3 fastest laps list that we have up. Shinadichi.
You got the broadcast up on our TV.
We're now on board with the Durango machine of Travis. Oh. As he pulls it off. Not sure why. Time has expired in that heat. That concludes race number 10. Travis going to be fastest. Ty will be second. The driver's coming up next. See Dustin Evans from TLR. And looks like Jasper Remerson on the end nearest us. We've got Hupo Honagle, Dustin Evans, Hayato Matsuzaki, Kyoto Kodira, Jesper Ramerson, Chris Sturdy, Mark Reinhardt, practice fast guy Bruno Coelho, Tom Cockrell and Craig Collinson. So I think all our focus is going to be on Bruno in the 8 car, the white X-ray machine already, I think, getting the whole shot. He's second out the blocks, down through the line to start his time. It's Tom Cockrell we're on board with. You can see Bruno just jumping out of shot. There he is. So the X-ray car we're on board with now. He's the fastest man of practice so far. He's been the wow factor. Coming into this one, opens up 17.5. Casual, as you do.
He's been the fastest driver, and it's not close. And he, sure, if you count just the 3 consecutive laps, like over the span of 52 seconds, is he a mile ahead? Well, not really. But
17.5 opener,
yeah,
backs it up with a 17.1.
He's been the fastest over the course of 3 laps, and he's done it the most consistently by a long shot.
Oh my good lord. 17.4 to back that up with. He's now on...
So his first 3 laps in this practice session, now a half second faster than anyone's gone over 3 laps to this point today.
Oh, he's a slightly slower lap there, 18.6. His average is a 17.7. And the next fastest guy in this race, his fastest is a 17.7.
Looking at his car go through the infield, I think what seems to separate his car from everyone else, it looks like his car actually slides a little bit.
Maybe it's just easy to drive.
Yeah,
he's carrying so much corner speed.
Yeah, but it looks like, the rear end of the car, I've seen it break away versus the car biking up on the outside tires and, losing it. But also, he doesn't look like he's really driving that hard either. I
You
don't understand that.
you see it get sideways coming in front of the driver's stand. It doesn't flip.
Yeah, last lap 17.258. This time 17.7. This is madness.
He is human. He's upside
Oh,
down.
hey, look at that. Funny, was that his teammate that ran over to flip him over?
Maybe.
I think that was Bear.
Okay.
Nope, never mind.
You made that up.
Yep. Couldn't tell from the knee down.
Yeah.
Coelho, Kadera, Matsuzaki, Cockerill, Onagle, the top 5. Actually, Coelho, Kadera, Matsuzaki, and Cockerill, all with 17-second best laps. Upo's best so far in 18.2. Coelho just so smooth, so fast. It's going to be really interesting to see what he can do when the clock actually matters.
Yeah, for sure.
Until then, we're just going to marvel at his ability to out-practice everybody.
Yeah, TQ practice. All right.
TQ open practice,
Yeah.
17.4. So after that, that crash lap, 17.5, 17.4. Back in, brush that right off his shoulders, no big deal.
Yeah.
Back to doing what he's been doing. Oh, up on 2 wheels, no big deal. I'll get it back in
17.6.
control, punch it, 17.6. I don't get it.
What is he doing that everybody else isn't?
Oh, rolling it over again.
This will be a 17-2.
Right, yeah. No, this might be an 18, which I'd like to remind everybody else is the best for, half the field. Yeah, 18.7 with a rollover. It doesn't make any sense.
Kaito Kadera from Japan in the 4 car, running a 17.8 last time through. Getting down to consistent 17s from him. Hayato, also from Japan, running the Yokomo car, down in 3rd, 17 consistently from him. Cockrell last time through an 18.2.
New fast lap for Mark Reinert, 18.146.
He's getting close to those 17s.
Yeah.
All important 17s. I mean, if you want to be in the show, that's what you're going to have to do.
Reinert's seat time currently 25th, but if he can string one more good lap together with that 18.1. Yep, back-to-back personal bests for Reinert, this time now in 18.085, so that moves him up to 24th, one position. Reinert is a former European champion four-wheel drive off-road, so it's not like this is new for him.
Nope. Okay, so that's a wrap on race number 11.
Oh my, Bruno. Oh my.
So I think what's the let's see who can get close, I guess.
Let's see who can get close.
Can anybody get close?
Yeah. We're going to kick it off to a commercial break here before we get into heat number 12.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
So we're back with our A and B free practice. Well, I was going to say qualifiers, but they're not. There are our A and B two-wheel drive finalists in four-wheel drive free practice round number 3. Yeah, try and say that one fast. So this is our penultimate round of free practice. Next up will be free practice round number 4, and then we'll move into our last 2 rounds of practice, which will be controlled, and the timings from them will work towards seeding for our qualification rounds tomorrow. So as these guys start to turn laps, a couple of drivers already with 2 laps on the board. We've got no one doing 17s. We've got McBride fastest so far with an 18.2. Kota Akimoto, 17.8. Japanese driver in the 9 car. Carson Wernemont, second on my timing sheet. Naoto Matsukura with an 18.6 and an 18.3. Naoto, there we go, 17.9. So we're only about a second off the pace of Bruno. Three minutes and 10 seconds left to go. This is our B two-wheel drive finalists running four-wheel drive here in free practice 3. And so far, there's 2 drivers in this race managing to do 17-second laps. Naoto has just done his best of a 17.5. So Naoto in the 10 car, it should be the yellow machine. We'll see if we can spot him. Working his way maybe around the left-hand side, down onto the straight now. Down through the line he goes. 18.3. He's going to come up over the tabletop and pop into shot. And we picked him up now. Oh, rolling it over. So in front of the driver's stand, again, clipping a pot dot. So see if he can get himself going again. Whoa. Maximum. Super punch. 22.4. Ugh. Definitely don't want too many of those. Let's see what he can do this time through. Looking a lot more ragged than what we've just seen from a couple of drivers. 17.7. Okay, so we can do with a couple more of those from Naoto with his Kyosho car. Into the double single, going 180, clipping the pot dots. Oh, jumping the curb there. Jumping the pipe. 17.6, so 75, 76. Okay, so we're looking for another 17 as he comes down through. And this should bump him up in our 3 consecutive fastest laps. 17.6, so that's going to put him 5th at the moment with 3 laps counting. Oh, thrown it over again. Same place. I don't think that's going to be too uncommon. Looks like Carson Wernemont just coming up behind him. That sort of orange and white. We've got just under 1 minute left to go. 50 seconds on the practice clock. We've got Naoto out front. Carl McBride looking at fast enough for 11th. In practice seeding. Dakota Fend is 3rd. Yasuki Sugira with a 17.3 fastest lap of the race. Backs it up with a 17.4. Yasuki is currently sat 2nd fastest in the 7 car. Naoto upside down on the back straight. I'm not sure what happened there. As he comes down through in front of the driver's stand, another car barrel rolling out the way. Hit him with a green shell. Wee, 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 wee. Okay, and that's a wrap on practice for race 12. I mean, there was some hot laps, but people are struggling to consistently do those 17. 17.3 from Yatsuki Sugira. 2-wheel drive B final pole position man. Didn't win the B. Elliott Boots took that that trophy home. As we move into our 2-wheel drive A finalists. Practicing here with their 4-wheel drive cars. In free practice round 3. Michael Olowski, your 4-wheel drive European champion. Martin Bayer, just next to him. See Neil Cragg with the Proline hat, leaning forward. As we look down the rostrum, Thibaut popping his head forward. There's Uri watching his driver Martin Bayer with his X-ray. So it looks like Cody Numenor, maybe? Well, that's your Newman.
Ooh,
Or
somebody
both.
Ripken getting wheeled there.
See ya.
Yeah, I realized that you just won the World Championship at two-wheel, but beat it.
Punk. Youngster.
Yep, got to keep that kid
In check.
grounded.
So, openers, Martin Bayer, 17.9. Everybody else, 18s across the board. Spencer Rivkin to the top of the pile, your two-wheel drive. World champion.
Answering back after getting blasted off the track.
Yeah.
Oh, but Martin Bayer, 17.9. Ooh-wee. That X-ray car. Although I will say this, I'm not sure exactly what's too awful different there, but I walked down to get a quick cell phone photo of Bruno, and all the drivers down there quickly scrambled to throw the body on top of the car.
Oh.
So, a couple little different things happening under that Lexan lid.
Cheeky secrets.
Yeah.
I like it.
Right. Just made me think, oh, okay, you're going to challenge me to try to get a picture of that thing?
Bring it on.
Right.
Let's go, son.
I have 2 words for you. Telephoto lens.
Toilet break. That's the one I got for him.
They're on schedule. They have to cycle through.
So, Jared Tebow for the first time showing us some four-wheel drive pace. 17.5 hot lap. Michael Orlowski, four-wheel drive European champion with his Schumacher car. So let's go and get on board with either 2, 9 or 5. That's Tebow, Orlowski or Newman. We're on board now with Jared Tebow. Looks like he's got Lee Martin just ahead. As we go up over the tabletop. He drops it down the inside. Lee Martin having a little bit of a bobble.
I really like that single to Mount Fuji section.
That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, the way that they've got the downslope of the single before it shaped. It's kind of like just one big seamless, round up to the top of it. It's kind of a bummer that, it's an advantage to not catch any air over Mount Fuji.
Mm-hmm.
But, something like that where it's a single and then you've got to jump up onto something would be really fun. What's not fun is that the Japanese 5-spice bumps are not making drivers cry. Like in two-wheel drive.
like it's been put in their eyes.
Right. Like in two-wheel drive, everybody whose name didn't start with an S and end in Pencer Rivkin hated those things. Like the Associated guys were pretty good through there.
Yeah.
But, like that section practically won the race for Spencer. Well, that and, yeah, okay, fine. But, here they are, like, I figured, four-wheel drive, and they've got to turn through a corner. We're going to watch Tebow's ZX6 go through there. Yeah, no big deal. Like, going that fast in two-wheel drive straight and even upside down. So.
For sure.
And I don't believe they reshaped them at all, but
yeah, it took a
kind of
Dremel
disappointing. I was kind of hoping that, talking to everybody before they went out and ran the first round of practice, like this morning when people showed up and saw those bumps, in person, I wish I could have taken a photo of the just 13-year-old girl angst going on in the pit area. They were just so mad and angry at the world.
Tebow last time through, 17.5. Back to that with an 18.7.
Jared moving up to the 5th spot with a new seating time of 52.997. It's now the top 5 under the 53-second mark.
We've got Orlowski in the second spot, 17.6 last time through. His fastest 17.5. So he's showing some consistent pace now. Backs it up with a 17.9.
Orlowski's improved his seating spot by 15 positions this round.
Boom.
So he must have figured something out. From 22nd to 7th. Tebow, Orlowski, Martin, Mayfield, and Bayer, the top 5 here in this heat. Martin goes to 3rd, Tebow to 5th, Orlovsky to 7th, Mayfield to 9th, and Bayer to 10th.
There you can see Martin Bayer just checking out his times on the screen up on the driver's stand.
Yeah, I'd be pretty calm too if I was in the top 10.
Okay, so that's a wrap on round number 3 of free practice. Local time is coming up to 10 to 1. We get underway in just over 10 minutes for free practice round number 4. Thank you for joining us here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships in Japan. As we move down to our Phantom track cam, we've got Phantom Racing Trainer Cam. Team associated, sponsored by Nike, apparently.
No kidding. Factory Nike. Yeah, we'd like to place a team shoe order.
Do you notice that they've all got black on apart from the team manager?
Whoa.
There's something going on there. Boys,
That actually makes it look like it's on purpose.
Boys, you can.
Or maybe they just couldn't get Brent's size in black.
Oh, maybe.
He is like 8 feet tall or something.
Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow Brent.
Yeah.
Here's our Phantom track cam showing the pit area.
Pit cam.
Yep.
See Mick and Neil Cragg walking through. Managed to keep all 4 wheels on his car this time.
That's typically an advantage.
Yep, that's always going to help.
We're going to go off air for a few seconds in between rounds here since we've got a little bit of break so we can reset everything and get fresh for the next round of practice. Stick with us.
Okay, so we're off and away. Free practice, round number 4. Welcome back. This is your live RC coverage of 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. We're driving the Devil cars, full wheel. Out on track. Quick thank you to our sponsors. Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC. A massive help they've given us for the coverage here this weekend. The crystal clear HD quality, we can thank the guys at Motive RC for. We're on board with Matsusugu Ido, and his fastest is an 18.1. He sat 15th overall in the free practice rounds. Working his way through the double single into the left hand side of the track, through the 5 spies and down through the line. An 18.9, yet to drop down into those 17-second laps. We have seen him in the 17s. 3 minutes remaining in this one. So, local time is 1 o'clock. Local time is 1 o'clock. This round will conclude at 2:15. So we've got an hour and 15 minutes till the end of this one. And then we'll get underway with our control practice, which will be used for seeding for qualifying tomorrow. Matsusugu Ido still out front last time through a 20.1, out on lap number 9 now. As we work our way into the left-hand side through the 180 over the roller and going through the 5 spies. Down through the line, 18.1, so very close to his fastest lap. Rolling it over as he comes down off the dining room table. One minute and 40 left to go. We've just seen our top guys out on track. Bruno Coelho, the class of the field in practice. The Portuguese X-ray driver laying down the fastest lap. And at one point, he was averaging faster than anybody else closer to him on their fastest lap. That's some pretty crazy speed for a world championship. So as Ido comes through, in a little bit of traffic due to a couple of mistakes, he comes down through the line. This one we're expecting to be a slow one, 22.9 it is. Alexandre Privat in the 9 car from France, he's running in second. His hot lap is an 18.9. Nick Sava, he's done with his exploring of Japan and decided to come and join us to do some racing. His hot lap is an 18.8. Kai Kovanta from Sweden, 20.18 from him in the 1 car. Wan Nanyen. His hot lap is a 20.4. Fung to 21.3. Thierry Rosedo. His fastest is a 22.2. Ching Fei Ling is a 28. And that's a wrap on race number 1 for free practice round number 4. Next up will be race number 2. No resort for free practice. The heats are not juggled around at all. We're just running straight through 1 to 13 all day. And we're going to zip to a quick commercial. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Yay, and we're back. Playing with toy cars on some fake grass on a touring car track. That's my diagnosis of what's going on right now.
On Thursday afternoon.
On Thursday afternoon, just after lunch.
There are worse ways to collect a paycheck.
When you put it that way, yeah, for sure. So 1 minute down, 4 minute left. 4 minutes left to go. Still struggling with my words here. I thought I would have, yeah, definitely broken. Pop that back on. Who's going to lead us out? It's going to be the one car. Fumiyasu Toki, 19.8. Tosuyoshi Ito, 19.4. From Japan in the 2 car. Andrew Malenkin with a 20.9. And we've got 3 minutes and 15 left to go. This is race number 2, free practice round number 4. As we work our way through the left-hand side. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Car rolling over. Fumiyashi Toki we're on board with. Got a 4-way battle going on in front of the rostrum. They've forgotten it's practice and they all want to race. Into the left-hand side. As we come down through the line, Tosuyoshi Ito with a 20.6 gets a little bit short. Grenade went off under his car there. Just randomly decided to explode. Waits for the traffic to go by and gets it going again. So as we come down through the line, that rollover lap was a 23.9. Safely over the tabletop this time through. Let's see if you can avoid the landmine. Tosuyoshi Ito still top of the pile with the fastest 3 laps, even though the last 2 not been too great. 22.5 last time through, comes up short the tabletop. Let's see how he negotiates this traffic. We'll give him a 4 as he comes through. 19.9 up over Mount Fuji. Nicely up over Mount Fuji. No air at all. Hits that one with a red shell. As we went to Tokyo yesterday, there was a lot of Nintendo and Super Mario merchandise kicking around. So we've all got Mario on the mind. Yesterday we were talking about some of our drivers with the name Yoshi, like the little green dinosaur, also from Nintendo's Super Mario. And we were talking about buying some squares like they have in the game and some blue shells and red shells and start throwing them at cars to entertain ourselves during practice. Which could have been quite fun, especially to watch. And I'm not sure whether drivers would have appreciated it. Just seeing their car hit by a big green, stuffed green shell and watching it explode off the track. Maybe we should just throw bananas down everywhere. See them spin out. 20 seconds left to go in this one. And Lee Baki in the 10, leading us around 19.2. Tosayoshi Ito, we're on board with running in the 2 spot. Last time through a 20.2. As we go into the left-hand side, it's going to go around the 180 over the roller. Boom, boom, boom. Through the fingers and down through the line. Round 4 of free practice. Race number 2 is done, so their free practice is over. Next time they hit the track, it will be control practice, and times will matter because they're going to be looking to do the fastest 3 consecutive laps they can to stick themselves in a good seeded heat for qualifying tomorrow.
No.
Race number 3, off and away. Already cars out on lap number 1. Shinya Kimura from Japan. You can see the pink, blue and white machine. Oh, flipping it over, hitting the landmine. Just under 3 minutes. Just under 4 minutes. Left to go in this one. And Shinya Kimura, 17.9 outlap, backs it up with that 21.2. And an 18.2 after that. You can see him coming through the, we'll call that the minefield, because we've seen a couple of cars just come through there and explode off the track. So as you come down off Mount Fuji, you've got to avoid the minefield. As you can see, the white, blue and pink car shoot in to a shot, going top left-hand corner, avoiding the barrel-rolling yellow car, coming down through the line. 18.3, whoop, skidding. Very close to traction rolling. As he comes over the center tabletop, into the left-hand side now, he's going to go through the 5 spice. And post an 18.5. Ping Hung Soo with a 19.4 hot lap. Last lap, 1 minute and 16. Must have been something wrong there. Alexandre Bequia from France in the 4 spot. Fastest of an 18.8. Scott Yang, 19.3. Watayoshi Siki, 19.9. Tasuki Keto with a 19.8. Jingming Chen, 19.6. Renee Novetsov with a 20.2. And Yutaka Furuyama with a 19.9. Back on board with Shinya. Making his way through traffic. Got a free bit of track now as he comes down through the line. Fastest lap was his last lap of the 17.9. Backs it up with an 18.3. Up over Mount Fuji, safely through the landfield. Oh, sticks it in the pipe. That thing gripped and just went in. Whoa. A little bit of random bump. As we move into the left-hand side, our leader, Shinya, coming up on more traffic. 18-1. Goes short on the tabletop, so he can avoid the cars ahead. Set himself up to make a move. This is race number 3 of 13. Free practice round number 4. You're watching 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships here in Japan from the world famous Yatabe Arena. We're racing here this week on a purpose-built track on top of the touring car track here at the Yatabe Arena. What they've done is they've laid down wood on top of the asphalt, and then they've made jumps and laid AstroTurf on top of that. All the pipes you can see on the circuit are actually drilled down to the floor, so they're not going to be moving here this week. And pretty much everything, the curbing, the pot dots on the inside of the corner, they're all drilled down to the floor. The piping, the jumps, the 5-spice, especially the 5-spice, that's covered in wood screws to keep that down. A couple of drivers complaining about the screws actually coming up and taking a chunk out the chassis. Next up, race number 4. This is still free practice. Next round will be at least a round that will be a little bit more important. We've got our 2 rounds of control practice that will count towards seeding for tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have 1 round of control practice, just a shakedown in the morning to decide who will start where in their heats. So it's just to determine start order. Have a shakedown in the morning, get ready, get the timing ready, get the facility ready to get underway with qualifying at 10:30. We're rocking and rolling, cars are off and away. First to come through, Yi Kaneo. Already 1 minute in, 4 left to go. Fastest man on track is Satoshi Okayama from Japan in the 4 car, 19.1. For everybody else, looking at 20s, or we've got a couple of drivers posting 19s. 19.6 from Yukiano. Kazutuka Sera with a 19.6. Yuki Zeng with a 19.5. Hide Ono with a 19.9. Oh, big landing down off the tabletop in the center of the park. We're on board with the white wheels. Yellow, pink and black machine. Working their way round onto the start line, which is Toru Iwata in the 3 car. Nice bit of air coming off of Mount Fuji. Going double, single. Ugh. Bonk. Spins it around, gets it going, just bounces off the cone. Nice. 23.3 last time through. See if this one can be a bit cleaner. In front of the driver's stand, double single. Oh, rolls it over. Bonk. Second time in a row. Sticks the nose in the cone. And it's another 23.6. So pretty consistent. 23.3 and a 23.6. Safely through the cone. Ah, we avoided it that time. Yutaka in the 1 car is our new leader, Yutaka Takizawa. We're on board with Tuzchung Wang in 7. Last time through from him, a 20.4. Coming down in front of the driver's stand. Hitting the brakes, getting the nose down. Coming over the double. Round the 5 spice. Onto the back straight. Oh, rolling it over. Oh, one follows. So at the back of this group is our leader, Yutaka Takizawa. Getting a bit too much air coming off of Mount Fuji as we go into the left-hand side now. Oh! Sticking it into the barrel rolling car. Yutaka Takizawa. Synchronized crashes from the 2 cars around him. Down in front of the driver's stand, going double single. Oh, people love that cone. Boink. 22.0 last time through. So 22 and a 23 seems to be a consistent boink off the cone lap. Yeah, definitely not a dying sheep lap. Oh, slow motion. Good marshalling. 28.6. That was a bit more than a boink off the cone lap. As we come down in front of the driver's stand. Oh, clipping the curb. This is an example of how not to do practice. Well, I suppose it's better to do it in practice than it is to do it in qualifying. As we finish up with race number 4, we move into race 5 now of 13. This is free practice round 4. Timing is running, but it doesn't count for anything. Just informs the drivers of how well or bad they're doing. Take a quick moment to give a big thank you and a shout out to our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC. Motive RC are the reason why we are being able to bring you this HD, beautiful quality broadcast this week. So a big shout out to Motive RC and a thank you. You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships here in Japan from the Yatabe Arena. We are playing with 4-wheel drives. Race number 5, off and away. Kiyotaka Ichikawa. Fastest man out. 19.7. Everybody else not able to make it into the 19s. Yoshiki Kobayashi drops into the 19s on his lap number 2, 19.7. Sven Ruddick drops into the 19s, 19.6, so he's going to have the fastest lap of the race in the 7. Already 1 minute and 20 down. 3 minutes and 30 left to go in this one. In the left-hand side, through the 5 spice. We're going to come down through the line. We're on board with Tadashi Hattori. Oh, bonk. Trying to find himself a nice open bit of track. Get out of the traffic. As he works his way down through the line. Looks like that's Day Sun. Sven Ruddick. The car just behind, I believe. That's the one. Jumping into shot. That is the fastest man on track. Sven last time through a 19.5. Sven top of the pile on 3 fastest lap, 59.8. That's his combined 3 fastest. Flipping it over in the 5 spice. Sven comes through at 20.4. $19.6 last time through from Sven. Si Chang Su with a 19.1. Oh, almost rolled over. So Si Chang Su in the 9 car takes it up. Coming off the tabletop. Working his way into the right hand side. Here we go. We've got 1 minute and 30 left to go. Down through the line. Si Chang Su and Yusuke Kobayashi. 2 cars just in your shot a minute ago. Oh, both rolling it over. You can see one upside down after the double single and one upside down in front of the driver's stand. So Si Chang Su, the 9 car, we're on board with 22.2. He's top of the heat at the moment. 18.9 fastest lap, 22.2 on that crash lap last time through, the white machine. Just up the road is Yusuke Kobayashi. Comes through with a 19 flat. Fastest lap of the race is by the driver we're on board with, 18.6. We're coming into the last 30 seconds of practice race 5. As we go through the S section, down through the straight. 19.6 for Yusuke. Si Chang Su, 19.3. Sven Ruddick with a 19.7, fastest of a 19.1. Tadashi Hattori from Japan is in 4th. Michael Bolger from Ireland is in 5th. And that concludes race number 5. Up next, race number 6. One lap on the board for race number 6. Uri Hoodie. Quickest out the blocks. Being the quickest in this heat, I think every round so far, as Uri. You can see the X-ray machine, white shell, pink X-ray stickers down the side, very masculine. Aaron explained to me yesterday that pink is a very manly colour in Japan, apparently. He could have been lying. He does that. In front of the driver's stand goes Uri. Jumping off the curb as he comes through the S section. So Uri, 22.7. So yet to back up his 18.6 fast lap on lap number 1. Maybe that was the only bit of clear track he got. Not quite sure. Yakuchi Aoyagi. Aoyagi from Japan is in the 3 car. He's leading us round. He's the most consistent at the moment over 3 laps. 57.2. Consistently fast. Backs it up. His 19.0 fast lap with a 19.2 last time by. So as he works his way into the left hand side and down through the line, the 3 car goes 19.0 again. So his seeding time, practice seeding time if you like, if this was control practice, he'd be going 55th. Uri Hoodie is 54th overall at the moment in free practice, which means absolutely zilch. But I suppose we've got to have something to gauge how everybody's doing. Yuichi with the rollover. Last time through a 23.4. See what we can do this time. As he works his way up over Mount Fuji into the right hand side. Down in front of Scotty's feet on the timing platform. Into the left hand corner over those 5 spice. Through the S section. And down through the line. 19.0. It's a good lap. Not far off his best. An 18.9. Yoshiaki Amasaki is in second. In this one, best lap of a 19.2. Uri Hoodie comes through, jumps up to second. He's got a best lap. Best lap of the race so far with an 18.6. Hitoshi Matsuda from Japan in the 9 car. He's got an 18.8. 3 drivers in this one managing to go 18.8 from Yoichi out front. Uri with an 18.6. And then we've got Hitoshi with an 18.8. So here comes Uri down through the line, 19.0. Not bettering the time he's done already here this weekend. $15 seconds left to go in this one, so he's going to go through. He might make it past the timing platform for another one before Scotty calls them in. And that's going to be a wrap. That's race number 6 is done. 7 is up next. We're just past halfway in free practice round number 4. Lots more practice left to come. We've got the time here at 1:30. This round will conclude at 1:15. the hour of 2. So 2:15. And we'll get underway with control practice round number 1 at 2:35. Race number 7. Off and away. We're on board with PR Racing's Mike Walker. Mike Walker with a 19.8 hot lap. He's out on lap number 4 in the 9 car. Yuki Kuchi in the 7 with a 19.0, fastest lap of the race. Down through the line goes Yuki Kuchi in the 7 from Japan. Up over Mount Fuji. Skipping the downside. And then throwing it off the track. Almost out of the ballpark. Luckily there was a wooden fence to keep him in check. Dum, 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 dum. Through the 5 spice. Down through the line. Slower lap from him this time through. 26. Ugh. That's a tough one. As he moves into the right hand side. Down in front. Oh, that went all so many ways wrong. I don't know what that's good. That would be as a sound effects. Bax is 26 up with a 23. See if he can get through this section this time by. Yes, he does. Nice and safely through. Double single through the 180. Avoiding the cone of death and then throwing it off another landmine. This guy, Yukikuchi, 21.5. Struggling to run a clean lap. He comes into the right hand side. Down in front. Oh, rolling over again. Struggling. He's still at the top of the pile with the 3 fastest consecutive laps. He's got a 57.8. John Watkins from Australia is running in 2nd. 18.9, his fastest lap of the race, and the fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap of the race last time through. Scott Pettit, racing for Australia. Actually, believe he is from Singapore. Well, lives in Singapore. Is from Australia. Mike Walker from the United States, running in 3rd. Matthew Shaftron in 5th with a 19.3. We've got about 1 minute left to go in this one. Race number 7. Race number 7 on track of 13. Free practice round number 4, 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. 4-wheel drive. On track, we're here in Japan at the world famous Yatabe Arena. And the young Frenchman Matthew Chaffron jumps to the top of the pile with an 18.6 hot lap. John Watkins, the Australian, in second, 18.8 hot lap. And that's a wrap with race number 7. 8's up next. Fast guy in this one, David Ronifolk. Bartek Zabransky, David Ronifolk, Fabian Widmer, Oliver de Montfort, Guanshan Chen, Ju Wong Kyo, Frederick Hovgaard, Brett Birch, Frederick Payne, and Kevin Lee. They're the ones getting ready to play. On track next. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. We're back on Moving Cam. You're watching live RC's coverage of the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. As always, massive thank you to our sport sponsors: Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC. The HD broadcast this week is brought to you by the guys and girls at Motive RC. Thank you very much. We're coming down through the line with Oliver de Montfort. We've got David Ronifolk and Bartek Zabransky. 3 guys in front of you. David Ronifolk looking for a way past. The Frenchman, whoa, zips it up the inside. In front of the driver's stand. And comes down through the line. 18.4, working his way through traffic. Hot lap of a 17.4. We'll stay on board. Oh, David hitting the landmine. And rolling it over. Uh-oh. Oh. The soundboard's working again. That was me thinking it was broken.
Oh, it's broken.
Oh, it's definitely broken. In front of the driver's stand goes David Ronifolk, working his way into the left-hand side, trying to negotiate a car in front of him. And checking up, trying to get a free bit of track so he can get some good laps in. Whoa. Getting on the gas, going up to Mount Fuji. This looks a fast lap. Let's see what it is. As he comes into the left-hand side, across the line, running a little bit wide through the S section. 17.7. His fastest lap is a 17.4. So David showing some pace in free practice round 4. Coming up on traffic again. That traffic that he waited to try and avoid. And they both pull over. Both pull over, but he gets a bit too flirty with the pipe and rolls it over. Ends up with a 20.9. Into the right hand side in front of timing platform. Through the 180. Into the 5-spice. Nicely through the S section that time. 18.3. That car is an absolute missile. Gets on the gas and just disappears. Into the left hand side. Looks another. Whoa! Popping wheelies. Ronifolk with some style. Down through the line is 17.8. Oh, rolls it over and lands upside down on top of another car. He's got some serious acceleration in that HB machine. 1 minute and 20 left to go. This is race number 8. getting close to the end of free practice. Zipping down the inside of the back marker. Through the 5 spice, David Ronifolk. The HB car, white wheels, clear wing. 17.9. At the moment he's sat 11th. He's not improving on what he's already done in regards to fastest 3 consecutive laps. 17.9 last time through, and upside down again. So drivers still struggling with the high level of traction here at the Yatabe Arena on the AstroTurf. 20.8 last time through with that mistake. And again, flirting too much with the pot dots. And coming in too hot in front of the driver's stand. Fabian Widmer is second. His hot lap is an 18.3. Frederick Hovgaard, 18.1. Juwon Kyo, an 18.6. Kev Lee, 18.4. Guanshan Shen, an 18.3. As we get into race number 9. It's showtime. Josh Payne. Always a pleasure, never a chore. Sylvain Gallio Selva, birthday boy from France, up there on second. Masami Hirosaka gave him a signed touring car body shell for his birthday. I believe that is what he wanted. And Masami being Masami, he delivered. Nana Kyo, the young lady from Japan, just 10 years old. She's out in this one. Kai Kikuchi, Tatsuki Sakamoto, Kyle Moon from the UK, Billy Easton, Mr. Serpent here this weekend. Nathan Rolls from the UK, Andrew Smolnick, one of the PR racing guys, and Peter Foster. Going to round out our 10 cars for race number 9. Through the Rhine goes, it looks like Nathan Rawls with his HB machine. Bit of a double bounce coming down off the tabletop. Working his way in front of the driver's stand. Through the 5 spice, safely through. S-ing it through the S section. S-ing it through the S section. 18.8. Last lap. Oh, through the minefield. Car off the track. 17.9 from Kai Kikuchi, the 4 car. Josh Payne with an 18.2, sat second. Easton 18.9, 18.3 from Sakamoto. We're on board with our fast man at the moment, 4 car. Kai Kikuchi, 18.4 last time by. Fastest lap of a 17.9, working his way to the gearbox and just helping the car in front out the way. 18.7. In front of the driver's stand, going through the double single. Very nice back marker there, letting him past. 18.2, looking at 54.5. Top 3 consecutive laps. And that will be quick enough to go 26. Easton going 31. Josh Payne, 24.9. Last lap. Fastest of an 18.2. Tatsuki Sakamoto, an 18.5. Nana Kyo, 18.9. Billy Easton, 18.9. Carl Moon, 18.9. Sylvain Gallio Selva, 18.6. Andrew Smolnick, 19.1. Nathan Rawls, 18.8. And Peter Foster, 18.9. 2 minutes and 14 left to go in this race number 9. Next up will be race 10. This is your E finalists from the two-wheel drive event, currently out on track. Kai Kikuchi, 17.9, still fastest lap. No one else done a 17-second lap. Josh Payne, 18.2, is the closest. Tatsuki Sakamoto, 18.5. Still on board with a 4-car, Kai Kikuchi working his way up over Mount Fuji, getting a bit of air, coming up behind Nathan Rolls. And Josh Payne rolling it over in front of us there. Oh, Payne parking it in the pipe. Payne parking it in the pipe. P. Bit of triple P action for you. Yeah. Payne parking it poorly past the pipe. How many more P's can we go? 17.7 from Kai Kikuchi on lap 13. So last time through, backs it up with a 19.1. He's top of the pile in this race. Josh Payne, 18.9 last time, still the 18.2. Back on lap 9. His best, Tatsuki Sakamoto running third. Peter Foster is 4, Nanakio 5, Andrew Smolnik 6. Smolnik 18.8. We're coming into the last 10 seconds of race number 9. So the dong has gone. And that will be race over. Next up, race number 10. Travis Amwetsqua. Ty Tesman. Ben Jemison. Matsuki Satsusu. Zacharias Villalba. Ray Monday. Uriah Kajiwara. Malin Carlson. Most famous girl in RC, maybe? It's got to be close. Richard Lowe in 9th, and Shinadichi, the Yokomo designer, in the 10 car. So let's see what these guys can do. Oh, who's that? Ty Tesman looks like. Cheeky little track cut.
Former two-time Roar National Champion in the four-wheel drive buggy class, Ty Tessman. Ooh, and just as I talk about him, he turtles going onto the back straightaway. Ty definitely looking for some redemption after two-wheel drive as he's running here in the D-Heat.
D-Heat.
Certainly the current 8-scale world champion is, if nothing else, a bit more comfortable driving a four-wheel drive car. Although racing four-wheel drive on turf is about as different as you could get from anything else. So,
well, I don't know, 8 scale on concrete.
Oh, true. But I think the concrete allowed a little bit more slide anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe what he needs to do is just cut the pins off completely and drifter on the track. It'd be okay. Actually, talking to some of the drivers, I believe, Tony, you and I were speaking about this as well. You could cut the pins off the tires and make it slide more sideways, but then you lose the forward drive out of the corners. And with so many 180-degree corners and jumps right out of corners, and frankly just trying to carry and gain as much speed as he possibly can. Having drive out of right off the bottom of the throttle range is incredibly important on this track.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. I mean, this week we're running what's called the Schumacher Mini Spike tyre on the rear, and if you were running what's called the Mini Pin, it'd be way faster, way faster. I reckon easily we'd be down in the 16s.
Wow. Yeah, I spoke with Tristram Neal from Schumacher. He said typically they'll often run spikes on turf, and they run the pins on carpet.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Tessman with a 17.78. If you head to our homepage right now and check out the round results from the previous rounds, I've been posting them for every round so far. I actually have a list from round number 3, after round number 3, that shows sorted by fastest lap, fastest single lap, as well as the fastest seed times. So Tessman's 17.782 would be 23rd fastest. And actually, his fastest lap of the day so far is a 17.614 last round. So Tessman hasn't yet put one down yet. Emescu, however, 17.514. That's a quick one. Emescu's best lap of the day at this point was back in round number 2 with 17.439. He does have the fastest lap in this heat, however.
Only 2 other drivers going 17. It's Ty Tessman and Shinadetchi. Ty with a 17.6 and Shin with a 17.8.
Yep, new fast lap for Tessman.
We're upside down. Ty Tessman in front of the driver's stand. Just under a minute left to go in this one.
Got to go 17.611 to have one of the 10 fastest single laps of the day. So Tessman not quite there, but close.
What's the fastest?
Fastest of the day so far, surprise, surprise, Bruno Coelho. From the third round, 17.184. The next fastest, Yusuke Sugiura, 17.397. So over 0.2 of a second slower.
Naughty.
In one lap.
Race number 10. On track, last round of free practice. Before we get into practice that counts for something.
Yeah, so kind of racing a little bit.
Closer, I guess.
Still just the 3 fastest consecutive laps from each driver that will count once we get into the controlled practice rounds. Here at the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships.
Yay.
Brought to you live for free on YouTube. Thanks to our incredible sponsors this week, Proline and Team Associated.
Yay.
Along with Absolute Hobbies.
Yay.
PR Racing.
Woohoo.
And Expert RC.
Good job.
In high definition quality. Thanks to the guys at Motive.
Yes.
I got a soundboard too.
Hey.
Mine's also broken.
Yeah, at least nothing's dying. Apart from the microphone, maybe.
And eardrums around the world.
Yeah, there is that. Sorry. My apologies.
I'm glad one of us is sorry. We got some very fast drivers here in this race. Radio Race Champion Dustin Evans. Former two-wheel drive world champion Ayato Matuzaki. 500 million time touring car world champion Mark Reinhardt. Mr. Bruno Coelho. I laughed when I actually saw his Twitter name is Burno. He's been burnoing up the track lately. Nice. Burno Coelho. At BurnoCoelho.
.com.
Yep. Twitter.com/Burno Coelho.
Slash needs to go more faster.
Which is, no, I don't know if that happened. I already told him he was making today boring, and he just smiled at me. I was hoping that joke translated into Portuguese.
Maybe he thought you were hitting on him.
I have no response to that. Hayato Matsuzaki with a 17.6 early on in this one.
Nice.
Following along here with Dustin Evans. You know, I'm sure it's still stuck. I know for a very long time Dustin's nickname was Duck Butt.
Do I even want to know where that came from?
Oh, look at his hair.
Oh, okay.
Especially like in the beginning of the day, you know, his hair will be nicely, you know, combed and parted, except for a couple little loose tail feathers right at, you know, the back of his head where most people have a cowlick.
Where he can't see.
Yep. And, yeah, that name stuck. Duck Butt.
Duck Butt.
He's driving well so far, although just 5th in this race, on pace to be 35th fastest overall.
Bruno not quite showing the pace he's shown in the other heats. 17.6 hot lap. Same as Hayato with a 17.6. So Bruno maybe decided that...
Oh boy. Wow. Evans almost tumbled the entire front straightaway. Well, continue on.
Oh, sorry. Bruno not quite showing the pace that he showed in the first 3 rounds. I mean, still fast, 17.6. Hayato 17.6. But, I mean, we've seen a lot faster, so maybe the changes Bruno's tried to make, he might want to be changing back.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. But I think we're going to head down to the pit area after this and do a couple of J Concepts pit reports. Whoa, big traction roll. Hey.
Who let that cheap in?
That was your idea.
Yeah, and I've regretted it ever since.
You need to come up with a sound effect for that. Oh, how about this one? Oh, okay. Do it one time on the air. Nope, awful. Too bad. Already happened.
Yeah, that happened.
Just no one better traction roll for the rest of the weekend, that's all.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, there's another one.
Oh.
Nah, that one was jump assisted.
Yeah, that doesn't count. He meant to do that.
Well, Bruno perhaps trying to mix up things for us a little bit here.
Kato Kadira, 17.3.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Bruno's got a 47 flat. Maybe there is something wrong with his car. Or he's just human, like everybody else.
Yeah. I'm not buying it.
He's luring everyone else into thinking that they can be the fastest. He's letting someone else have a go.
There we go. No, not buying that either. Kaito Kadera had the 13th fastest lap.
Oh, there we go. Bruno, 17.3. Fastest lap of the race.
Dear. And his seed time in this heat, 52.782. Not his fastest, but he's still got 25 seconds left to put in something magical here.
Hayato with a 17.4. We've got Kadira, 17.3. Tom Cockrell, 17.7. Mark Reinhard, 17.8. Chris Sturdy, 17.8. Hupo Honagel, 18.1. Dustin Evans, 18.1. Craig Collinson, 18.1. And Jasper Remerson with an 18.9.
Well, so Coelho maybe slipping off a little bit here in practice round number 4, which is nice because that means I'll get to go take a picture of somebody new instead of trying to come up with 7 different ways to take a picture of the same person sitting in the same area of the same building for an entire day.
Yeah.
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 The maple kind. Have you ever seen that video on YouTube?
Which?
The dog, the talking dog. The guy that's talking about giving the cat his dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? The maple kind? Covered in what?
Here we go into the B heat of the 2015. Well, actually, the B heat of practice round number 4 for four-wheel drive here at the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships. As we check out the Phantom Track Cam showing the front right turn on the driver's right side anyway. And another Phantom Track Cam showing the entrance to the no longer devil bumps. They're just kind of the class dunce now. I mean, they're, still a little bit of
they've been forgotten about.
Yeah. Like, they're just kind of on timeout over in the corner.
Yeah.
They're trying to, cause a nuisance, but
It's not happening.
no. Well, it is, I think, just adding a little bit of character to the track. Whereas in two-wheel, they were a game changer. Now it just kind of stops. I mean, all 8 corners from being identical. Now it's just 7 flat turns. And then one that has bumps in it. So
Yeah.
that's kind of nice. But not really throwing the four-wheel drive cars for much of a loop. I would like to see them be about 3 times as tall, but that would cause some havoc.
So we're circling around with our two-wheel drive B finalists here in four-wheel drive. Patrick Hoffer opens up with an 18.3. Fastest man out of the blocks, Naoto Matsukura with a 17.4. Let's see if he can struggling with mistakes.
He did make another one there, 20.459, as we saw him crash on the front section of the track.
Yeah, so he's fast. Just needs to dial out some of those bobbles and mistakes.
We'll dial maximum down to 9.5, and I think he'd be ballistic.
Yeah. 17.4 again. So he's got a 17.4, a 22, and then another 17.4. So if you can get rid of those 20s, it's going to be well and truly on Bruno's pace. 17.8 last time through.
It's not showing the speed and consistency we expected after dominating the warm-up event last month. Thought for sure Matsukura would be up at the top of the charts, really in both classes.
He actually doubled into the 5-spice then.
Oh, there it is. A little bit of strategy over there. Let's see if he does it again.
This one looks a good lap. Nope. Nice and safe.
A little out of shape after the roller.
This one's going to be a good one. 17.3.
Getting faster.
Yay.
That is actually the second fastest lap of the entire day now. Going faster than Segura's .397.
It's another good one. 17.6.
Seed time 52.485.
Oh. Oh.
Oh boy.
Saved it. Maximum.
Didn't bother to lift
No.
because why?
Cold trickle. Close your eyes. 18.8.
Yep. So, but Matsukura has improved to 52.485 seed time. Moves him to second quick. And the fastest run of the round so far.
Yosuke Segura in second with a 17.4. We've got Carson Wernemont 17.7 in third. Boots 17.8. Akimoto 17.5. Fend 18 flat. Hartson 17.8. Patrick Hoffer 17.2. Yona Hattanen 18.3. And Carl McBride 18.4.
2 laps ago, Segura with a personal best of this race, 14.474. As we go to a Team Tekin Racing instant replay. Here's Matsukura up on the corner dots. Wow, saved it, didn't lift. Bounce off the pipe there, save it, didn't lift. Standard Matsukura, but it looks like maybe something going on.
Maybe broke his servo.
Yeah, I can't imagine a shot into the pipe like that didn't hurt anything. But nope, looks like he's just fine.
Oh, not so fine.
Arr.
I think he's going to limp off.
Yeah, I think he's going to sit there and wiggle the wheels back and forth a little bit more, make sure everything's okay.
No.
Yeah, wounded.
Something's definitely up with that car.
Can't imagine after taking a couple of hard shots into the pipe.
about 15 seconds left to go. This is our two-wheel drive B finalists on track. Nayato's still trying to limp that car around.
Still got one more good lap in it.
Yeah. We can do it.
No point in the... Oh, another half lap in. Oh, boy.
Style.
Save the car, Nato.
Put it away.
So an interesting B heat there as we finally see warm-up winner Naoto Matsukura. And frankly, Japan's perhaps best chance at a world championship here this weekend. Improving to second quick for the day. In the final round of untimed It Doesn't Matter practice here at the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships.
It is timed.
For another sponsor, thank you.
Huh?
For another sponsor, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Proline Racing and Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC.
Yay.
Live from the Yatabe Arena, the most famous RC racing facility on the planet, as we get now into the A regrouping. The fastest drivers from two-wheel drive practicing with their four-wheel drive cars for one more 5-minute session before we start seating.
And you can see all of this coverage in beautiful high definition as of the guys and girls at Motive RC have brought to you for this week. Thank you very much for that. Lee Martin in shot. Very, very orange.
I think that's the actual name of the color.
Very, very orange. Can I get a can of very, very orange?
Sorry, we only have slightly less orange. You can back it up with white.
Yeah.
Following along here with Martin Bayer.
It's the team colors.
Yep, Berno Coelho's X-Ray teammate. I think I'm going to start calling him Berno for the rest of the week. A Bayer with...
Do you think they've run out of any other colors in Team X-Ray? They're all running white body shells.
I think they just brought a
Cavalieri with a weird line there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
Interesting strategy. We'll have to see how that works out for him.
Yeah, maybe Team X-Ray just sharing a body shell.
Maybe.
Just passing it around.
Didn't want to break up their painted, their nicely looking shells for the Worlds.
Ah, practice shells.
Right.
Team practice shell. Oh, taking a detour.
Taking a broken?
Take.
Thank you for driving through. Please pay at the window.
That's it. Shake 'em fries. Okay, so on track, Michael Olowski to the top of the pile, 17.5. Putting himself third on the fastest 3 consecutive laps. Jared Tebow with the fastest lap though in this race, 17.4. Lee Martin with a 17.5, jumps to second. Mayfield with a 17.1. Bayer, you saw, was off the track, having some tweaks to his car. 17.9 from Cavalieri, 17.9 from Numenor, 18.1 from Rivkin. Jorn Newman, 17.8, and Neil Cragg with a 17.7.
Orlovsky, the European champion, was 7th prior to this round, jumping up all the way to 3rd, so perhaps getting a little extra hang on that Schumacher. Got 2 minutes left to go to see if he can improve that time, perhaps knock Matsukura down. He's just about 0.05 of a second slower. Got a Team Tekin Racing instant replay here of Mikhail Orlovsky landing up the tabletop right up on the pot dots and wheeling into the face of Mount Fuji. That is Punch doing it again right there as we get back from his replay. Oh, and then tumbling down the front straightaway. Maybe a little bit too Punch there. Going full Matsukura down the front section.
Yep. Maximum.
Maximum tumble. Oh, maximum traction roll. Ay. You brought this on yourself.
Oh, I'm hanging my head.
Orlovsky, Martin, Tebow, top 3.
Still the 17.4 from lap 6. Best lap in this one from Tebow. Martin 17.5, Orlovsky 17.4.
So Tebow has improved his time by 3/100ths of a second.
We're on board with the Kyosho man. Working his way through the 180. Jared Tebow into the 5-spice.
Whoa, that's a front arm breaker. Looks like he got lucky there and missed the brackets on the pipes. Didn't really have too solid of a hit, but...
Hey, it's two-wheel drive qualifying repeat. Tebow and Cragg.
Yeah, look at that. Interesting to see how they stack up here in 4-wheel. Not as great so far. Cragg down the 17th spot. Tebow 6th.
Jorn Newman with a new fastest lap of the heat.
Goodness. 17.390. That, I believe, is third fastest lap of the day now behind Berno and Neato.
Couple of times could have been world champion in 4-wheel drive class.
Yep.
Getting very unlucky in Finland. And top qualifier in...
Yep. Top qualifier in Chico.
Yep.
And having horrible luck. Of course, the 6th qualifier won the world title 2 years ago. That tells you how much of a mess that was. So that is the final round of open practice. Now as we get into our first round of seeding at the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships. The coverage this week brought to you by Proline and Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC, with a crystal clear HD quality picture thanks to Motive. I'm going to leave Tony all by himself here in the Live RC broadcast booth and grab a camera guy, head down to the pits for a couple of J Concepts pit reports. Have fun, Tony.
Have fun down in the pit. The snake pit. Okay, so as you just heard, that's a wrap on free practice. Next up will be control practice. That doesn't mean that they're under control. That just means that they can go out of control and it actually matters. Fastest 3 consecutive laps will be taken to count towards seeding for qualifying heats. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be back in a second.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
I know a lot of y'all wouldn't expect it. All I see these speed is way above hectic. I've been elected, so y'all best sit on your ass real fast because I'm shocking like electric. All girls saying quick, keep the exit. Keep it up, get beaten up, or get your head split. I'm coming through with more flavors than next week. Ain't desperate, making fresh hits, now check the next bit. I set trends on stage when you and your PAs. You copy my page, I heard it from my best friend. Well, I'm a veteran in this game, referencing with the aim. Corrected when I'm sailing from the West End. Roxanne, bang like a rock band. You hammer the hard, get to take over your block, man. Stop, man, I'm so hot, I bring the human. You need to get the bed up, so shut the head up, stupid.
All expert servos feature brushless motors and advanced firmware for better power, speed, and control.
Maximum performance, maximum delivery.
Expert RC servos are the choice of champions. We use expert RC servos.
Welcome back to the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. We're here in four-wheel drive. You're looking at our Phantom Racing pit cam, the pit area at the Yatabe Arena in Japan. We're going to get underway in a short few moments, about 6 minutes until we get underway, I believe. 10 minutes, stand corrected. So around about 10 minutes until we get underway with control practice, where they'll take the fastest 3 consecutive laps to count towards reseeding for qualifying tomorrow. I'd like to take a minute to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC, and this HD broadcast is brought to you by the guys and girls at Motive RC. We're just about to try and send Aaron downstairs to do a J Concepts pit walkabout to get some interviews with some of the drivers and see how they're feeling about their cars after 4 rounds of free practice. The track has changed since round 1. And we're going to go for a quick reboot. Everything. Okay, so we're off and away with our controlled practice round number 1. So 3 practices over. This the next 2 rounds actually will be used for reseeding of heats for qualification. So they're going to be called out 1 through to 9 in this heat. We've only got 9 cars in this one. Looks like Kai, our leader, going to roll it over on the tabletop, first time out. So it's still 3 consecutive fastest laps count towards timetable. Oh, driver sticking it in the wood. That has got to be broken. Okay, so here we go. Drivers out for lap number 1. Matt Suzuki Ido. 19.2. So the car we're looking for is the 7 car. Dark colours. And as he drops in and to shot now. Oh, we're expecting him in a minute. Must have had a crash. Here we go. So a bit of a tough one, this one. We're going to pull it over. Maybe got a problem. Or just waiting for some free track. Looks like he's just waiting for a free bit of track. So he can get some good laps in. So as he crosses the line, we'll call this lap number 1 for him. Whoa, wheeling it up to Mount Fuji. Doing all right. 2 wheels as he comes through the 180. And down through the line. Looks a good lap. Let's see what it is. 18.0. Up over Mount Fuji again. Catches up to a back marker. Through he goes. Let's see what you come back is 18.0. Oh, good save there coming down onto the straight. Backs it up with an 18.8. So his pace isn't setting the world on fire. But it is definitely going to be fastest in this race. So as he does his third 18, jumps to the top of the pile. And looking to go fastest overall, climbing all over the back of a back marker there. Matsuzuko Ido coming round in front of the driver's stand. Bit of free track, but he's catching drivers very quickly, so second in this one is Alexandre Privat from France with a 19.3. Chen Fi Ling 20.3 hot lap. 3 consecutive laps. Ido looking at a 54.9, 58.7 from Alexandra in second. Last lap for our leader. Fastest lap of the race, 17.9. So let's see what he can back it up with. He comes down in front of the driver's stand through the double single, going 180 into the left-hand corner. Ah, rolling it over, struggling to keep it all 4 wheels down. And he's not the only one. Other drivers struggling with this high traction surface. Forward drivers carrying a lot of speed. As we come into the left-hand side. Last lap, 20.6. This one a bit cleaner. See what it is. 18.2. Up over Mount Fuji. Through in front of the driver's stand. Double single. Through the 180 over the roller. Down to the line. 17.8. Fastest lap of the race. So he's got an 18. 18.2. 17.8. Hopefully he can get through Oh, gets hooked up on traffic. That one's going to cost him. Needed another good lap to go with those other two. It's going to be 18.9. Takes him to a 54.9 on his 3 consecutive fast laps. Coming down through the line again. Our leader, 18.3. Bit of free track. Closing speed, obviously, on the back markers is massive, as he is a lot faster. But it looks like he might get away with it. Bit of free track. Working his way into the left-hand side. Nope. Rolling over again. And time has expired. So he's on his last lap now. 2 drivers finishing up. Zhang Nang Cheng going to be a 1 minute and 1. Chen Fei Ling going to be 1 minute and 2. Nick Saba, from the United States, 1 minute and 4. So 17.8, fastest lap of control practice. Round number 1. And that was race number 1. Ryan Mayfield, you can see there in front of the driver's stand. Drivers getting ready in the waiting area to go out for race number 2, round number 5 of practice. But this is round number 1 of control practice. Fastest man in free practice was Bruno Coelho, the X-Ray driver from Portugal. Maso Toki gonna lead us out in this one. Tsuyoshi Ito, Renji Chen in the 3, Andrew Malkin in the 4, Mark Lim 5, Toshiaki Fujimori in the 6, Naoki in the 7 from Japan, Susumu Tamura, David Church and Lee Back. Let's see who the fastest man is out the blocks. Toshiaki first to show, 20.2. Waiting for a couple of drivers to come through. Lee Back-e goes 19.8. So the 10 car opens up with a 19.8. The 6 car of Toshiaki, 19.7. Mark Lim, 19.7. Still waiting for a few drivers to post 3 on the board. $19.6. Lee Back-e in the 10. He's at the top of the pile after 3. 59.7. That's his 3 consecutive fast laps. So it's the 10 car out front. Mark Lim in the 5 is second. Lee Back-e from Korea. So this is our leader in the heat. 22.5, bit of a slower lap last time through, but he's still top of the heat with 3 counting. Moving into the left-hand side. 19.9 last time through. Hot lap still 19.6. Not fastest man on track. Mark Lim with a 19.5. Oh, sticking it in the pipe. Sorry, the cone. Boing. 22.2. Mark Lim, the 5 car, last time through, a 19.9. Jumps to the top. So Mark Lim. Mark Lim in the 5. Out front, 20.0 last time through. 59.6. Lee Backy working his way around in second. Mark Lim through the line. 19.8 coming up over the tabletop. Into the right hand side. And he should appear in shot any minute. That looks like him there. So down through the line goes Mark Lim, 23.0 with that rollover on the start of the straight. He's got the fastest lap and currently he is top of the heat. 3 consecutive fastest laps. 23.0 last time ride with the rollover. 19.6. Slightly better. So let's see if you can get a couple more laps to back that one up. We've got 38 seconds left to go in this one. Nice and safely through. Keeps it all on 4 paws. And going the right way. Oh, that could have been lap number 3. Unfortunately rolled it over. Lee Backy with a 19.6 hot lap, 59.7. Toshiyoshi Ito looking at a 1 minute flat. Fumiyasu Torki looking at 1 minute flat. Dave Church 1 minute and 1. Andrew Mollikin looking at 1 minute and 1. Renji Chen 1 minute and 1. Naoki Omizawa 1 minute and 1. Susumi Tamura looking at a 1 minute and 3. And Toshiaki from Japan unfortunately is not circling, only managed 2 laps. So we're just waiting for 2 drivers to finish up, Dave Church and Susumi. Looks like he won't finish, so that's going to be race over for race number 2. So practice round 5, race number 3. We are in control practice now, so the next 2 rounds of practice will count for something. Going to count towards reseeding of the heats for tomorrow's qualification. At the moment, the heats are seeded with the results from 2-wheel drive overall. Leading us out, it's going to be Jingming Chen, Rene Levezzo in second. Alexandra Busquet in 3. Shinya Kimura, Scott Yang, Tsuki Kato, Yutaka Furuyama, Ping Hung Hyu, Ashley Peeler, and Motoyoshi Siki. First to show, 18.3. Shinya Kimura, been the fastest in this heat, I believe, the whole time. We're on board with him, the white, pink and blue machine, the Yokomo driver. Car looking good out there. As he comes down through the line, 18.1. So 54.4. He's looking to go top of the pile at the moment in control practice. 59.6 on the board for Ping Hyung Hyu. Alexander Becquer from France, looking at a 1 minute flat. So Shinya out front, definitely the fastest in this field. 18.0, almost getting down. Oh, as I say that, 17.7. Drops his time to 54.3. Working his way through. Being very patient with the cars in front of him. Unfortunately, bounces off that cone. And waiting for a bit of a gap on track. Had a mistake, so he may as well make it a bit of a longer lap if he can get an advantage. And get some clear track for a couple of laps. Works his way up Mount Fuji. In front of scoring podium. Into the left-hand side, through the 180 and down into the 5 Spice. So as he comes down through the lights, Shinya, let's see what he can do. 17.7. So almost identical to his fastest lap. He disappeared off the track there. Oh, so very interesting. Maybe a slight problem with his car there. Shot off in the wrong direction. Ping Hung Hsu still in second, 58.5, hot lap of a 19 flat. Alexander Busquet comes through, 19.1, looking at a 58.4. One minute and 50 remaining in race number 3 of 13. Round number 5 of practice. This is round number 1 of control practice. The top 3 fastest consecutive laps will be taken to reseed for qualifying tomorrow. Oh, the Jorn Newman lookalike shell causing havoc to our leader. Ashley Peeler moves up to 4th, 19.3, looking at a 59.6. Motoyoshi Siki, the 19.7, he's looking at a 59.9, 3 lap. Oh. All cars in this race in the same part of the real estate. So 20 seconds left to go in race number 3. Shinya Kimura. Looks like he had a couple of issues halfway through this one. He's got back down to a 17.9 last time through. Looking at a 54.3. He's going to be quickest for the round so far. Alexandra Becquer going to come home with a 58. Drops it to a So it sounds like Aaron downstairs has got an interview lined up for us. So we're going to send it down to him at the J Concept Pit Walkabout. Slight technical issue there. Looks like somebody forgot to turn the microphone on or something. Hopefully we can get that sorted out. And you can see we had an interview lined up with Naoto Matsukura. So it looks like they've got their issue sorted out. So we're going to go back downstairs to Aaron for the J Concept Pit Walkabout.
Down here with IFMAR World's warm-up winner Naoto Matsukura. Your Japanese national champion on this track. Is your car getting a lot better?
Yes, better.
Did you have to make changes to it, or are you just driving differently?
It's a driving different. Yeah.
It's very difficult in four-wheel drive?
Yes, the washable, a little difficult.
Is it more difficult than it was in two-wheel?
No, it's a two-wheel maximum difficult.
What do you think is the easiest part of the track?
Not easy, but it's a normal off-road.
The Kyosho car was very, very good at the warm-up. And you said that it's pretty much the same as it used to be, and no new parts.
It's the same car, but a little change of setup.
Where do you think that your car is better than everyone else's?
What? One more?
Where do you think your car is best?
Yes.
What part of the track is your car best?
Best in I said corner. Corner is the best.
Every corner?
Yeah, every corner, but little jumping. So, yeah.
What do you think will be the biggest key to a fast qualifying run?
I think washboard, yeah.
Just like in two-wheel drive, it sounds like the washboard section, what we've been calling the Japanese Five Spice, is going to be a big key to a fast qualifying run.
Okay, so thank you, Aaron. Interview with Naoto Matsukura. Every time we interview him, English getting a little bit better and better. But you could tell slightly struggling to understand Aaron. We struggle to understand him, so I'm sure the Japanese are going to struggle. But good job, thank you very much. That was our J Concepts Pit Walkabout. We're back upstairs, and we are live on track with race number 4. You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Big thank you to our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC, and this HD broadcast this week is brought to you by the guys and girls at Motive RC. Back on track, Hide Mine Ono in the 2 car has the hot lap of a 19.3, and he's top of the pile. Looking to go 59.1 on top 3 laps. Yutaka Takizawa, second of the Japanese drivers in this one, 19.5 hot lap, looking to go 59.2 top 3 laps. These drivers going 6th, 7th and 8th, as third place Yuki Zhang. Looking to go 3rd. We're on board with Hide Mine Ono, our leader, working his way around the Japanese 5 Spice. And down through the line, let's see what he can do. 23.8 last time through, and 19.6. So that's slightly better. Just under 2 minutes left to go. And Hide Mine Ono still out front, 19.4 last time through. Yutaka Takizawa with the fastest lap, 19.2. Chi Chow, 19.6 hot lap. Yuki Zheng, 19.2. Those three drivers. And Tori Iwata looking to go 59 for the top 3 laps. Katsutaka Sera going 1 minute flat for top 3 laps. Yukino 1 minute flat. Akihiko Takisaka is going 1 minute flat, and Tazu Chen Wang also going 1 minute 1 second. Less than a minute left to go. This is race number 4 of 13. This is round number 5 of practice. First round of controlled practice. This round and the next one will count towards reseeding for tomorrow's heats of qualification. Hydrine red shell, red wing. Looks like a mustard yellow wheels. Yummy. Yataka Takizawa, 19.2, goes top of the heat. Looking at 58.5 for top 3 laps. These guys coming into closing times. Our leader, Yutaka Takizawa, finishes with a 58.2 3 hot lap. Yuki Zhang going to take it with a 58.2. Those guys fast enough to go 5th and 7th. Hidemine Ono finishes with a 59.1. That's good enough to go 8th. Race number 5 of 13. Off and away, leading us round, going to be Daidi's son in the 1. Fastest through the line, Tadashi Hattori, 18.9. In the 4 car. Looks like the 1 car of Daidi's son not making out on track. So it's going to be the 4 car is our leader after 2. Already just over 1 minute into this one. 3 minutes and 40 left to go. Si Chang-su, Kiyotaka Ichikawa in second. Fastest lap on race is by Yusuke Kobayashi. 18.9, jumps to the top of the pile in the 3 car. .57.1, going to be good enough to go third at the moment for Kobayashi. With 4 heats down, this will be 5. This is 5th round of practice, but this is the first round of controlled practice. All that this counts for is reseeding for tomorrow's qualification. Kimura. Shinya Kimura. 53.5 is what they need to beat. Masatsugu Ido is second with a 54.9. So they're your top 2. They're a little way up the road on Kobayashi. And Kobayashi is going third with his 57.1 time of top 3 laps. 18.8 is his fastest. Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka Ichikawa, 19 flat fast lap, looking at 58.0. That's going to be good enough for 6. Tadashi Hattori, fastest of an 18.9, looking to go 58.6, and that is good enough for 10th. 1 minute left to go in race number 5. 6 will be up next, which means we're getting ever so closer to getting our fast guys out. The seeding for practice has been done by the 2-wheel drive finishing positions from the event here just 2 days ago. Kobayashi in this one, last lap 21.3, 3 car. So Aaron still on his walkabout downstairs. He's managed to pick up with David Ronnefault. So we're going to head downstairs for another J Concepts pit walkabout.
Down the HB pit area with David Ronnefault, a many-time Nitro champion, racing some electric here. Had a little bit of trouble in 2-wheel drive, but 4-wheel drive's off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-drive was still new for us. We kind of struggled with the setup and stuff. So, but the 4-drive car we have for a while now, and I've been racing with it for 1 year almost in Europe. So I have quite a lot of experience on that car for carpet racing. And yeah, it started out very good in the first practice. I've been changing a few stuff on the setup, and yeah, for now for contra practice, it feels very good. So yeah, I think it's going to be good.
It seemed like in 2-wheel drive, a lot of manufacturers had widespread changes to their chassis, from chassis that were built on dirt in order to be able to adapt to the carpet conditions. In 4-wheel drive, not quite so necessary.
No, I think basically we already have so much grip and everything is kind of low already in the car. You have the drive shaft and you have all 4-wheel drive. I mean, so it's more up to the setup, tires and stuff. I've seen a lot of different ways to cut the front tires, especially on this in the pit area. So I think it's more about tires and get your setup very good for this track, and I think any car will be good.
What do you think is the most difficult part on the track for 4-wheel?
I mean, it's probably like the double in front of the driver's stand, because you arrive so quick on the landing, and then there you have like a 90-degree turn right after. So if you jump too far, the car kind of double bounce and grip rolls. but the speed bump section seems to be easier in 4-drive, however, so that's nice because I was struggling in there in 2-drive. It's also, you go very much, so much slower there than you did in 2-drive with those speed bumps, so I think that helps too. But layout-wise, I think actually the 2-drive layout was more fun to drive. This is easier, I think, but also a bit slower, so that's probably why it's easier. Yeah.
What is your goal for the next couple of days? You have a spot where you think you need to finish to feel happy?
No, I mean, I want to put the car in the A main for sure. We didn't have any car in the A main in 2-drive, so hopefully we can work on it. Either me or Ty or both, maybe in the A main. It would be very good for hot bodies and the brand. But yeah, and then just let's go from that.
Well, you're off to a good start. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
That's David Ronafalk working with his teammate Ty Tessman to improve the D413 for the turf conditions here. Going to send it back up to Tony Truman in the Live RC broadcast booth.
Thank you, Aaron. Interview there with David Ronafalk talking about his 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. And yeah, 4-wheel drive seems a lot happier than he did with his 2. Like you said, I mean, didn't have the 2-wheel drive very long before the World Championships, whereas the 4-wheel drive he's been running for some time. So, be interesting to see what he can do. He's definitely fast enough to be one of the guys in the main event, as is Ty Tessman. So, yeah, be interesting to see come qualifying, see what those guys can do. Back on track, race number 6. And Derek McCloskey from Ireland. And Kia Kito. We're going to head back downstairs. Aaron's managed to find someone else. We're on a J-Concept pit walkabout.
Down here with Bruno Coelho, by far the fastest driver so far in practice. Is your car just that awesome, or are you just driving that well?
No, my car was really, really good. We try new things here compared to last EOS 2 weeks ago, and the car improves a lot, so we're just keeping our work, and it was really, really good.
How close is your car that you're running this week to the 2016 version of the XB4?
It's a little bit different. Some small details, and put the car really, really fast for this track, and we must keep this work because it's really, really good.
Your driving has been incredibly consistent. Is that your comfortability with the track? Is the car just that good?
Yeah, the track, the layout track, I think it's pretty easy compared to the 2-wheel drive track, and my car is working very, very good. So I have almost no mistakes, and I can force a little bit more, and the car will really work really, really good.
What was your goal coming into the race?
My goal was top 10 in both classes, in 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. But when you are fighting for the first position, you bump up this goal for first position. So this is my goal now.
The goal is to win?
Yeah, of course.
Well, you're off to a great start. Good luck this weekend, Bruno.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And Bruno Coelho from X-Ray, the Portuguese driver, absolutely the fastest so far in practice day. We'll see if he can grab the #1 seed going into qualifying. Back to Tony.
So Bruno down there with Aaron seems very happy with his equipment and his car, and looking forward to challenging for the win. And if he can keep up the pace he's been doing in the first 4 rounds of open practice, then there's no reason I can't see why that can't happen. As Aaron said, let's see if he can go get top seed and put himself in the A qualifier with the 3 fastest consecutive laps. We're back on track, race number 6, just about 1 minute left to go, 4 minutes down. Hidetoshi Matsuda, 18.8, looking at a 56.9, good enough to go 4th. Frank Lemec, 18.8, and he's looking to go 5th with a 57.4. And Aaron again is downstairs. He's working his way around. He's managed to find Durango's Travis Omechka. And it's a J-Concepts pit walkabout.
the only Team Durango driver here in the building this week, running 2 completely different new platforms. This is an update to the DEX 410 buggy.
Yeah, this is the new DEX 410 V5.
How much is different on this car compared to the old one?
The front end's all the same. It's the whole chassis layout and rear end, which is the same off the two-wheel drive car.
We got it in, again, a completely beautiful body here. How long did you have to get this one painted?
A day also.
Well, Thunder Wessel is absolutely pulling out all the stops. So, speaking of pulling off, we're going to remove this beautiful body and see the inside. What's the big changes here on the rear end and compared to the old one?
Well, the chassis is a lot wider now. It allows us to run different configurations on the batteries. Here I'm running saddle pack forward. You can also run saddle pack back. You can run shorty on one side, motor flipped around over here. The chassis is wider, so it's a wider weight balance now. And then the whole rear end's completely like the two-wheel drive car.
Is this built more for carpet tracks or more for dirt tracks, or is it more configurable for both?
The four-wheel drive is more configurable for both dirt and carpet.
What do you think has been the biggest change in terms of how your old car reacted on a surface like this compared to this one?
I never really ran the old car on Astro, so I'm not too sure. This is the first time I run this car on Astro also. It's only been on dirt, so it's hard to say for me.
Well, what did it do differently on dirt then?
This car just gives more rear grip, so it's easier to drive on loose tracks.
Well, that's a great tip for everybody. So Travis Misko from Team Durango, learning 2 all brand new buggies here at the IFMAR World Championships, and off to a great start here in practice so far. Congratulations on the a beautiful new project from Durango.
Thank you very much.
Back to Tony in the booth.
Travis, one of the fastest guys again in open practice. He's going to be looking to carry that over. When we free practice 1, it was Bruno and Travis, the top 2 qualifiers, and as we were saying, myself and Aaron, no one was expecting that, so yeah, those 2 got to be very happy. Maybe coming into this one as underdogs and showing that they can do it. They can challenge for this World Championship, and I think there's so many people in the pits that can, with good cars, and I still think there's a couple of drivers who haven't quite found their feet, and we haven't seen their full potential. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in these next 2 controlled practice runs. Jonathan Young going to lead us out on track. Race number 7 of 13. You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships here at Live RC. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC. This crystal clear HD broadcast is brought to you by Motive RC this week, so a big thank you to all of them. First to show on track is Yu Kikuchi, opens up with a 19th flat. Matthew Chaffron, first to show on 3 laps, looking to go 1 minute flat. We've got Yu Kikuchi comes through that, going 57.9, good enough for 9th. Okay, so Aaron again doing laps of the pit lane. J Concepts pit walkabout, got the Brit Elliott Boots, so we're going to head on down to Aaron.
Yeah, here in the Kyosho pit with Elliott Boots, who's busy trimming pins off of 4-wheel drive front tires. How's your car so far?
Yeah, not too bad. Track's really grippy, so we're just trying to dial out a bit of grip, so cutting more pins off tyres and changing setups every run quite dramatically, but it's getting better, so it's good.
What are the different things that you've been able to do with the pins on the tires to sort of change things up?
Cut more of them off, basically, so less pin on the tyre to try and make the car less edgy on the front end. With the full drives, you're carrying a lot of speed into the corners, and it just makes the cars really twitchy. So trying to less pins on the front tyres, hopefully will make it a bit easier to drive.
Is there a point in which you take off too much?
There can be, where you start understeering too much, you lose a bit of drive. Sometimes having it just that, there's a fine happy medium that you need, really.
What are some of the changes that you made to the car to try to get it easier to drive?
Different suspension, roll bars, things like that, thicker roll bars. Some people are going softer, some people are going harder. So at the minute, everyone's just testing and experimenting with setups to find the best one.
What do you think of the layout?
Yeah, I think it's a bit easy, maybe. I think the washboard section kind of separated a few people on the last track. Now you don't have to get a line through there; you just tend to run tight. It's a good track. It's fast. It'd be better if there was more of a technical section which would separate people, but it's good.
You're primarily a Nitro 8-scale off-road racer, incredibly successful in that class. What's your goal coming into a race like this?
I don't really have one. I mean, I got close to the A final in two-wheel drive, which I would have liked to have made it. We'll see how it goes with four-wheel drive. You know, it's being four-wheel drive, it's more similar to an eighth car. But I need a bigger track with dirt and an engine in it, really, and I'll be okay.
Tony was talking on the broadcast, actually, as you were getting close to the finals in two-wheel, that you might be bummed if you made an electric two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive final before you made it in 8-scale.
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday. I thought, oh, that'd be my luck. That I'll make the world's final in electric, but not in nitro. But hopefully next year I'll change that in Vegas. Try and go for the win there. But here, I mean, it'd be amazing to make the final, considering the last Worlds was out. I didn't have such a great result, so let's see what happens.
Well, good luck. You're off to a good start.
Thank you.
It's Elliott Boots down here in the Kyosho pit. He's got to get back to trimming off some rubber.
Okay, so good interview there with Elliott Boots downstairs, and yeah, obviously his premier class is 8-scale, current 8-scale European champion, coming here with Team Kyosho 2015, been a good year for him, also making British national champion. And he's going into this one off a good two-wheel drive event, making it into the B final, just missing out on the A main event, and taking home the win in the B. So actually finishing 11th in the world in two-wheel drive class, which he says is not his most strongest, is not a bad achievement. Race number 7 on track coming to a close. We've got Yakaguchi out front from Japan, finishing with a 57.2. And he's going to post a hot lap of 18.9. John Watkins going to take the fastest lap of the race, 18.8. Coming home with a 57.7. Those guys are going to go 5th and 8th. Matthew Chaffron from France. He's going to go 2nd in the heat, going 8th overall with a 57.7. John Watkins going to come home in 3rd. Next up is race number 8 of 13. We're getting closer and closer to our fast guys out in the higher heats. This is round number 5 of practice, which is our first round of controlled practice. The fastest 3 laps, consecutive laps from each driver, will count towards where they will be seated in tomorrow's qualifying rounds. Coming up in this one, we've got Bartek Zabransky, David Ronnefolk, Fabian Widemir, Oliver de Montfort, Guanshan Chen, Ju Won Kyo, Frederick Hovgaard, Brett Birch, Frederick Payne, and Kevin Lee. These guys out on track on their warm-up right before they get their 5-minute clock underway. They're going to line them up on the back straight. Okay, so Bartek going to lead them out in the 1 car. Ronnefolk has been the class of this heat in the first 4 rounds of open practice. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. Closes right up on Bartek in the first lap. So David opens up 18.0. We're on board with him. And Bartek Zabransky. There we go. David Ronifold just up front. Comes through and does an 18.1. So an 18.0 and an 18.1. Okay, so we're going to move on downstairs to Aaron again with Hayato Matsuzuki at the J Concepts Pit Walkabout.
Down here in the Yokomo pit area with Hayato Matsuzaki, former two-wheel drive world champion, currently 7th overall in four-wheel drive. Your new car's looking pretty good. You seem surprised.
Yeah, it was a surprise for me. The car will feel super good, but I was trying to get more faster, so it was pretty happy result for me.
Have you had to make many changes to the car today?
Yeah, I go into different way as other team guys, so my car was pretty good feel, and then other people changed to our setup, and then I hope whole team goes up for tomorrow qualify.
What do you think is the most difficult part of the track for four-wheel drive?
For sure, the bumps are difficult, but the four-wheel is a lot faster than two-wheel, and then also car is heavier, so the jump landing is a lot more difficult than two-wheel, and then also the good steering wise is important too. So maybe most difficult part is like make car balance better.
You're running a brand new buggy this weekend, the Yokomo YZ4. We're going to pull the body off of this thing, even though the paint job is beautiful. Check out the inside of it. So the first things I noticed on the car was that it has front and rear gearboxes, along with belts that connect the front and rear.
Yes. Here has gear for both front and rear, and then connect belt for front and rear.
What does that do? What is the benefit?
So gears make more better response, and use belt for every movement is for like this way. The shaft-driven car needs something this way, so driving more easier and more consistent.
And the weight distribution is very much toward the center here, and you have the battery slid all the way forward. Is that a layout specifically intended for carpet and AstroTurf?
We try a lot of layout, like changing battery location and some speedo and motor location, but this position was most consistent and easy and easier to get fast.
How much, how close is the front and rear suspension to the B-Max?
It's, I think, totally different design of the car suspension stuff. Looks like front arms looks like two-wheel drive design, and the rear is a different design. Also, material is changed, so it's like whole new cars.
How long have you been running this car in preparation for the Worlds?
It's just like 2 weeks. I'm not like a Worlds driver, so I didn't go like a EOS and some big events. So I just got this car before Worlds few weeks ago, and then try some setup, and then just now.
Well, you're catching on pretty quick. Thanks for showing us the new car, and good luck this week.
Thank you very much.
Hayato Matsuzaki and his brand new Yokomo YZ4, and for a not full-time driver, he's doing pretty darn well.
So a good interview there with Hayato from Yokomo, talking about his new ride here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Out on track, David Ronifolk's just done fast lap 17.4 and going to go top of the pile with a top 3 laps of 52.9. We've got Frederick Hovgaard in second, hot lap of 17.9, and has gone 54.2, good enough for third. Kevin Lee, 18.3, he's gone fifth with a 55.1. Fabian Widmer's gone sixth. Ju Won Kyo, 7. Oliver de Montfort has gone 8th. So that concludes race number 8. Up next is race number 9. And it's showtime. Josh Payne coming to the track. And we are on board with our Phantom Racing track cam. Looking at the left-hand corner of the track, you can see the slightly moved 5-Spice. You can see David Ronnefolk in the corner of the shot, stood there ready to turn marshal as the cars appear over the roller. And pull a 90 right onto the 5-Spice, off down the straight. We're moving back to the starting grid for race number 9. We've got Josh Payne going to lead us out. Sylvain Gallo, whose birthday it is, from France, he's going to come out second. Nana Kyo, the young Japanese lady, only 10 years old. Kai Kikuchi in 4. Daisuke Sakamoto in 5. Kyle Moon 6. Bill Easton 7. Nathan Rolls 8. Andrew Smolnick 9. And Peter Foster 10. Andrew Smolnick, one of our PR racing guys here this week from America. Okay, so already almost 1 minute down, 4 left to go. Race number 9. Drivers started to come through for 3. And let's see who's going to affect our timing table. Kai Kikuchi from Japan. He's got the hot lap 17.9, 17.6 last time through. He's looking to go 54 flat. As he comes through, he drops it to a 53.7. He's looking to go third at the moment on 3 consecutive fastest laps. Daisuke Sakamoto in the 5, running in second. Kyle Moon up to third. Nanakio 4. Josh Payne 5. Payne with a 19, change that, 18.8 fastest lap. And he's looking to go 57.6. That's good enough for 19th. Working our way around with some beautiful bright orange wheels, and that is our leader, Kai Kikuchi, rolling it over around the end of the straight, working his way up over Mount Fuji into the right hand side. Oh, edgy car getting up on 2 wheels. He goes through the 180. Last time by, that roller costing him, coming through with a 21.5. Josh Payne slowly moving up, 18.8 last time through, hot lap of an 18.6, dropping his time to a 56.2. And he's up to 10th now in the overall. Kai Kikuchi, still fastest lap, 17.6, back on lap 3. The bright orange machine in your view. Coming down through the line, let's see what he can do. A 21.7, slower lap last time through. You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. We are here in Japan at the world famous Yatabe Arena. Our leader, the bright orange machine from Japan, Kai Kikuchi. Billy Easton of Serpent moves up into second now. Hot lap of an 18.1, 55 flat for top 3 consecutive laps. Daisuke Sakamoto still in third. Carl Moon 4, Josh Payne 5. And we've got Kai Kikuchi going 3, Billy Easton 6, Daisuke Sakamoto going 8, Carl Moon 11. We've got about 20 seconds left to go. So just one driver to finish up in this, and that's a wrap. Race number 9 in the books. Practice round 5, first round of control practice here on Thursday. Heat number 10 going to be Travis Metzger, as you've just seen on our J Concepts pit walkabout. Downstairs telling us about his new 4-drive buggy. Ty Tetzman, Ben Jemison, Kazuki Sasatuo, Sasatuso, Zacharias Villalba from Spain, Jorge Monday, racing on a Thursday. Chiriya Kajiwara from Japan in 7. Crowd favourite, Malin Carlson, is up in the 8. Richard Lowe in the 9. And Shinadachi, your Yokomo designer and engineer, in 10. So we're off and away with race number 10 here in round number 5 of practice, your 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. This is the 4-wheel drive division. And fast guy, Travis Ametskua from our open practice, opens up with an 18 flat and a 17.7. It'll be interesting to see what he can back that up with. We're on board with Ty Tesman. Ty Tesman first to go 3 laps, as is Travis. 54.9. After 3, Ty Tesman only looking to go 5th. Malin Carlson looking to go 8th. She jumps up to the 2 spot with a fast lap of an 18 flat and an 18.5 last lap. So 54.8 for Ty, 55 flat for Malin, 55.6 for Shin, 56.6 for Richard Lowe. Ben Jemison looking at 56.7 for top 3 consecutive laps. Shinadachi to the top of the pile, 17.8 hot lap, 54.1.
Hey, Tony, guess what?
Go on then.
I have some little bit of insider info.
Okay.
So apparently, after two-wheel drive didn't quite go as well as he'd planned,
Okay.
the Tessman family spent their day off yesterday driving an hour and a half to a different AstroTurf track here in Japan.
Yeah.
Ran all day.
Oh, wow.
And drove an hour and a half back. And I had heard a little rumor floating around that Ty went and tested yesterday, so I walked up to his mom just a little bit ago and asked her, like, so little Bitterty told me that you might have gone and done a little bit of practice yesterday. She's like, oh yeah, we don't want a repeated two-wheel drive. We don't want anything close to two-wheel drive. And like, you know, she had the Leanne Testament smile on her face, but she had the eyes of like fiery rage.
Yeah.
The Testament family is fired up, and you know, there's no 110% D-main.
No.
Like that was not acceptable to them. So while we were off gallivanting about Tokyo and you know many people were sleeping off their hangovers yesterday, the Testman family was practicing a lot. And she said that
doing work.
Yeah. And she said the track wasn't nearly as smooth as the one here, but they just were looking for turf time, basically.
Turf time.
And it's showing so far. I mean, they're, you know, oh my goodness. Climbing up 81 positions here in this heat. He's all the way up to 4th quick.
Yep.
I think that might have paid off a little bit.
Yep.
Finding something here in this first round of seating practice. Fastest lap at a 17.7. Seat time of 53.767. Looks like he found something yesterday.
Yeah. Travis and Mexico in this one, the only one just faster. We're going to go 53.5, but it looks like we might have lost Travis.
Yep, he's out the driver's stand. Oh, actually, he's on the driver's stand, but his radio's down on the ground, and he's just got his arms folded. So
Spectating.
Yep.
So Ty Tesman leading this heat round. He's working his way through a little bit of traffic and down the back straight. Last time through, an 18.1 in traffic. And let's see what he can do now. He's got a bit of free track. Working his way through in front of the driver's stand and down through the 5-spice.
Tessman's last time an 18.1, coming by right here, 17.9. So seat time still stuck at that 53.767, but
20 seconds left. Oh.
Jumping it. Wow.
Good save.
Breakdance.
That's the
Maybe there's something behind that whole mantra of don't ever let off.
Yeah.
The front,
it's the 8 scale in him.
Yep, the front tires picked that car up, put him back on his tires, and whoa! Hey, look at that kickflip!
Ta-da!
I heard they're coming out with a new Tony Hawk Pro Skater game, but I also heard it's supposed to suck. Ty's like, I'll just do this with my car. Watch. Got a Team Tekin Racing instant replay here. The first time he had a little
hitting the pop dot.
Yep, punched it. See the car wiggle over twice. Moving backward the whole time, doing a little moonwalk action upside down. Tessman moving up to 4th quick behind Ronafalk and Mesco and Chimera. Of course, a reset after the open practice session, so the fast drivers still haven't yet come up.
So the Hot Bodies cars 1 and 4.
Here's another Team Tekin Racing instant replay. Here's the second one. Up and over Mount Fuji.
Hitting the landmine.
Wow. Punched it, and he had that, what is the anti-landmine armor that they put on tanks?
Yeah.
Looked like something out of a video game. Oh yeah, watch this. Drives away. Didn't even really let off.
Simples.
Here's the Phantom Racing track cam showing the
Calves.
entrance.
The calves of all our marshals and drivers.
Yeah. Bill Houston's got some definition. We know that.
Fresh kicks, bro.
Yeah. Serpent orange.
That's right.
We got some serious leg day walking around yesterday. What does your health app say that we did?
Do I have an out? Oh, I don't have a tracker on.
Fail.
What?
Well,
yeah.
Okay, so our producer Jensen says that his says 7.86 miles. Mine shows like 10.5.
Maybe it's because he kept standing outside the shops while everybody else.
That's true.
Yeah.
He kept standing outside waiting for the rest of us, and I was inside trying to run up 7 flights of stairs
and round up Bob.
Oh, that's true. Find Bob. Track down Mike.
You did 3 miles finding Bob.
There's a totally different way of sightseeing when you go out with the Live RC crew, because it's equal parts find the next destination and go back and retrieve Bob. So you kind of get to see everything 1.5 times.
Back to track action. Already 1 minute down in race number 11. Our C two-wheel drive finalists. And Hayato Matsuzuki, who we just had our interview with downstairs, going fastest after 3 laps. 17.9 last time 3 of the hot lap of 17.7. We've got Chris Sturdy from Australia. We've got Bruno Coelho out on track. Practice fast guy. 17.4 hot lap. Obviously had a little bit of a bobble because he has just gone top of the pile. 53.2. Still not faster than Ronifold, but he has got a slower lap to count. So it's the 8 car out on track's our leader, the white X-ray machine. Coming through the left-hand side. Here he is working his way up to the gearbox of Dustin Evans. Dustin pulls wide and lets him through. We've got about 3 minutes left to go. Bruno last time through 17.7. Looking at 53.1. 3 consecutive fast laps. Let's see what he can do this time through with a bit of free track. 17.5. Oh, rolling it over at the end of the straight. Gets back in front of Dustin Evans. Oh, rolling over again. So Bruno, he has gone top of the pile. 52.7, just in front of Ronifolk. But this is going to be a slower lap. So he's done a 22 out lap. 17.4, 17.8, 17.9, 17.5. Consistent those 17s. But he has had 2 mistakes now. We've got 2 minutes and 10, so we're just past half race distance. And Bruno Coelho coming round. Let's see what he can do this time through. It's a 17.6. Hayato in second, looking at a 53.7. Hot lap of a 17.7. Keito Kadira in third, looking to go 53.9. Reinhard 17.7, looking to go 54.3. Cockrell 17.8, we're going to go 54.3 as well. Chris Sturdy 54.7. Hupo Hornigal 55.4. Dustin Evans 56.4. Craig Collinson 57.2. And Jesper Remerson going 58.7. Bruno still that hot lap back on lap 2. 17.4, working his way up over Mount Fuji. Through the Fuji landmine. And coming up to the gearbox of Craig Collinson. Oh, two wheels. Good save from Bruno going around the end of the straight. Very quick reactions as he goes through the landmine field. Down through the double single, doing a 180 into the left-hand corner. Safely through the 5 spice, and down through the line. Let's see what this is. Looks a good lap. 17.7. He's got his time to a 52.7 for top 3 consecutive. He can get away with riding those pot dots down in front of the driver's stand, whereas a lot of drivers, as soon as they hit them, they explode off like they've just landed on a grenade. 17.5 again from Bruno. Hayato still in second, looking at a 53.4, good enough to go third. Tom Cockrell going 6, Kayato Kadira going 9, Mark Reinhard 12, Chris Sturdy 13, Hupo Honagle going 21, and Bruno again throwing it over, coming off the dining room table in the middle of the park. We're coming into finishing times for this one. So see if anyone chops and changes around. Cockrell's got himself up to 6th with a 53.7. We've got 2 more heats left to go in this first round of control practice. As Bruno finishes up, he's going to take it with a 52.7, top 3 consecutive fast laps. Hayato Matsuzuki going to come home in second, 53.4, and that's going to be good enough for third. So at the moment, the top 10, which will be our A qualifying heat for tomorrow, is Coelho, Ronifolk, Matsuzuki, Ametsqua, Kimura, Cockrell, Tesmond, Kikuchi, Kadira, Adichie.
So far.
Still our A final and B final from two-wheel drive left to go.
Thank you all so much for watching the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships live from Yatabe Arena here in Tsukuba City, Japan. Our coverage this week brought to you by Proline Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC.
Great shot there of the driver's stand. Mark Reinhard, just down to the middle of your screen. Out marshalling. As we come across to our driver's stand to watch this one, we're on board with Elliot Boots, the winner of our two-wheel drive B final. He's going to lead us out. The Kyosho man. Oh, getting it up on two wheels, comes down through the line, opens up 17.9. So that's a good note. Well, very close to the pipe as he came down off the dining room table in the middle of the park. Yasuki Sugira, 17.7, highest placed Japanese driver from two-wheel drive, opens up with the fastest lap. Oh, Boots going for a big tumble. Oh, marshalling himself. Good job. Oh. Okay, so 2 laps on the board. When they come through for 3, we'll be able to tell you where they're looking at going on the overall for seeded practice. And it is Yasuki Sugira, 17.5, hot lap on lap 2. And he's looking to go 53.5, which is good enough for 4th. We've got McBride in 2nd, going 14th. Hoffer going 17th. Yasuki Sugira in the 7. There he is. Yep. Orange wheels. Not sure if I'm a fan of that.
I imagine that's probably a much more normal thing here in Japan than it is.
For sure. As he comes into wheelie into Mount Fuji, safely through the Fuji landmine field.
It's pretty awesome. They're like doing that like a BMX bike.
Yep. Right.
Punch it, roll up the face of the jump on the rear tires.
Yep.
Little Mad Skills motocross action.
Ah.
Segura's car has been fast all day. It's really fast in two-wheel drive. Unfortunately, just missing out on the main when Numedal pulled a rabbit out of his hat in the last round.
Yep.
Warnemont good for 10th quick here so far in this heat, trying to make the A heat. Although I imagine there's going to be about 10 drivers in the next heat that might have a shot at beating that one. So,
interestingly, current four-wheel drive world champion Steve Hartson not circling, didn't make it through for one lap.
Think he's had a bit of a rough day. He was running about mid-pack after the first couple of rounds. I don't even see him on the driver's stand.
Oh, interesting. We have a new hot lap. Naoto Matsuzuka with a 17.3. He's jumping himself back up the pile. And he is looking at a 54.3 at the moment for top 3 consecutive fast laps.
He'd be 16th, but he was the fastest driver in that last round of untimed or unofficial practice anyway. So imagine Matsukura is going to have a little bit more speed in there. He hasn't been able to string 3 17s together.
Yeah.
He's got 1 minute and 30 seconds left to do so. Segura, however, hasn't had that problem. In fact, new fast lap personal best for Segura at a 17.449.
Still looking at a 53.1, good enough for third at the moment in control practice.
He's a less than 0.2 of a second off of Ronafalk, who's currently second.
Yeah, Ronafalk's time holding up. He was out after underachieving. I don't know where he was. Was he E final, F final?
Something
F
like
final,
that.
I think, in two-wheel.
Way deeper than I would have imagined.
So he was in a real slow heat. So he's going to be negotiating traffic as well. So it's going to be interesting what happens when he gets up with the rest of the fast guys in qualifying. Maybe to tow or push him round. As we talk about that, Yasuki Segura puts in a faster lap and moves into second on the overall with a 52.8 now.
And
Carson Warnemont looking to go fourth.
Warnemont just plugged in a new fast 3 seed time for him. Matsukura jumps to second. There he is.
17.3 still for the hot lap.
Warnemont had a 17.699 as part of his new seed time that jumps him up to the 5th spot, 53.451. Now to Matsukura, stringing 3 17s together finally. Not one of his fastest laps, but to a 53.002 moves him up to 4th. So Segura, Matsukura, Warnemont, and actually McBride improving to 9th. 53.737, 4th in this heat. Likely will be bumped out of the A heat when the next group comes up. But potentially looking at 2 or 3 drivers here out of the B resort making the top 10 after the first round of seeding practice.
Still that time to beat. Bruno Coelho with the X-Ray car from Portugal was fastest in open practice. We're in round 5 of practice. First 4 were open practice. This is control practice, which means it means something. The top 3 fastest consecutive laps from your runs will go towards where you'll be seeded for tomorrow's qualifying. At the moment, they are seeded in where they finished from two-wheel drive just a few days ago. So that means next up we have our two-wheel drive A final. And your two-wheel drive world champion, Spencer Rivkin, is going to lead us out. Jared Tebow going to be second, Cavalieri third, Cragg 4, Newman 5, Mayfield 6, Bayer 7, Numenor 8, Orlowski 9, and Lee Martin will be 10. The time they need to beat is 52.7. Still the fastest lap we've seen here in the four-wheel drive class, a 17.1 from Bruno. That was back in round number 3, I believe, of open practice.
That's the time to shoot for. The top time is a 52.769. 10th right now is a 53.761. So about 1 second separating the top 10 drivers
Over
with
3
one
laps.
heat left to go.
That's over 3 laps.
Yeah. Wow. Following along here with Jared Tebow. Certainly disappointed after not making good on his TQ effort in two-wheel drive. Be extra motivated to earn his second four-wheel drive championship. And interestingly enough, his first four-wheel drive championship also came here in Japan 10 years ago.
Which he won from 6th, 7th?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
He was not up at the front of the grid. Not really one of the favorites going in. But drove at the time a Team Associated B44 to his first world championship. And kind of like we talked about with Elliott Boots, who was close to making his first world's main event in two-wheel drive. Tebow still hasn't, I believe, made a final at the Nitro Worlds. But he has won 2 electric off-road world championships.
And multiple Rora national championships with gas.
Yeah, that's true also.
First to show in this one, we got 3 laps on the board, 17.5. Lee Martin, only good enough for 5th at the moment. We've got Cavalieri in 2nd, going fast enough for 6th, and he's got the hot lap of a 17.4.
Backed it up, however, with a 17.9, so Cavalieri's going to need a screamer of a 3rd lap in order to use that fast lap for something good. And he followed up with a 20.4, so Cavalieri not improving his seed time. He's going to need to rip off something good again. Whoa, Martin off the tabletop.
Going after the marshal.
Mother, can I leave the table?
Really?
Yeah, I've been kind of waiting to make that joke. We have been calling it the dining room table all week. So Martin, Cavalieri, and Mayfield, top 3 right now, would only be 5th, 6th, and 7th overall. Still following along here with Lee Martin. His fastest lap of the race so far, a 17.5. Fastest lap is Cavalieri at a 17.4. Tebow's got a 17.4.
Tebow going 1.
Wow.
I didn't see that coming.
No.
17.6 last lap. He's looking to go 52.6. So unless anybody in this heat goes faster, he's going to be current DQ in the seeding.
That was 2 17.6s with a 17.4 sandwiched in the middle.
At the moment, the rest of these guys going 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Nearly a 1/10 of a second faster than what Bruno turned in. So Tebow definitely has the speed here. We saw at the warm-up the Kyosho drivers running what we understand to be a pretty much stock ZX6. Working really well here on the turf. My goodness, Jared's car is carrying a lot of speed through those infield sections.
Looking good.
Yeah, this might be another stellar one. And only a 17.6, only. Mayfield actually has the fastest average lap in this race, I think just because he hasn't had any mistakes. His best lap is 17.5, that's right in the mix. Currently only good for 9th overall, though, at a 53.126. So Mayfield will be looking to pick it up. He definitely wants to be in the A heat. Tebow's last couple laps, 17.6, 17.8, so unlikely to improve here. 17.561, however, so could be the start of a new 3-lap burst with just less than a minute to go. Bayer jumping up to 2nd with a 17.272.
Also going faster than Bruno now. So
wow.
those 2 guys going 1 and 2. That's going to bump Bruno down to 3rd.
Still means X-Ray drivers 2 and 3 here in this controlled timed practice round. Whoa, Tebow having a moment.
Found an oil slick.
Yeah. RC Pro-Am style. Actually, he found a pot dot is what that was.
So we're coming into 20 seconds left to go. In your shot, you can see Jared Tebow. Oh,
man.
How did that happen?
I have no idea. Tebow channeling some Pudge luck there.
Yeah.
Bouncing off the front tires like he was racing the Excite bike or something.
Lee Martin in tow. Oh, Lee Martin trying to take out the Marshal again. It's the second time he's been for him.
Need to give that guy shin guards. See if Tebow can string something together here. 17.7, nope. He's going to finish up there with a 52.676. Fastest seed time here of round number 1 of four-wheel drive seating. The current top 10 after one round: Jared Tebow first, Martin Bayer second, Bruno Coelho third, Yusuke Segura fourth, Ryan Cavallari fifth, David Ronafalk sixth, Mikhail Orlovsky seventh, Naoto Matsukura eighth, Lee Martin ninth, and Ryan Mayfield hanging on to the final spot in the A qualifier after one round of controlled practice. Here at the four-wheel drive portion of the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships, brought to you by Proline and Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies, Expert RC, and PR Racing. We've got a Team Tekin Racing instant replay. Here's Tebow hitting the pot dots, singling off there, skipping off the front tires, and somehow sticking the landing on the brakes. Managed to still bring the car down flat and then almost come to a complete stop. Made the right-hand turn and kept going.
That pipe was Tebow's nemesis.
That's true.
In the two-wheel drive A-main.
That's the same section of the track where he had difficulty in two-wheel drive.
Yep.
Pretty much the entire time in two-wheel.
Yep.
It was really the only spot that he crashed a whole lot.
Definitely.
So, be interesting to see if that continues to be his nemesis. We're going to take a commercial break before we get to the second and last round of timed practice here in four-wheel at Yatabe Arena.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
When you doing it, the age
All expert servos feature brushless motors and advanced firmware for better power, speed and control.
Maximum performance, maximum reliability.
Expert RC servos are the choice of champions. We use expert RC servos.
Starting off here with race number 1 of the second round of controlled practice. This will determine tomorrow's heat seating. Then we'll have another round of practice in the morning that will determine starting order here at the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships. Our exclusive live broadcast for free on YouTube, thanks to our sponsors, Team Associated Proline, along with Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC, and Masatsugu Ito, 33rd after round number 1, out front. Fastest lap so far, 18.251.
Okay. We're off and away with race number 1. Round number 6 of practice here today. And this is our second of 2 controlled practice runs to determine our qualification for tomorrow. Oh. Ido helping a car back up onto his feet, or his wheels. And still turning an 18.5, which is pretty impressive. Masatsugu Ido was fast at the warm-up event they had here at Yatabe Arena. One minute and 50 left to go in this one. Still on board with the 7 car. Our leader, 17.7. Fastest lap of the race. Just did last lap. So he's got a 17.8, an 18.0 and a 17.7. That would have been good enough for 15, or is good enough for 15th at the moment with a 53.6. Last lap 17.7 again before he makes a mistake and rolls it over. So he's moved himself up to 14th, which is a progression up the field of 19 places. So having a better one this time. I think he's going to be very happy come tomorrow when he can get himself up with some guys which are around about the same pace. No offence to the guys around him, but he is just about 2 seconds a lap faster than the quickest guy in this heat. Unfortunately couldn't make it to the 2-wheel drive event due to his mother not being very well, so had to stay at home with her. But he's here for the 4-wheel, and he's out turning laps with 25 seconds left to go. Looks like he's not going to improve on his 53.5 top 3 consecutive laps. Rolling over again. Looks like he's really struggling with some traction. Not lack of, that's for sure. Alexandra Privat in second, looking at a 57.6. He's moving himself up 4 places, going to 67th. Nick Sava has returned from doing his tourism duties and come to play with some 4-wheel drive for the rest of the week. He's currently looking at a 58.4, improves on his last lap, and that's going to bump him up 45 places to 72nd. Jungnang Yen going to finish in 4th. He's going to finish with a 1 minute and 1. As we move into race number 2. Of round number 2 of control practice. We move down to our Phantom Racing track cam. Bjorn Newman walking away from his marshal point after being relieved. And this is the view from our this is the view from our timing platform, not our timing tower. Aaron gave me a backhand slap, keeping his pimp hand strong. Telling me off because it's apparently not a tower, it's a platform. As we move to our second Phantom Trap Cam, showing you the 5-spice. First one scary, second one sporty, third one baby, fourth one posh, fifth one ginger. Yeah, I remembered all 5 this time. This morning when I was trying to work it out, it took us about 10 minutes to work out that we didn't have posh.
Yeah, it took us about 10 minutes and 2 Google searches to find the name of the 5th one.
You had to pipe up then, didn't you? Embarrassed me live on air.
You just talked about having 10 minutes to recall 5 people.
I just had.
I was the one that started throwing out dwarf names.
I've just told the world that I spent longer than 10 minutes thinking about the Spice Girls.
I think
not for the right reasons.
I was gonna say I think most men at our age, at some point in our lives, have spent more than 10 minutes thinking about the Spice Girls.
Okay.
That's probably not something I should have admitted online.
Okay. It's a shame we're not on camera because I literally just put my head in my hands. Giggity. Mark Lim going to lead us out in this one, the 5 car, 22.3. We've not had such a bad week here in the live RC booth. Only 3 or 4 times we've had Aaron falling off his chair. First time was his own doing, he leant back and broke it.
Yep, took me all of about an hour when we got here to prove that whole fat American stereotype true, and lean back in the wonderfully cheap children's plastic office chair that I was sitting in. Leaned back to stretch out and snapped the back of it.
Smooth.
Yeah, poked me in the back, caught my shirt to the point where I thought I was going to tear it. Yeah, it was pretty spectacular.
It then became Bob's chair.
Yeah, so I immediately drug it over to Bob's desk.
3 minutes and 15 left to go in race number 2 of 13. Round number 6 of practice here today. And this is our second round of controlled practice. Car number 10, Lee Pak Hee, is our leader. And Lee Pak Hee, last time 3, just coming through the line now, 19.3 in this Gagler class. Down through in front of the driver's stand, working their way through the double single into the left-hand side, over the 5-spice. And down through the line, we've got Lee Pak Hee and Mark Lim in shot, working their way up over the dining room table. Oh, Mark Lim just letting our leader know he's there. Gets him a little bit out of shape going up over the double. Whoa, barrel rolling cars. So Lee Pak Hee from Korea coming down through the line. 19.3 hot lap, 25.0 last time through. And he's caught back up to Mark Lim. Both having an error. We've got 1 minute and 50 left to go in race number 2. This is the last time these guys are going to hit the track today. Tomorrow morning we will have another round of controlled practice. Just a shakedown round to get everyone into the flow before we go into qualifying. The times from that will be used for something. It will just be used to determine where they will start for qualifying round number 1 in their heat. So who will go first, second, third, and so on. Drivers in this one, we've got Lee back here, looking to go 86th, 4 places progression up the field. Mark Lim not improving on his previous best, is actually going to drop down to 89th. Tosuyoshi Ito in second, hot lap of 19.6, looking at a 59.9, and he's going to go 95th. Rinji Chen looking at a 1 minute flat. Fumiyasu Toki looking at 1 minute flat. David Church 1 minute and 1. His fastest is a 20.3. 20 seconds remaining in this one. Our leader, Lee Bak Hee, coming round over the dining room table. Safely through Mount Fuji's minefield. Going double, single, through the 180 and into the 5 Spice. Just helping out a fellow driver by rewriting his car.
Rewriting, is that like copy editing?
Why you always got to pick on me, bro? What have I done to you?
I was just making a word joke. Had nothing to do with you specifically.
You're just mean.
I do pick on everybody. Most often myself.
Yeah. Round number 6. Second round of control practice on track. Yeehaw! Oh no, now they can see the headphones.
Yeah, totally ruined the magic. Wait, do it again, do it again. Do it again, do it again.
Yeah, don't give him what he wants.
Ah! So for those watching back home, the worst part about this whole thing is that not only is Bob in control of what you guys can see, but he can talk to me without you guys hearing it. You'll never hear what Bob says. But he can't hear me unless you can hear me.
So you can't abuse him, basically.
So he can abuse me verbally all day. And I can't do anything about it. It's horrible. All day, all night.
Give us a nod, Bob. Race number 3. Leading us out, going to be the 4 car, Shinya Kimura. Went fast enough to go 15th. So maybe had a few issues in 2-wheel drive to be so far down, but seems to have got it sorted with his 4-wheel. 17.9 opener. So let's see if he can go up the field. Like I said, 15th after the first round of control practice, having the same issues as Ito, being in a slower heat, affecting him due to having to pass back markers very quickly and very often. Our leader looking good through there, jumping very big off of the double, but not traction rolling, which is what we're seeing from a lot of drivers. 18.1 to back up his 17.9 as he works his way down into the right corner, safely through the 90 degree onto the double single. to the gearbox of another back marker. Oh, almost sending it off the outside of the straight. And pops in a 19.0. Three minutes and 20 left to go. Shinya out front. 5 laps on the board. 18.2 last time through. Still hot lap of a 17.9 on lap number 1. Nice and tight through the 180 there. He's going to try and drop it down the inside. Oh, great move to pass the back marker. Back marker didn't even know it was there. That was like Valentino Rossi late braking style. Or maybe a Maldonado kamikaze move if you're an F1 fan.
Did it end up with hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in damage to an irreparable one-off race car?
Oh, yeah, maybe not.
So not quite Maldonado bad.
No. Half race distance, we've got race number 3 on track. We're on board with Shinya Kimura from Japan, the Yokomo driver, through the front side. Oh, almost making his way around the back marker, upside down, gets caught and flipped over. Ping Hyu Shu is in second, 19.1, looking at 58.8. Ashley Peeler from Australia in third, looking at 59.3. Motoyoshi Siki, 59.9. Rene Levezzo with a 59.9. Alexander Bakuir, looking at 1 minute flat. Jing Ming Chen, also looking at 1 minute flat. Our leader down through the line, 18.3. Disappeared slightly there. Confused about what happened. You couldn't see the upslope. Okay, so we're coming into finishing times with race number 3. Round number 6, second round of control practice. And our leader, Shinya Kimura, 17.6, going to finish up not improving on his round 1 time, so he's going to stay 15th at the moment, which will put him in the B qualifier. We move down, you can see his car just disappearing out of shot. And we're on our Phantom Racing track cam. That car's just been abandoned upside down. Oh, no, driver's come to collect it. Our Phantom Racing calf cam. As we move back to the back side of the track, you can see the driver's stand there. We're back on our driver's stand with race number 4. Number 9, Yuki Zheng, going to lead us out, working his way down through the line. Opens up 20.3. Oh, just catching a landmine coming through the Mount Fuji minefield. The reason I say that is as the cars come down, they seem to randomly traction flip off the track, and it looks like they've hit a landmine. Yataka Takizawa, fastest lap out of the blocks, 19.3, jumps to the top of the pile, 59.7. No one through the line so far that's on and improving from their round 1 times. Second best, Yuki Zheng with a 19.6. They're going to go 59.8. 2 drivers going sub 1 minute for top 3 consecutive laps at the moment. This is race number 3 of 13. 3 minutes and 10 left to go. You're watching the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. We are live here from Japan at the Yatabe Arena. I'd like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing and Expert RC. Without those, we would not be able to bring you this broadcast in beautiful high definition because of Motive RC this week. Seven laps on the board for these guys. Out on lap 8, still 19.3 from Yutaka Takizawa is the fastest lap on track. He is our leader, looking to go 58.8. No one is improving on their first round time. We've got a cheeky Tekken instant replay for you coming up over the kitchen table. Boom. So, nice little mistake from our leader. We're on board with, working his way up over Mount Fuji. And through the double seat. Oh, trying to stick it down the inside of the back marker and boink. Straight into the cone, upside down, turtled, need a marshal. Down through the line, 20.6. And so that was UK Zheng, sorry, with a 9. We move to the 1 car now with Yutaka Takizawa. Last time through a 21.1. Cars smashing each other off the track there. No prisoners. Into the left-hand side. Looks like our leader's broken free and got a little bit of free space to try and turn some hot laps. Sending it down the end of the straight, up over the dining room table, onto Mount Fuji, through the Fuji land minefield, into the 180. And no one else in that side of the track. So let's see what he can do. He's got a free bit of track now, coming down through the line. Best lap 19.3. What is this one? 19.1. Our leader into the left-hand side. And down through the line, 19.1, backs it up 19.5. Here's the left-hand side. Let's see what he can do, if he can get a good lap to go with his 2 we've just seen. And he does a 19.5, going to put him on improved time and bump him up 4 places to a 58.2. And that's going to put him 71st. So Yutaka Takizawa from Japan going to improve on his round 1 time of control practice. Yuki Zhang going to come in second. Only other driver to improve on their round 1 is going to be Yukino, moving up 3 spots to 101, 101st. So, race number 4 is done. 5 up next.
Jensen, do we want to change him over?
Okay, so we're off and away. 1 lap on the board for race number 5. First to show, going to be Tadashi Hattori. Opens up with a 19.1, backs it up with a 19.1 also. So 2 laps on the board. We'll wait for them to come through for 3. Then we'll be able to tell you who's doing what. And we've got Tadashi Hattori out front, posting 18.8 last lap. He's looking to improve. He's bumping himself up 8 places, going to 56th. So he's bumping himself up a heat for tomorrow's qualifying. Only other person improving is Daidi Sung. As I say that, Si Chang Su now on improving time, looking at 58.4. And Daiji Sun looking at 1 minute and 4. Tadashi Hattori 19.2 last time through, slightly slower in the 4. Shi Chang-su in second. Kiyotaka Ichikawa in third. Michael Bolger from Ireland is in 4th. I always find that I can't say Ireland without being an Irish accent. Ireland.
Is that because you live so close?
So close. Sound like Stewie then.
Thank you.
Ireland.
Ireland.
I always found that's the best way to do accents, is say the name of the place.
Say Japan.
Japan.
That's awful.
I know. I can't. Like whenever you're doing like Scottish, say Scotland. Or Ireland. Ireland.
I like how the two examples of this that you've nailed so far are the countries that are.
Yeah, well, I don't talk about anyone else normally. I don't travel.
How do you say the United States of America?
No comment.
18.696 fastest lap for Tadashi Hattori. Backed it up there with an 18.997.
Yep.
So Hattori potentially looking at resetting a new fast seed time.
We got 3 guys in this.
Nope, 20.7. So unfortunately, Hattori not improving.
We got 3 guys improving in this one. Tadashi Hattori are going to go up 8 spots. Si Chang Su going up 9, and Dai Sun bumping himself 40 places up to 92nd.
That's quite the improvement.
Yeah.
Dumping under 1 minute there for Dai Sun.
Just under a minute left to go in this one. 50 seconds on the clock. Our leader, Hattori, still with a fast lap, 18.6, back on lap 9. We're out on lap 13. As I say that, our leader comes through the line, the 4 car. Si Chang Su in second. Kitaka Ichikawa, 19.3. Back on the last lap. 2 drivers doing their best lap last lap was second and third. Yusuke Kobayashi jumps up to third in that last one as well with an 18.8.
Kobayashi's previous round time, still the best out of the drivers in this heat at a 56.790. Put him 52nd for controlled practice.
So at this rate, looks like Kobayashi and Hattori going to be in the same qualifying race.
As would Si Chang Su and Kiyotaka Ichikawa. And the pairing of Michael Bolger and Dai Sun, actually, as well as Miko Stola, would all be in the same heat.
So they get the joy of racing with each other for the rest of the week.
Yokokawa and Atsuka would be in the same heat.
Fun facts.
All right, so some of the drivers the same speed as their rivals in 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive so far this week.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine having the same guy in the same race for every time you've been on the track for an entire week.
Mm-hmm.
Be kind of rough if that was the same guy you thought was
taking you out.
Right.
You keep crashing into.
Awful.
Quick shot of the
timing platform there.
Yeah, platform.
Yeah.
Not a tower.
I think there's a certain minimum height before it can be a tower. Here's our Phantom track cam showing the view from the timing platform. I think the minimum height before you can call it a tower is at least overhead.
Oh, if Mike stood down there.
That's true. If our cameraman Mike stood down there, then that would be a tower. So maybe the definition of tower is relative.
Yeah.
Got a step stool on my kitchen at home. Step stool for me.
Yeah.
Tower for Mike.
Wow.
If I'm powerless to respond to Bob when he's chastising me over his microphone that I can hear and that I can't respond to, Mike hasn't had a microphone in front of his face all week, so poor guy. Yeah, that's true. He does have a microphone when he's on camera. He just doesn't talk crap to me. Hidetoshi Matsuda starting us off, and actually Frank Lemke from Germany already dipping into the 19s.
This is race number 6 of 13. This is our last round of practice today. 4 rounds of open practice, followed by 2 controlled rounds of practice. In these 2 rounds, we're taking the best 3 consecutive laps. And that will tell you where you'll be seated for tomorrow in qualifying. In the morning, we have a round of controlled practice. That is a shakedown round just to get everybody used to and into the swing of what's going on. Everybody knows where they're marshalling. Everybody knows where they've got to be, when they've got to be there.
Everyone knows who they're driving with. Ooh, smack.
Yup.
You know, the first time that they'll... I do think it's a good idea to give a group of 10 drivers a chance to get on the driver's stand with each other and drive on the track with each other before you toss them into the first round of qualifying at the World Championships. So it seems fair.
So you know who to avoid.
Even if it does mean we have another heat of practice to watch.
But we also use that round to decide where you're going to start in that first round of qualifying. So the start order. At the moment, we're just running 1 through to 10. I think in round 1 of this, we ran through 1 through 10.
Pretty creative to come up with so many different ways to make so many different rounds of something matter.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. This practice round is going to count toward this, and this practice round is going to count toward that, and this practice round is actually just practice.
Yeah. Well, the first 4 rounds today were just practice. Bruno Coelho dominating those, but Jared Tebow coming out swinging when it mattered.
Interesting that Bruno didn't mention anything about track conditions. I wonder if why we didn't see the Kyosho boys up front in the first couple of rounds was simply because they were just trying to get a hold of the track, or maybe their cars or something, to see Bruno so much faster in the first 3 rounds of open practice, and then Nato goes quick in the 4th round of controlled practice, and then Tebow TQs the first round of actual seating. Yes. So yeah, certainly looking at the top 5 so far in seating after round number 1. We have Kyosho, X-Ray, Kyosho, Associated, top 5. HB 6th, Schumacher 7th, Kyosho 8th, Yokomo 9th, TLR 10th.
So Kyosho with the most in the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah. Similar to what we saw at the warm-up.
Yeah.
Would be pretty incredible if only one Yokomo makes the 4-wheel main also. They only had 1 in the 2-wheel main.
Yeah, they have Hayato's down, 11th and 12th. Carson Wennemont and Hayato Matsuzaki. Matsuzaki.
I've been tongue-tied all week trying to say these names. We can't all be Tony Truman and Lee Martin, and, well, thank goodness no one has to spell my first name or they wouldn't get that right.
AA, right?
Yeah. AA, 1R.
Simples.
You would think so. I had someone at Starbucks spell my name E-A-R-E-N.
It's probably just because of your accent.
I was in Southern California. It was a Starbucks 5 miles from my house.
Yeah, but were they from Southern California?
I don't know. I looked at her, at the young woman who wrote that on the cup.
What is she, lip read?
I don't know. But I looked after and I got it. And I was like, E-A-R-E-N? Question mark? I don't know, I'm so sorry. I'm like, no, don't apologize. I'm not mad. Like, this is impressive. I've had my name misspelled 25 different ways, but never like that.
Thanks for being creative.
Yeah. You get style points. Yoshiaki Yamasaki finishing up with the top spot here in a 57.406.
Going to bump himself up 2 qualifying heats.
57.149 on the final lap, improving.
Coming up 26 spots.
That's quite the improvement.
Front Lemke going to come in second, 19 flat hot lap, 57.4 over the 3 fastest consecutive. As we move on to race number 7 of 13, our last round of racing for the day. Second round of control practice. You can see a nice shot of the little short shoot in front of the driver's stand before doing the 90 into the double single. Those pot dots, if you land on them, seem to be very effective for flinging cars off the track.
Little mini low profile trebuchets. And then there's the section. We didn't know that they installed landmines.
Yeah, just to the right.
And you can't see them at all.
No, but they're effective.
Yeah, invisible landmines.
Someone going for an extra lap. Rob.
Hold on, Scotty. I want to try this corner and jump one more time.
Yeah, hold the race meeting.
Yu Kikuchi and Mathieu Chaffardon starting off here in heat number 7.
See, that's a name you just can't say unless you sort of say it French.
You know, I could totally American that.
I could American the crap out of that.
Mathieu Chaffardon.
Brilliant.
But one of the French team members came up here and let me write them down phonetically, so I can get through most of them, I think.
You're doing better than me then.
Well, I gave you the notes that have the phonetic spellings on them. I think you threw them away.
Yeah, maybe. got cocky.
Yeah.
That was the problem.
I think the only team manager that didn't get back to me was the Japanese team manager.
Okay.
Because, I didn't need any help with those names, apparently.
No. Some of them I've got down. There's just a couple that get me every time.
Some of them are okay.
I have to sit there and stare at them for 5 minutes.
Luckily, Masami has been driving us around all week, so I've been asking him in the car, how do I say this one? Oh, totally different than the way you've been saying it for 4 days. It's like this. Oh, okay.
Oh, that makes it more easy as well.
Yeah.
It's Bob.
No. None of the Japanese. Whoa!
That was special.
We need a Team Tekken Racing instant replay.
So it looks like we're on board with the young Frenchman. Doing some super style points. Working his way into the left-hand side. And it is Mathieu in the 2-car we're on board with.
Going online with a Team Tekken instant replay here. As Chaffardon gets sideways. And then, wow, look at that.
Boom.
The car's rolling backwards. And does a back handspring here. Boom. It did like the round off back handspring. Oh, and he just tumbled down the front straightaway again.
Special.
Poor Chaffardon having horrible luck there through that front section. Hey, little buddy, you might want to let off next time you go through there. Just a thought.
Easy turbo.
But that was really amazing how the car got a little unsettled, and then it did the cartwheel round off, and then sprung off the front tires, and then he landed pointing the correct direction on all 4 tires.
You could see when he landed, he was even surprised.
Ta-da! Yeah, it took him a split second to get going again because he couldn't really believe what happened.
Had to shake it off.
Shake it off.
I was
Shake it off.
I was thinking it. I
shake it off.
Didn't do it.
Shake it off. I
let you lead on that one.
I wasn't sure if you were trying to do that. That was a setup. You're like, oh, I'm going to slip this one in there and see if he takes it.
He tees it up. And Aaron just sends it home.
Yep.
Leading us round, John Watkins. Quite a few improvers in this one. We've got well, it's easier to say 3 that aren't. John Watkins out front, looking to go 56.4, going to bump himself 20 places. Matthew in second, hot lap of an 18.6, looking to go up 12 spots to 53rd. Kevin Sayson, also from France, he's going up to 17th.
I think it was explained to me it was like Kevin Sayson.
Really? Kevin?
Yeah. Kevin Sayson.
Yu Kikuchi is not improving this round. Fastest lap for him an 18.8, sorry. We've got Mike Walker from PR Racing.
Singular.
Yeah. there's
Only one
there.
Walker.
Dead
number 3 car.
John
Watkins.
He was,
Jinx.
You owe me a Coke. Have you ever heard that way?
How about, oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
How about unidentifiable green tea? Here we go with a Team Tekin Racing instant replay. At the end of the back straightaway, up on the pot dots, roll it over. Oh, nice save. Oh, no, actually it was this guy. Tumbling up. Oh, blammo. That's American football style right there.
Whammy.
Head on going up the face of the dining room table. Yeah, and he made it about another 30 feet and decided to call it a race.
I got a headache.
Airbags deployed. Can no longer drive the car. Oh, stuffed it.
Boing.
I don't know about that. So after race number 7 here, we're going to kick it to a commercial break before we get into the last half of our final round of control practice.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Race number 8 coming up next. The top racer in this one after the first practice round, David Ronefalk, 6th from the E-Heat. F, I can't count. So from the F heat here, David Ronefalk bumping into the 6th spot in 4-wheel. Pretty impressive.
Aaron just had to take his shoes off to count up to that.
Yeah, the 6. Oh. Yeah, that was interesting. Tumbling off the dining room table into the backside of Mount Fuji. Oh, but I'm facing the right direction to drive around. And my favorite part of that was that he didn't cut the track.
Yeah.
He actually went back and did the right thing. I'm like, oh, I'm probably going to need to practice this 180. Got through there just fine this time.
Cheeky little transfer.
Yeah. Ronefalk up on the pot dots there through the front right corner. Here we go with a Team Tekin Racing instant replay of Ronefalk up on the pipe, bouncer over. Oh! Left the table without finishing his vegetables, so he climbed over the pipe and went back and ate the rest of the green beans.
So we got pudding.
Yeah, so he did get dessert. His dessert came in the next lap. Yeah, 17.94. Yeah, not bad.
Not bad at all. Frederick Hovgaard out front though. 17.8. He has the hot lap in this heat. And that was his last lap. Bartek Zabransky in the 2 spot. We've got Bartek and Frederick Payne in this one, looking to improve.
Ronefalk jumping up to the 2nd spot, improving his time here in this heat to a 55.068. But he's going to have to improve on a 52.924 if he wants to move into the top. Well, to improve his seed time from the first round.
Yeah, 55 flat is only going to put him around about 40th.
Yeah. 52.835 is what it would take to beat Cavalieri to jump into the top 5. So interesting to see how. Oh man, Ronafalk hard into the wall on the back straightaway.
No, that was Frederick Hovgaard.
Oh.
Ew. They both look the same colours.
Yeah, sort of.
I think we got fooled by that earlier. We were following Frederick and thought it was David.
Yep.
Whoops. Blame Bob.
Yep. Blaming Bob.
So, our leader, David Ronafalk, 17.8.
And 17.678 for his fastest lap, taking over the lead by 0.6 of a second. As we follow along with Frederick Hovgaard, running right behind Ronafalk on the track. Ronafalk flipping over. Can't really call that a traction roll when he hit the pot dot. There are 3 cars on the track with the same paint job. This is no longer even Bob's fault. This is the racer's fault. Be creative, for crying out loud. Here's David Ronafalk over the double single and into the Japanese 5 spice. Much less spicy here on this layout. I think they, for two-wheel drive, they ordered an 8.
Yeah, more of a Korma.
Yeah, but this one's more of like a 2 or a 3. Kind of a sissy order at the, takeout restaurant.
Down through the line goes David Ronafalk, 22.5. Struggling to find that pace that he had in the first round of control practice. Maybe doing some changes. Not quite working this time out, because that Hot Bodies car looked very, very fast. Sorry, the HB car.
H.
Frederick Hovgaard still in the 2 spot. 17.8 hot lap, looking at 54.4.
Ronafalk had quite the lucky bounce off of those pot dots on the front straightaway. A very forgiving landing there. I thought for sure when I saw where he landed that was going to go flying. Wheeling down the face of Mount Fuji. That was impressive. Yeah, fun fact. Hot Bodies decided that the name Hot Bodies wasn't really very becoming of a RC car company for many reasons. Because if you Google Hot Bodies, RC cars are not the first thing that comes up. So they changed their name to HB quite a long time ago. But yeah, that's kind of a tough habit to break. Even a bunch of their own team guys still call it that.
Yeah.
Like, guys, your T-shirts haven't said that in years. You know, because Hot Bodies originally started literally as just a company that made bodies for RC cars. So it did make sense.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I think that's one of those things that didn't really translate well from, intent to execution. Speaking of HB, though, David Ronafalk finishing up with his fastest lap of the race. Not improving his seed time, but still showing that he has pace.
Next up, race number 9. 9 of 13. We're in round number 6 of practice. It's the second round of control practice. And yeah, race number 9. Almost ready to go. They're on their warm-up. Kai Kikuchi going to lead them out.
Ronafalk's final lap was his fastest of the heat, a 17.5. Not bad.
Billy Easton of Serpent out in this one. He's going to come out second. Tasuki Sakamoto. Coming out in third, Carl Moon from the UK is in fourth. Andrew Smolnick of PR Racing Going to roll out in 5th. Josh Showtime Payne. He is in the 1 car. He's going to come out in 6th. Peter Foster 7. Nathan Rolls 8. Nana Kyo, the young Japanese lady, only 10 years old. She's going to be out 9th. And Sylvain from France, who's actually, it is his birthday today. So happy birthday.
Turned 29, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let me tell you, it's a depressing year. You're like, wow, I'm 12 months from 30.
Okay. I'll let you know when I get there.
Thanks. I'll let you know how awful it is.
I'll see you when I get there.
The bright orange wheels again making an appearance here on this car.
Cheeky.
Yeah. Maybe nosy as well. Kai Kikuchi. Out front early on this one, already a 17-8. Trying to improve on his current position of 19th.
Billy Easton to the 2 spot. 18.5 fast lap. 56.0. Only 2 drivers out there at the moment improving. Nathan Rolls and birthday boy Sylvain. Sylvain looking to go up 56 spots. Josh Payne, boom. Putting in a good lap. 18.4, his fastest one of the round. And he's looking to go up 3 spots to 46th.
Paney apparently bringing the pain the other night at the bar. Something that I think is just born into Australian blood.
It's funny how whenever we start talking about Paney, it's always about being at the bar.
Winning Sydney. Do as the Sydneyans do.
Do as the Sydneyans do.
Coming up.
Is he from Sydney?
I don't know.
Okay.
I can find out.
You made that bit up.
I did.
Just a guess.
Yep.
Here he is, the blue car. Blue Yokomo machine. Josh Payne. Showtime. Leading us round. How'd you know he's in 2nd?
He actually lives in Perth.
Okay.
So as the Perthians do.
Whoa! Almost saved it. Up on 2 wheels. Cheeky little rollover. Didn't need a marshal to get him going again. 18.4. He did his best lap the lap before. Backed it up with a 19.
Kikuchi just drives right by him.
Whoop.
Whoa! That was cool.
Maximum. Found a gap in the pipe as well. Marshaled himself.
Landed on the rear wheels and said, oh, why bother lifting?
Brop.
You need a replay on that. That was fun.
1 minute and 50 left to go in race number 9.
Going to a Team Tekken Racing instant replay of Kai Kikuchi. Landing down at the bottom of the transition and doing the flat spin.
Straight through the legs of the marshal.
Yep. And then just figured he'd get himself back on track. Oh, wait, the pipe doesn't go all the way to the wall here. Don't worry, buddy, I got this.
Kimi Raikkonen style. Tatsuki Sakamoto is in 3rd. 18.4. His fastest, looking at 56 flat. We've got 3 drivers out there on improving times. Josh Payne going up 6 spots now. 43rd with a 55.6. Got Nathan Rolls from the UK. He's currently going up 3 spots. And Sylvain, the birthday boy. Nice little present for him. He's going up 62 spots with this run.
Yeah, more than improving by half.
Yeah.
Up 62 spots to 59th. Well done.
Good job, that man. Less than a minute left to go. 40 seconds on the practice clock. Can't really call it a race clock. Kai Kikuchi, 17.7. His fastest lap. He's currently 19th, so he's going to be in the B qualifier if things stay the way they are. Billy Easton going to stay as he is. He's not improving. 34th. Tatsuki Sakamoto is going to stay where he is in 39th. Nana Kyo is now improving. She's going to a 56.6. It's going to bump ourselves up a qualifier, going up 14 spots to 54th. So we're coming into finishing times now for race number 9. Moving on to double figures. Just a handful of races left to go here today at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Our coverage this week is brought to you by Proline Racing, Team Associated, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC. We get this crystal clear quality coverage due to the guys at Motive RC. So we thank you for that. So that's a wrap on race number 9. 10's up next.
Just 4 races left to go this evening. 4 practice races, excuse me. One of the...
Oh, the Makitas are out.
Yeah.
Burp, burp.
Make sure all those fasteners are tight. One of the bigger surprises of the day, Travis Mezcua, as we see here, was in the D main in qualifying, or in two-wheel drive, with his new DEX 210F prototype that he showed us earlier this week. And looking at a potential B heat berth if he doesn't improve here in this final round with the new DEX 410 V5. I can't wait for the 410 V10.
Gonna have to build a bigger box just to fit the name on the front.
A bigger body so the sticker fits.
Yeah. Why are you running a really big high downforce wing? So we can get the sticker name on.
Following along here with Ty Tessman. Tessman also looking to improve considerably over his performance in two-wheel drive.
That's one way to do it. Open up, 17.9. Sort of where he needs to be, pumping in those 17s. Oh, we got a dead car in the front side.
Oh, Mezcua coming to a stop.
His old teammate picking it up.
Yep.
Upo Honagle. Josh Payne concentrating on marshalling there.
Or eating.
Yeah. Eating something off the floor.
Yeah.
Why? Every time do we look at him, he's doing something strange.
That's Payne. Yeah, interestingly enough, poor Travis running for Macklin for electronics, but they were not approved in time for him to use this weekend, so he had other electronics in his car, and then they blew up, so he put in something new for the previous round, and looks like perhaps car rolling to a stop with more electronic issues, so tough break there for Travis.
Yeah.
We're going to definitely queue up a replay of that. Didn't even really get to see what happened there. It happened so fast. Tessman out front on a 53.663.
Improving 2 spots to 16th.
Yep, looking at a B heat berth here. If he doesn't rip off something quick. Moving up to 11th. Wow. 53.445 as we go to a Team Tekin Racing instant replay.
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, and it's a tricycle. Where did he come from?
Well, that was just...
Oh, and there's another car over on the other side. Where did they collide?
I can't even explain that one.
Following along with Tessman, and we miss this spectacular wreck that causes someone to lose a tire and someone to fly into the other lane. And
Sasa Tuso and looked like Ben Jemison upside down, but how that car made it there and where it came from,
yeah,
I have no idea.
No wonder I didn't see what happened the first time.
We only just saw it the second time.
Yeah.
Past half race distance or practice distance in this one, 2 minutes and 10 left to go. We're in race number 10, Ty Tessman out front, best lap 17.5. Looking to put himself 11th at the moment in practice seeding. And that'll be pole in the B heat, 17.8. So Ty's got the consistency, 17.8, 17.9, Had a slight bobble, 19.7. He's got 17.6, 17.5, 17.9, 17.9, 17.7. So he's found his consistency. So maybe just needs to find a little bit of speed in the car.
His lap times are so consistent, I thought you were broken.
Yeah, stuck on repeat. 1 minute and 20 left to go. Shinadechi now up to second. Shin going well enough for 20th. Meilinghausen looks like she stopped circling. She, if the things stay the way she is, she's going to be 29th. So she's actually improved, even though she's not circling. She did 7 laps.
Scotty Ernst got a picture of Malin in the pit area earlier, coloring in a coloring book.
Oh.
Like, here's this D-main qualifier at the IFMAR World Championships, and she's coloring.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice way to de-stress, focus on something else. She's got a full-time mechanic, so, why not?
Bit of Frozen.
40 seconds left to go. Tessman unfortunately running out of time to potentially bump up to the A-main.
We're on board with Yokomo designer and engineer Shinidachi and driver wheeling around his newly designed Yokomo.
Shin was actually the provider of Carson Ornamont's two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive buggies for the Roar Nationals, as Carson had started talking to Yokomo about potentially running for them. And team manager Robert Ito started working out the details there, but Shin pulled the electronics out of his cars and sent them to the United States for Carson to use. Must have worked. They got the driver.
So Ty Tesman, last lap, fastest, 17.4.
Wow.
Sneaks it in to the top 10, going 9th with a 53.0.
Wow, look at that.
Good job.
Still have 3 heats left to see if someone bumps him out of the A heat, but I'm sure the Canadians are quite a bit happier today than they were earlier this week.
Yeah. So we've got Ron Falk in 6th with the HB car, and Ty Tesman now in 9th.
Yep, definitely better off here in four-wheel drive on carpet.
As we move into race number 11, Bruno Coelho going to lead us out. Fast guy from practice. And he is going to be looking to show a bit more pace, I think, in this one. In round 1, 2, and 3, he came out swinging, really showing some fast pace. Dropped off a little bit in the open practice 4. In the first round of control practice, a few mistakes. Meant that he didn't get quite maybe the fast time that he would have been expecting. Managed to go 3rd, just behind teammate Martin Bayer. We've got Hayato Matsuzaki coming out 2nd. Cockrell coming out 3rd. Kayato Kadira coming out 4th. Mark Reinhard 5th. Chris Sturdy 6th. Hooper Honigel 7th. Dustin Evans 8th. Craig Collinson 9th. And Jesper Ramerson going to come out in 5th. Okay, so Bruno, see what he can do. Opens up 17.6. That's sort of the pace that we've been expecting from him. Coming down through the little short chute in front of the driver's rostrum. Into the left-hand side. And down through the line. Let's see what he can back it up with. 17.3. Bruno on a very good pace here. Working his way up over Mount Fuji. Down in front of the driver's stand. Going double, single. Oh, having to avoid an upside-down car. Might lose him a little bit of time. Nicely through the S section and down through the line. 17.7. He's looking at a 52.7, which is almost identical to his round 1 after 3. Coming up on a little bit of traffic again as he works his way through the 5-spice. So fast through that S section, coming down onto the straight. 18.0. Oh, dives down the inside of Craig Corrinson as he's barrel rolling off the dining room table. That car snaking through that 90 degree. in front of the driver's stand. So fast coming onto the straight. Last time through was 17.8. It's not what we're looking at, but he's almost on an 18 lap pace, going 17.501. What matters from this round is the 52.7 that he's putting down. Last time through, another fast lap of the race, 17.37. Sorry, that equals his best. Wow, avoids Hoopo's. Hoopo parks it on the cone. Oh, coming through there a bit too fast that time. Ben Jemison getting it going again. So a 20.7 last time through from Bruno with that mistake. 2 minutes and 40. So we're coming up to half race or half practice distance. We're in race number 11 of 13. We've got 2 left to go after this, and that will conclude today's practice. We've got another round of controlled practice tomorrow. A couple of guys in this one improving. Hayato Matsuzaki, going up 1 spot to 12th. Going 53.2. Tom Cockrell not improving. Mark Reinhard putting himself up 6 spots, going 22nd. Changed. We've got Tom Cockrell now going 13th, up 4 spots. Mark Reinhard going up 11 spots to 17th. Dustin Evans improving 18 spots to 28th. Craig Collinson improving 8 spots to 54th. And Jesper Ramerson going up 15 to 58th. Mark Reinhard now up to 12th, going up 16 spots. So Reinhard moving into the 2 spot. Best lap of a 17.4. So Reinhard, the 2 touring car drivers out front, laying down the pace in control practice round 2.
Goodness, Bruno, goodness. Just able to turn it on like that. I had to imagine that control practice round number 1 was a bit of a fluke after what he was capable of doing before the clock started.
Read off his last 5 laps. 17.5.
Yeah, after he had the 20.7, then he goes 17.6, 17.4, 17.4, 17.5, 17.4, 17.5.
Wow.
Automatic. And just had one little glitch in the matrix there.
That's crazy.
Because before that, 17.8, 17.3, this time 17.5. He just forgot to turn on the repeat button, I guess.
Yeah.
Look at how fast his car is in some of these sections. It's incredible. Someone in our chat room actually pointed out between rounds that it looked like where Coelho was making up a considerable amount of time was on the chicane through the S's on the left side of the track. And while I think his car is, oh boy, out into the fence, so that didn't really help.
Curse. Yeah.
Yep. But watch him through here. So he goes through the fingers and then, well, he didn't get a good run through there that time, but that is probably the most on-road section of the track, and he is an on-road racer, so maybe he'll have a better shot at it this time. His car just looks like it carries so much more corner speed than everybody else.
Yeah.
Through here, zoop. Yep, absolutely the fastest car through that section of the track I think that I've seen.
So he's going to go 1.
By a half a second. Let's not leave that part out.
Yeah.
Well, not quite a half a second. Close, though.
With 2 races left to go, we've got our A and B finalists from the 2-wheel drive. Mark Reinhard going to bump up 16 spots. He's just gone 12th with a 53.8 or 0. Sorry. Tom Cockrell going to go 13th.
Actually, it looked like Hayato was the only driver in this heat that did not improve his position.
Yeah.
Going to a commercial break before we get into the final 2 practice runs here at the Yatabe Arena. Taking a look at our Phantom Racing track cam rolling off that small single jump and heading into the now anticlimactic Japanese 5-spice. Seems like everyone had remembered to take their Peptid AC regularly, and now no more heartburn.
Oh.
Yep.
Boring.
Seriously. I was really looking forward to those things being in the middle of the corner, but no. Had to actually make it easier. Yusuke Segura starting us off. He is currently 4th.
And upside down.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that too. So it looks like Matsukura is going to get some open track for a little while.
Being chased by Carson Waynemont.
I feel like Matsukura is wiggling the wheels, the front wheels, every time his car leaves the ground. Whoa, that was a save.
Yeah, or doesn't. Whoa.
Well, oh, off the table.
Transfer.
Yep. Can't imagine that was slow.
Yeah. Well.
Goodness, not though.
That's active.
Yeah.
Super maximum.
Driving it like 10.7 right now. Up again on the right side wheels through the chicane section. And that lap was an 18.5, and it was a mess. We'll see if Naoto can improve. Currently 8th.
Or just knock off like 5%.
Yeah. No, that's not going to happen.
Maximum.
Again, he's hit the corner dots in the left-hand part of the S-turn every single lap so far.
At least he's consistent.
Yeah, that's true. Consistently testing the durability of that left front arm.
Yeah. Yuzuki Segura last time through a 17.3. Jumps to the top of the pile. And going number 1.
Wow. Well, when you have a 17.6, then you back it up with back-to-back 17.3, 17.4. Yeah, Segura now fastest overall.
So
52.268.
Wow. We're on board with, yeah, not a fan of the orange wheels.
Nope, still not. Don't care how fast you're going.
Yeah.
They're just too dark.
Yeah.
I feel like being able to see the wheels is such an important aspect of determining your color scheme. And that's why yellow wheels are so popular. But yeah, going with the dark orange, and it's working for him. 17.4 last lap.
Naoto's still out there on his roof.
Maximum roof slide.
Yep. His wing's getting a right bashing.
Carson Wernemont trying to improve. Currently still 15th. Has not yet picked up on his 53.451. His best seed time so far in this race, 53.607.
Steve Hartson, your current four-wheel drive world champion, going up 85 places. But that's still only going to be good enough for 48th.
Segura, Akimoto, Fend, and Hartson all improving. Hartson definitely the biggest improvement. Dakota going from 34th to 31st. Akimoto going from 25th to 24th. And of course, Segura up 3 spots to the top time now on the charts, with 1 heat left to go. Lee Martin still hanging on to the bubble, trying to stay in the A heat.
A lot of cars upside down. Oh, it's Naoto again.
Yeah. No longer surprised. Someone crashed on the straightaway. That's the... Oh, never mind. Maximum crash.
Yeah, he came from the 5-spice.
Yeah, the complete opposite side of the track. By the time his car had stopped flipping and he let off.
Yeah, steering and...
1:15 left to go. Wow.
Oh, who's that? Oh, it's McBride?
So they put that fence up after that double single thinking it would stop people from tumbling into the straightaway. And now they're having trouble actually exiting a corner onto the back straightaway.
This is the these are the best drivers in the world, by the way.
Right, yeah. This is the second group of 10 in two-wheel drive at the World Championships. Matsukura jumps to second, had a 496 in there for his fastest lap. Still only good for 8th overall, hasn't improved on his previous time. Within just a few hundredths of a second, however.
His next lap will be an interesting one as he comes through. That's an 18 flat.
Yep.
Don't.
So it looks like Matsukura will not improve.
No, we've got 10 seconds left to go in this one, so even if you stuck in 2 really good 17s, it's going to count the 18. Back on board with Yusuke Sugura, our leader, and new provisional pace setter in control practice. Car looks real good. Whoa.
Whoa. Looked good until that point.
Yeah, commentators curse again.
Tend to have that effect on people.
We have the power. I'm gonna put a spell on you.
Yota Hatanen 2 laps ago, 17.993 was his personal best. Fortunately, Yona just 35th overall, improving 3 positions after that heat.
Hartson managed to get up 108 places to 25th.
Still can't imagine that that's where he wants to be heading into qualifying. If he wants a chance at defending that title, he's first got to make the final.
You can see our two-wheel drive A finalists making their way up onto the driver's stand.
For this final heat of controlled practice for the four-wheel drive portion anyway, here on day number 1 of four-wheel at the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships. Live from the Yatabe Arena to viewers all around the world for free. Thanks to Live RC's wonderful sponsors, including the Phantom Track Cam here, as well as Proline Racing and Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies PR Racing and Expert RC, with our video stream presented in HD thanks to Motive. If you're in the market for a brushless motor, go check out Motive's new M Code brushless motors designed by national champion on-road racer Paul Lemieux. That crazy dude. Racing and pranking is what he do. He even had a music video made about him.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've never seen it?
Nope.
Oh, I'll show it to you after the race. It's pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing.
Paul and Mayfield, actually. But Jared Tebow starting us off. A little mistake there in the front right corner. That section of the track's been the bane of his existence this week.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Cost him a world championship. Let's see if he can at least nail down the top seed here in four-wheel drive. Sure, that would go a long way toward putting some ointment on his wounds from Tuesday.
For sure. Who opens up?
Wow, 17.690 for Tebow. Taking this seriously.
So it's Tebow.
Oh, rolling it over after flat landing down into the front section.
Tebow, Bayer, Cavallari. We're waiting for the guys to come through to complete 3 laps. Tebow going to be the first. And it's an 18.3 after that bobble, so he's not improving. Lee Martin, Mayfield to the top. No one improving at the moment with 3 on the board.
17.6 for Mayfield's best lap.
Lots of 17s dropping now.
Everyone but Craig, Rivkin, and Neumann in the 17-second range.
Cavallari, the fastest 17.4 last time by.
That'll work. Cody Newman already picking up 1 spot, going to 25th.
1 minute and 30 down. 3 minutes and 30 left to go of our last race of practice at the in controlled practice here at the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Cody Newman up to 19th now, the only driver out on track improving, as Michael Orlowski goes to the top of the pile, 17.5 last time through, backed it up with a 17.5 again.
Newman picking up 11 spots, just improving to 15th.
We're on board, I think, with Orlowski. Oh,
Did a team? Nope, that's a technical difficulty. Oh, never mind. Following along with Mikhail Orlovsky moving to the top spot, improving 4 positions to 3rd overall behind Segura and Coelho.
Yeah, so those top three, who expected that?
Nah, I don't think anybody. If someone told me they were expecting that, they were lying. Orlovsky, the current four-wheel drive European champion, driving a new Schumacher KF3 this weekend.
Another fastest lap from him, 17.4 last time through. So at the moment he's on a 17.6, 17.4. Be interesting if he can back his 17.4 up with another one. He might be in with a mix. He's got 1 minute and 50, so just over 2 minutes left to go. That one was a 17.5.
Did not improve.
So with maybe this one, if he can get another low 17. Who's he chasing? Looks like Tebow. Tebow getting the giving Orlovsky the toe.
Orlovsky tapping the pipe coming onto the S turn. So that lap was 17.7. That's not going to do it.
No.
1:30 left to go. He's still got time to put something in.
Oh, closing right up on Tebow this lap. Let's see what this one is. Oh, Tebow.
Whoa, Tebow flipping through the S turn.
17.4.
Orlovsky had to lift, but he did still put in a solid lap there. So see if Orlovsky can build off that 17. Oh my goodness! Denied.
That was a boing if I ever saw one.
Donk.
You donk. 1 minute left to go.
One of the hardest collisions we've seen all day. Thank goodness that was a rubber cone. Going to a Team Tekin Racing instant replay of this durability test from Mikhail Orlovsky. Yep, realized right away, nope, this isn't going to work. Blammo! Right into the cone. That had been any more of a solid object, he'd have just reduced that car to kit form.
30 seconds remaining of this last heat of control practice here today. We've got Newman, Cragg, and Orlovsky. They're our improving drivers. Orlovsky with the fastest lap, 17.4.
Lee Martin jumping up to the 7th spot now.
Consolidating his top 10. That's going to put Ty Tesman 10th.
Dropping his time to a 52.905.
We're on board with Lee Martin now as we come into the closing stages. Just 5 seconds left to go on the practice clock. Oh.
Well.
Rolling over.
It was a good run there. Fun while it lasted.
Yeah, there's a white X-ray. It must be Bayer. Yeah, Bayer.
Yeah.
Or it could be Bruno or Hudi.
Sharing a practice body.
Yeah.
Hopefully they all have the same associate sponsors.
So it looks like we're going to have a Japanese top qualifier.
Wow, Orlovsky, 17.326
Nice.
on his final lap for the fastest lap. Have to see how that stacks up with the fastest laps of the whole day.
Yuzuki Segura going to be our top seed for qualifying tomorrow.
That might be top 3 fastest laps of the day for Orlovsky.
Yeah.
But yeah, Segura top seed, Coelho second, Orlovsky third, Tebow fourth, Bayer fifth, Cavalieri 6th, Martin 7th, Ronafalk 8th, Naoto Matsukura 9th, and Ty Tessman will be the final car in the A heat going into tomorrow's 4 scheduled rounds of qualifying, with a 5th on Saturday morning before the main events. Got a new Team Tekin Racing instant replay going into the 5-spice. Martin's car doing a little bit of a donkey. Oh, actually, whoa!
Cragg
punching it. That's awesome.
Taking a shortcut.
Just, man, ollies over the pipe over there. Had a little catapult action off of the wing and hovered over backward. That was pretty impressive. Into the Phantom track cam as I'm going to try to head down to the pit area and talk with some of our top seeds.
Phantom Racing track cam, pit cam. You can see the red tables in the middle of you. That's Team Kyosho. Let me try and spot someone else. Just to the right, we have Team Associated. white tables to your far right. That's mainly Team Yokomo, directly underneath us. Just to your left, we've got Team Serpent and the Hot Bodies team.
Yep. Sharing, well, you see over there the orange T-shirts on the far left marking the Serpent.
Yeah, the Serpent. So, time here is coming up to 22:06, and it is pitch black outside.
Yep, we haven't been outside all day today.
No, it's been dark for since about 4:30, I think.
Bus dropped us off this morning, and we've been locked in the dungeon ever since.
Yep. With the Serpent. You're watching our live RC coverage of the 2015 IFMAR Off-Road World Championships. Big shout out to our sponsors, Proline Racing, Team Associate, Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, Expert RC, helping us bring you this great coverage here this weekend of the World Championships. The HD, beautifully clear coverage is brought to you by the guys and girls at Motive RC. Thank you very much to all of those to make this possible. Tomorrow our schedule starts with Control Practice 3, which will determine the start position of the heats that we have just decided. And it's also used as a shakedown round, so everybody can get used to who they're going to be running with in qualifying. Also the timing, just make sure everything's working. And everybody knows where they're going to be marshalling and all sorts. So yeah, just a shakedown round that's also going to be used to decide where everybody's going to go off at the start of qualifying. Qualifying gets underway around about 10:30, so 10:30 in the morning. So join us then for qualifying here at the four-wheel drive World Championships. We're in Japan at the world famous Yatabe Arena. We move down trackside quickly with our Phantom Racing track cam. You can see Travis and Metzger having an issue in that last round. Unfortunately, maybe an electrical issue of some sort. And you see father and son combo of Ty Tesman and Gord Tesman talking through Mount Fuji and its landmine field. Ty managing to make it into the top 10 A qualifier for tomorrow. So he has improved on his two-wheel drive efforts. You can also see the track team moving out with their Makitas, drilling all the track markers down again and fixing and making sure everything is all good for tomorrow.
Proline tires have been awesome. We have an advantage for sure.
Feeling the need for speed? Log on to AbsoluteHobbies.com. We stock more of the items you want and less of the items you don't. Most domestic orders ship same day for no extra charge. We carry a full line of nitro and electric RC cars, parts, and accessories, and we have a knowledgeable staff providing phone support from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern on weekdays. Tired of waiting for your orders and being treated like a number in line? Make the switch to AbsoluteHobbies.com today, and you will never shop anywhere else.
All expert servos feature brushless motors and advanced firmware for better power, speed, and control.
Maximum performance, maximum reliability.
Expert RC servos are the choice of champions. We use expert RC servos.
Welcome back to the Live RC broadcast studio here at the Yatabe Arena as we wrap up after four-wheel drive practice. I'm Aaron Waldron here with Tony Truman. And Tony, the big story this morning was Bruno Coelho from X-Ray. The Portuguese driver was incredibly quick in open practice, but as we got later in the day, he didn't quite have that advantage anymore.
No, definitely in rounds 1, 2, and 3 of open practice, we were blown away. We didn't know what to say because we just didn't expect it. We didn't even talk about him yesterday when we were chatting about what we thought was going to happen. I mean, he was just not even on our scale. We knew he was fast, but wow, we didn't know it was that fast.
Yeah, he was incredibly quick, and it seemed incredibly consistent. His car carried a lot of speed, but then we got into the final round of open practice, and Naoto Matsukura, who obviously one of the bigger disappointments in two-wheel drive, not making the final. We knew he was going to be quick in four-wheel, having won the warm-up, stormed to the fastest time in the last round of open practice, and then we got into the two seeding rounds where they're actually sorting the heats for tomorrow. And then in the first round, it was Jared Tebow who went quick, and then to wrap up the day here in the final round of the day, local Japanese driver Yusuke Suguro with another Kyosho buggy sets the fastest time, kind of surprised everybody a little bit. He was the top Japanese driver in two-wheel drive, just missed out on the main and made up for it today.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice to see one of the Japanese drivers to be sort of right up there and actually battling for it because you're going to get a home crowd. So in the main, I mean, everybody's going to be watching and stuff like that. But if you've got one of the local guys in there, it's going to be so much more of an atmosphere going on around the circuit. And it's just going to hype the meeting up, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, and especially with Yokomo driver Masatsugu Ito. We talked a little bit earlier today. His mother had an accident earlier in the week, and so he wasn't able to make the two-wheel drive portion and ended up showing up last night. He's ready to go with the brand new YZ4 buggy. He did well. Looking at our monitor that we've got off to the side of our studio over here, Segura and Matsukura both making the top 10. Bruno Coelho was ended up recovering to second, and then European champion Mikhail Orlovsky in the brand new Schumacher buggy, third fast.
Yeah, the interesting thing was, I mean, I was looking through the timing sheets just about 10 minutes ago, and if you actually look, I think Michael Orlovsky over the 5-minute run is the fastest guy here.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think that really speaks to how undramatically he made his way up to that third spot. His car's been fast all day, but also very consistent. He wasn't ripping off a 17.3 or, really challenging for fastest lap of any of the rounds that we saw today, but he's always constantly there, top 5, top 6, top 3. And that is what it's going to take to win this race. You've got to have 3 good qualifying rounds out of 5, and you have to have 2 good main events. So being the absolute fastest car doesn't always work out. We saw that in two-wheel drive with Tebow.
Well, I literally, as you're saying it, I can see deja vu. I mean, the conversations that we were having just 3-4 days ago about the 2 super fast guys. I mean, we've got Bruno. Have we seen him go clean? No, we haven't seen him go clean. The top guy, Seguro. Again, have we seen him go clean? No. A couple of mistakes in his run.
Yeah.
It's the 3 laps. Yeah.
Incredibly fast.
Yeah.
Maximum punch, even when he's upside down.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. He ends up upside down.
Yeah, and what happened in two-wheel drive? Riverin came through,
right.
Just kept doing its
The
wheels.
driver who didn't ever crash,
yeah.
Who wasn't necessarily the fastest driver on the track.
There or thereabouts.
Yep.
And it worked.
Yep. So we could see that with Orlovsky here. Jared Tebow trying to rebound from the disappointment in two-wheel drive. Had the very fast round in the first run of controlled practice. Didn't improve his time, but still good for fourth quick. And then Martin Bayer in a second X-Ray car, the new 2016 version of the XB4, which, as we talked to Bruno a little bit earlier today, they are running a couple of different parts even compared to what's going to be on the 2016 edition of the XB4 that they're probably going to announce while they're here this week. But it obviously works.
Yeah, I mean, there's, 3 of them here? 2 of them in the top 10. I mean, Uri Hoodie, bless his heart.
Right.
Nothing against him.
No,
we're
he's just not a professional driver.
We're not expecting to see him in the show at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, the 2 drivers that are running them that are fast are right up there.
Yep, incredible. And then Ryan Cavalieri can't ever count that guy out of a four-wheel. I mean, can't count him out of a race at all, ever anyway. But especially not in four-wheel drive.
No, if his name's on the entry list, he's going to be up there. I mean, I think it was 3 days ago. He said when he was speaking to us in an interview, he's never qualified lower than fourth worlds.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's a reason why he's won 3 titles in the four-wheel drive class. He is one of the best four-wheel drive racers ever. So to be 6th, the Team Associated guys with the B44.3, another one of those cars that was definitely designed on dirt, and they've got a couple of little details here and there on that car, but it's really going to be up to Cavalieri to drive the wheels off of it, and he did that today. Lee Martin in another one of the Yokomo YZ4 buggies finished 10th in two-wheel drive. Thought that was probably the best chance he would have had to win his first world championship, so we know he's got a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, definitely. You could see it almost all the way through the two-wheel drive event that Lee just sort of wasn't his normal self. He wasn't chirpy. He sort of knew in himself that his car just wasn't up to it, if that's the right thing to say. And unfortunately, it didn't come off for him. And I think he came into the meeting with expectations and just didn't meet them.
Well, I'm sure he did. I mean, he won the warm-up in two-wheel drive, so I think to come in here and not be immediately quick in practice was probably already a quick setback for him. So hopefully getting off to a little bit stronger start here in four-wheel drive. I mean, obviously 7th isn't where he wants to be, but he had his focus on two-wheel drive. Maybe that takes the pressure off a little bit here in four-wheel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, maybe he needs to just knuckle down and do what we're talking about, like Michael's doing.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily focus on your fast laps, focus on the time.
Yep, coming up next in the 8th spot, a big surprise today after he and his teammate had such a disappointing time in two-wheel drive. Yeah. David Ronafalk, the multi-time Nitro 8 scale European champion, rips off 8th quick with the HB D413.
Very surprising. I mean, we all know David's got it in him. He's a fast driver, but we had a bit of maybe doubt in our mind about the HB cars coming into this one after the really bad performance they had with the two-wheel. I mean, they had the car, 2 weeks? It's not an excuse, but it wasn't great. So coming into this one, I think they really knuckled down. Like we spoke about earlier on the broadcast, that Ty Tesman and family went and did some testing.
Yep.
A track, not really nearby, an hour and
a half away each way.
That's commitment.
Yep. And as I said earlier, that Leanne told me, like, we do not want what happened in two-wheel drive. We don't want anything close to that. Yep. And to go ahead and drop the spoiler, Ty Tesman was 10th fastest today. So for David and Ty to both be, C, D main and two-wheel drive, and then come out today 8th and 10th fast. Obviously, I still have a little bit of work to do, but I mean, I think HB is suffering from the same thing Team Associated is a little bit, where they came here with a shaft drive dirt car with a couple little tweaks that they've thought, would hopefully get them in the ballpark, and it's really going to come down to driving for them. And then sandwiched between those two HB boys is Naoto Matsukura.
Mr. Maximum.
Yeah, Mr.
It's been spectacular watching him today.
Just maximum punch everywhere. And it's the style that's won him 3 world championships in 12 scale.
Yeah.
And then the world title last fall in touring car, because he could get away with it. Big sweeping tracks where he could be the fastest car. I mean, watching him in 12 scale at most of the races where he's won 12 scale, he's been so much faster than everybody else that it really wasn't close.
Mind-blowing, yeah.
And then in touring car, it came down to, him and his former Yokomo teammate, Ronald Volker, and frankly put, Naoto was more punched than Ronald was. And that ended up working for him. It's not necessarily going to work on a smaller AstroTurf off-road track. So Naoto really had to, as much as he had moments of pure magic today, had moments of pure carnage. So for him to pull 9th out, I think, was a nice consolation. But for him to really challenge for a world championship here, or even to be the top Japanese driver, he's going to have to settle it down a little bit. I don't know if he can do that.
Yeah, definitely. All he needs to knock off is 10%. That's it. It just
maybe even 5.
Yeah.
Like it's really kind of painful to watch him go through some of the spots on the track where, like, you could, dude, just let off a little bit there, and he doesn't.
Yeah.
Jumping out into the flat every lap, and he lands wide open. Or, going through the chicane, like he'll clip the corner dot on the left-hand side 4 laps in a row.
Yeah.
And lap number 5, he's still wide open, full lock to the left. Like, I know that, like, I obviously don't have any room to be able to tell now the Metzger how to drive. And I don't really think anybody at Kyosho probably does either. And I really would have loved to have been a fly on the wall at Yokomo versus maybe where he's at now.
Yeah.
Because knowing, Yokomo team manager Robert Ito and some of the other guys there that were involved, I got to wonder if someone at Yokomo was responsible for telling Naoto, like, you've got to back it down a little bit. You are the fastest car here. And if he doesn't have that here this weekend with Kyosho, I don't think it's going to work out.
No, definitely. On this track, it's going to bite him. And It's going to bite him hard. And, I mean, we saw it too much in two-wheel drive that people can go fast, but they just can't go clean.
Yep. And former world champion Stephen Hartson. I'm looking at another sheet that we've got over here. Is he even on the first sheet?
Yeah, sitting down in 25th.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Stephen, I mean, he told me before this race, he hasn't really, he was here for the warm-up, but, we don't have any turf tracks back home. He said he hadn't been running on carpet. He's been running it, OCRC on clay, just hoping that that's good enough for here. And
I don't think it's going to be.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I think that was an absolutely amazingly incredible Cinderella story 2 years ago. I mean, to make his first World's Main and then from 6th on the grid have these just catastrophic blow-up crashes in 2 of the 3 main events in the first corner that gave him a shot to win that. That'll go down RC history as probably one of the most surprising events ever. But if he can't back it up this weekend, how does that look?
I don't know. I wouldn't look at it on a bad thing towards maybe the car or maybe towards him. It's just maybe comes down to what he's used to.
Yeah.
I mean,
true.
What he races on week in, week out. I mean, he's proven many a time that he can be fast in the US on dirt and made national finals regularly.
Yeah.
Regularly goes and does J Concepts nationals and
does very well.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I mean, there's nothing against the guy. He is fast. He's one of the fastest guys in the world.
Yeah.
But when it boils down to it, is he one of the fastest guys in the world on AstroTurf?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that question and about 500 million others, we will start to get some answers as we get into qualifying tomorrow here at day number, 27?
Yeah, I'm lost.
Of the 2015 IFMAR Electric Off-Road World Championships here at the Yatabe Arena in Tsukuba, Japan. Our sponsors this week, Proline and Team Associated, along with Absolute Hobbies, PR Racing, and Expert RC. And, of course, our whole broadcast brought to you in high-definition video quality thanks to Motive. We will be back tomorrow with 4 rounds of IFMAR qualifying here at the World Championships. Thanks so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.